What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku became the blind blade. Some people will tell you life is unfair. That your place in the pecking order is decided the moment you were born. That what you are born with is what you end with, gifted and ungifted. The gifted are raised to where the ungifted are not allowed to reach, to places they can never dream of reaching. Those with powerful quirks over the weak quirks, and below them, the last 20% of the population which was quirkless. But does it always have to be this way? There are those who choose to believe that what they end with is what they make for themselves, and after a fateful encounter, so does Izuku. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Sesake for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. At age 4, Izuku learned that not all men are created equal. But he considered that his first and last setback. He felt that it pushed him further. But that wasn't really the truth. Painful, hard, dark. These words could describe the life Izuku has led so far. And all because he was one of the rare few nowadays that was born without a quirk or a superpower of any kind. Ever since he was outed as quirkless when he was 4, everyone, even his childhood friend, turned their backs on him before beginning to make him suffer endlessly. And while she was kind to him, his own mother didn't really believe he could fulfill his dreams. After all, even during those dark times, he wanted to become a hero. Never once did his dream falter. But the sad truth was no matter where or when, the strong have always looked down on the weak. And in this superhuman society, there was no one considered weaker than the quirkless. But Izuku couldn't blame them for seeing him like that. He knew being quirkless put him at a disadvantage. This was something he couldn't deny, especially after his day so far. At school, his homeroom teacher got back the career high school papers he and his classmates had filled out and declared that they all wanted to be heroes. Bakugo, or Kachin, as Izuku still knew him, declared that everyone else should give up and he was the only one with a chance. And that he would go to UA, to which the teacher said Izuku also wanted to attend the school. After being laughed at, Bakugo threatened him. And after school, he and 2 goons surrounded him and threatened him some more, and Bakugo even mildly burned Izuku's shoulder. Then he grabbed Izuku's journal filed with notes on heroes and their quirks, blew it up, and tossed it out the window before leaving. After retrieving it, he began walking home. But on the way back, he was attacked by a villain made of sludge that wanted to enter and take over his body. He struggled, but Izuku was completely powerless to stop him. Due to being suffocated, he lost consciousness, but when he woke up and found that All Might, the #1 hero, had saved him. The hero gathered the villain in bottles and was going to jump away, but before he did, Izuku grabbed his leg and was sent flying with the hero. After All Might landed on top of a building, and after getting scolded for grabbing him, Izuku asked All Might a question. He asked if it was possible for him to become a hero even without a quirk. He hoped that if at least one person believed in him, it would be the symbol of peace and #1 hero, his personal idol. But you know what they say. You should never meet your heroes. Izuku closed his eyes, waiting for an answer. And when he opened them, he could not believe what he saw in front of him. Standing in All Might's place, wearing the same clothes, was a skeleton of a man. He began freaking out, thinking this was an impostor, but after a while, All Might managed to calm him down. And then came his answer to Izuku's earlier question. I'm sorry, but no, it's impossible. Pro heroes always risk their lives, and some villains just cannot beat without powers. If you want to help people, then there are plenty of other ways to do it. It's good to dream, just make sure they're attainable and realistic. Now, Izuku was walking down roads, completely lost in thought, doubts, and self-pity. He looked down at his journal on heroes in his hands, and because of that, he wasn't paying attention to where he was going and bumped into someone. He dropped the journal, and as he bent down to pick it up, he began apologizing to the man he just walked into. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Well, yes, that is true, though some of the blame lies with me. I think it's safe to say I wasn't looking where I was going myself. As Izuku stood back up, he got a good look at the person in front of him. He was an old man that you could tell was well built when they were younger. They wore a plain pair of jeans, a black shirt and a plain black baseball cap. But what got Izuku's attention was the pair of shades and the walking stick in his hand. Oh no, it's all my fault. I really should have paid attention. You did nothing wrong. The man sighed. Well, either you're really kind, or you're trying to be considerate to this blind fool. Listen kid, don't you go treating me as weak or special just because I can't see. I can still hold my own in a fight, and when I was younger I was even more capable. In fact, I used to be a hero. Huh, really? Did you lose your vision because of some accident or a villain attack? Izuku could feel his excitement build up before remembering what All Might had told him. He quickly calmed down and went back to sulking. I'm sorry, that must be rude of me. He was going to walk off, but the man placed a hand on his shoulder. Hold on, I may not be able to see, but I can tell there's something wrong. For a second you seem to get excited, but now you're suddenly depressed. So tell me, it's not like I have anything that needs my attention at this moment. Izuku thought it over before deciding it wouldn't do any harm to tell him. Why, you see, I have always wanted to be a hero ever since I was a kid. But it's impossible, it always has been, and I guess I'm finally accepting reality. And why do you think that it's impossible? Because I'm quirkless. Izuku bowed his head down and stared at the ground, feeling tears begin to build. Well, I don't see how that matters. To answer your earlier question, no, I did not lose my sight in the line of duty. I have been blind from the day I was born. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and he looked at the man. And even with that handicap, I became a hero. I may not have been some big shot, but a real hero shouldn't do the job for the glory, but because it's the right thing to do. But it seems you've given up on yourself, and in my eyes, that seems to be the thing that's holding you back. Izuku started to say something but stopped for a second. Yeah, but you still had a quirk. Even without sight, quirks give you power. Oh really? Well, I wouldn't be so sure. You say it was possible because of a quirk, but considering you have sight, I'd say you have an advantage over me. Besides, it's not like my quirk gave me such an advantage. He held out his hand, palm facing up, and his fingers turned into small blades. I can turn part of my body into blades. Now I'm sure that is useful, but not as much in the hands of a blind man. Izuku felt something small inside of him, a familiar feeling. Hope. He felt hope that there might even be a chance for someone like him to become a hero. Some people will tell you that life is unfair. They'll tell you that it's because what you're born with is what you end with. Gifted and ungifted. That your place in the pecking order is decided from the moment you're born. We raise the gifted up to places that the ungifted aren't allowed to reach, to places they can never begin to dream of reaching. But does it always have to be this way? Does it frustrate you? Does it upset you to be the weakest one? That's good. Hold on to that feeling. It's proof. That feeling means you're not ready to give up on yourself. Before he could say more, the two of them heard a large explosion down the street, and when Izuku looked he saw a large amount of smoke. Oh no, I think there's a villain attack happening down there. Lead me there, boy. You right. With the man's hand still on his shoulder, Izuku ran with the man easily keeping pace with him. When they arrived, Izuku tried to look past the crowd that had formed in order to tell the man what was going on. But as he finally got a glimpse, he went rigid at what he saw. Standing in the middle of a destroyed road with fire all around was the same villain that had attacked him earlier. And in a single moment, he realized that when he had grabbed onto All Might, he must have dropped the bottles that the villain was in. That this was his fault. After struggling to get the words out for a few seconds, he described what he saw to the man. DCH, and they call themselves heroes. Not doing anything all because their quirks aren't suited for the job. A real hero shouldn't care about that, but because of their cowardice, there is now someone suffering. Izuku stood there in silence, not wanting to tell him that it was actually his fault. He didn't want for the person who told him that he could be a hero to look down on him for his mistake. He thought back to when he was attacked, wondering how the hostage could handle it after he had fainted after a few seconds. And then he got a look at their face, and he saw that it was Bakugo. Before he could even think about it, before he even noticed, he was already running down the street. He instantly thought back to his notebook, remembering what he had written down about Kamui Woods. He slipped off his backpack and threw it at the villain, blinding it and making it take a step back before clawing at them, trying to free Bakugo. Simply put, it didn't work. But before the villain could attack him, All Might appeared, grabbing both Izuku and Bakugo, before punching the villain with enough strength to send it flying. Afterwards, the villain was sent into police custody. The heroes began chewing Izuku out, while Bakugo was praised for being brave and having a strong quirk. But then, that was when the old man stepped in. And how can you say such things, I wonder? Are you really in any place to do so? This boy you're praising so much is the one who destroyed the street and started the fire. You say he had courage, but as soon as he was attacked he began blasting away. And then you heroes stood by and didn't do anything at all because your quirks weren't a good matchup, but this young boy moved to help him. And who do you think you are to tell us how we should do things? Backdraft asked. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, and then after opening it, took out a small license. There it was shown that he was a retired hero, one of their predecessors. When I decided to retire, I thought I was leaving things in good hands. But it seems what I really did was leave things in the hands of grown men with less courage than a child. And kid, you moved without thinking, didn't you? Why yeah. The man smiled. I knew it. Many people talk big, saying that something many well-known heroes have in common is that they were the first from their middle school to become heroes. But there is something that truly great heroes have in common, something that I believe is much more praiseworthy. It's that their body moved without thinking. Don't let what these fools say get to you. To me, you have the makings of a great hero. After a while, things finally calmed down, and when he was finally able to go, Izuku talked a bit more with that man. He learned his name, Zatoichi Bakuden, and his hero name was Blind Blade. And during that time, Zatoichi made him an offer. He gave Izuku his phone number so he could think about it for a while before giving him an answer. He walked back home, thinking things over, when he heard someone running around the corner. He looked up just in time to see All Might come from around the corner and stop right in front of him. "Kid, I came here to thank you and to set the record straight. As well as to give you a suggestion. If you hadn't been there, if I hadn't heard your story, then I would have gotten dangerously close to not living by my own words. To being all talk and flashing fake muscle. Of all the people on the scene, only you made a move to help. You too can become a hero." Normally, Izuku would have been happy to hear that, but for some reason, it wasn't as much of a big deal. Then he realized the reason. He no longer held All Might in the same light. Not noticing this, All Might continued. "You are worthy of inheriting my power." Izuku was confused at what he heard, and it must have shown on his face. That expression, well, it's only a suggestion for now. But you see, that is my quirk. It is like a sacred torch that can be passed from one person to the next. And as it is passed down, it accumulates power and stockpiles it. I believe you are worthy of being my successor. Izuku's eyes widened and he looked down at the ground. If what All Might was saying was really true, then he could get a quirk. He would no longer be the weak person he had been up to now. He would have the quirk of the symbol of peace and #1 hero. But was that what he wanted? All Might came and told him that he believed that he could become a hero. Then right after that, he offers to give him his quirk. But Zatoichi believed he could do it without a quirk. Izuku shook his head. "So is that what you wanted to talk about? You tell me you think I can do it, but right afterwards you offer me a quirk. Does that mean you still think I can't do it without a quirk?" All Might opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't know what to say. So once again, it comes back to a quirk. "I'm sorry All Might, but I won't be your successor." Izuku walked past the hero. "Because you don't really believe in me." Izuku took out his phone and called Zatoichi. "Hey, it's me, Izuku. I've decided. Please. Teach me how to become a great hero." Izuku thought back on how far he had come in 10 months. Anyone who knew him could tell that he had changed, and he knew it was for the better and in more ways than one. It wasn't obvious when he wore clothes, but he had gotten much stronger and had the muscles to prove it. Most notable to others was his shift in personality and his newfound confidence. While he never argued or started any fights over it, he no longer just sat around and let people look down on him. Though he never had to do anything, as he now had this air around him that people could just tell he wasn't the same pitiful nerd he had been. Also, he no longer had any self-doubt or sense of inferiority. Then there was his combat prowess. Even though he was blind and in his 50s, Zatoichi was still strong. At first, Izuku did some basic training to get his body into shape and was taught basic sword techniques, using a wooden sword with weights in it so he could get used to it. He struggled at first, especially with the sword. After a while, he had light sparring with Zatoichi and he would always end up on his back or rear. And each time that happened, Zatoichi would tell him to hurry up and stand again. But that wasn't the case anymore. Zatoichi knew many different styles and techniques and even found new ones for Izuku to learn. And Izuku was very observant and was a quick study, quickly picking up different techniques. Now, it was Zatoichi who was at a disadvantage, though he still won some of their sparring matches. For the last month, Izuku took part of a bit of special training that Zatoichi believed to be very important. And that was for Izuku to create and fight a match using his own techniques that he created himself. The result? He lost the fight. "But you pass, my student," Zatoichi said. They were both kneeling in the middle of the dojo that Zatoichi ran. "But I lost the fight, sensei." "Yes, but you lost using your own moves. This challenge that I have given to you is something that I very rarely offer to any of my students. And none have won the fight. This was also meant to teach you a very important lesson, one that you must never forget. That even the best moves need the support of all your knowledge. And I must admit, out of those who have done this, you may have been the most challenging. Are you sure that's not because you're getting old?" That may very well be the case. But still, you have talent. Today is the day of the UA entrance exams. Before you leave, I wanted to give you a gift. When some people give gifts to commemorate something, it's usually some memento or the like. But I am sure you will find this quite useful on your path to becoming a hero. I'm grateful for your confidence in me, but I have yet to pass the entrance exams, so I may not become a hero. Boy, if you do not pass even after everything these last 10 months, it will either because they for some reason decide to unjustly deny you, or because you failed yourself. But I know you're capable of doing it, so if it's the first, then I'll march on over, fight them on this, and if it's the second, you'll have me perform seppuku," Izuku asked sarcastically. But to his horror, a large grin spread on Zoichi's face. Good idea. Now, Itsuki, bring it in. The sliding door on the side of the dojo opened up, revealing Zatoichi's top student currently at the academy, Itsuki. He had messy black hair and was taller than Izuku by about 3 inches. He too was kneeling, with a bundle wrapped in a silk cloth next to him, which he grabbed as he stood up and walked over to the pair. After kneeling back down, he handed the bundle to Zatoichi, who set it down between him and Izuku. Here you go, I talked to old friends and contacts and called in a few favors to have this made for you. I am sure you could have gotten something similar once you become a hero, but this may be a higher quality. All of it was carefully paid, from end to end. My hope is that it serves you well. Izuku reached down and uncovered what was underneath the cloth, staring down at his sensei's present. As he did, his eyes watered and for a while he was choked up with emotion. Thank you sensei, I promise that I'll treasure it always. I can hear it in your voice. Well you better, and you also better be grateful for what I had to go through with you. Oh please. Itsuki muttered. Sensei, I was with you so I know as well as you do that it wasn't really troublesome at all. After all, Nezu seemed to like the idea of a quirkless person trying to enter his school. He did? Izuku asked. Oh yeah. Like sensei, he doesn't think a strong quirk isn't the only thing needed to be a hero. Some put stock in combat-oriented quirks, or just any powerful one, but he knows that true heroes aren't just their quirk. And because of that, you were given permission. Ah, you didn't have to tell him all that. Zatoichi complained. It's good to keep you kids humble, or you'll get a big head. You know Izuku isn't like that. Good, because if that wasn't the case then I would have gotten rid of him long ago. Izuku, whether you become famous or are looked down on, remember your roots and remember how much stronger you've gotten since then. Yes, thank you sensei. Izuku bowed down to the old man even though he knew Zatoichi couldn't see it. Well then, what are you waiting for? Get going already you fool. It wouldn't sit well if you committed seppuku for failing the exam when it was because you were too busy talking to this old man. Yes, sensei. Izuku grabbed his gift before leaving the dojo and heading to UA. Do you really think he can do it sensei? Now Itsuki, you should know this by now. He isn't the same scrawny boy he was a few months ago. You may be one of my best students, having trained under me for a few years now. But that boy, it is my belief that given enough time, he'll surpass you. And being at UA will only make him even stronger as he absorbs more. After all, after just 9 months I already thought he was ready for the test. I'm guessing you don't want me telling him this? Damn straight. Only after he goes pro or I let go of my final breath will I ever permit you to say anything about this to him. Hopefully it'll be the first one, that way you can tell him yourself. While they talked, Izuku arrived at UA, quickly making it thanks to the dojo not being too far and being able to run over quickly. He walked inside, a few staring at him after noticing what he was carrying. His gift came in a small cloth carrier which was slung over his shoulder with a strap, but it wasn't hard to figure out what he was carrying. First up was the written part of the exam. Even with all of his training, Izuku never let his grade slide, and the test proved to be easier than he was expecting. Then it was time for the practical part of the exam. Everyone who was applying for the hero course entered an auditorium where the voice hero present Mick explained the rules. It went relatively smoothly, with the only interruption being a blue-haired guy who asked a question. The simple breakdown of the rules was that everyone would be split up among 7 different areas and be fighting robots. There were 4 different robots, ranging from 0 to 3 points. The 0-pointer was a massive robot that was supposed to be near impossible to be beaten and was meant to serve as an obstacle. After that, everyone changed into more athletic clothing, most having worn their school uniforms to the exam. Izuku wore a plain black tracksuit, as well as Zatoichi's gift to him on his hip, which got a lot of attention. At Daisho, a matched pair of Japanese blades, one being a katana and the other a wakizashi, which normally had a 1 to 2 feet long blade. The sheaths were black leather with a metal inner lining, and the hilts had dark green cloth wrapped around them. They were both on his left hip, the katana over the wakizashi. Both were fastened to him with a strap. The shinai bag he carried them in the UA was black with gladiolus flowers on them. Izuku knew this was due to Zatoichi's fondness for the flower and what they represent. Strength of character, faithfulness, and honor. He left ahead of all the others, boarding the bus he was assigned to. Hey hold up kid, stop right there. Izuku stopped and turned around to see Present Mick walking up to him. Yes, is there a problem? Why do you have those swords? The only people who can bring equipment are those who have permission, and it has something to with their quirk. Hold on Mick, let him go. Azawa said as he walked up. Izuku nodded his head to him and boarded the bus. Why did you let him go? You know the rules. Yeah, I do. That's Itoichi's student. You know, the one that Nezu told us about. Wait, the quirkless kid. That was him. Man, since he was quirkless I was expecting them to be this real big buff dude, but he doesn't look that strong to me. And swords won't be that effective against robots. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, now won't we? With that, Aizawa walked off. A few minutes later, everyone taking the practical stood in front of the gates that gave entrance to their areas. Izuku stretched, getting ready for the test. Hey you, why are you carrying swords? Izuku looked up to see the same blue-haired guy from earlier who had asked questions back in the auditorium. Unless they have something to do with your quirk, then you aren't allowed to have them. If that was the case then I would have already been stopped. Though at the same time, you do have a point. No, this has nothing to any quirk of mine. The guy started to say something, but Izuku held up a hand, silencing him. But I'm a special case and have been given permission. And the reason for that is because I'm quirkless. The guy stared shocked at what he had heard. He started to say something, but before he could, Mick's voice could be heard saying start. Izuku instantly bolted, but others just watched in confusion. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in the real world, get going already. Izuku was already ahead of them, but a few began catching up with help from their quirks. Then a one-pointer robot appeared. This type of robot moved around on one wheel and had two arm-like appendages. They were quick but also fragile, something Izuku took advantage of. With his right hand he grabbed his katana and pulled it out, instantly transitioning from that into an attack. He ducked down, the robot swinging its arm right above his head. Aiming for its weak points, Izuku's sword arced upwards and sliced through the weak spot on its arm before he brought it down at his side. Not wasting any time, Izuku stepped forward, thrusting the sword forward and into the red eye in the middle of the robot's head. And there's the first point, Izuku thought. He sheathed his sword and looked around him before running off. And this was how things went during the exam. Whenever he found a robot, he would draw his blade, only relying on the katana for this, and aimed for weak points to either weaken, cripple, or destroy the robots. And the closest he came to being hit was as close as he allowed the robot's attacks to get. When there was only about 2 minutes left, Izuku could feel as well as hear a loud rumble. Looking up, he saw a giant robot as big as the buildings. It was the zero-pointer. Holy. Where does UA get the money for this stuff? My swords aren't going to be able to do anything against that thing. He turned to run away, but before he could, he heard something else. Oh. Someone, help me. He turned back around and he could see a girl on the ground near the robot. Once again, just like that day 10 months ago when he ran to help Bakugo, his body moved before he could think or even realize. He scooped up the girl in one arm while jumping to the side and pulling out his sword. He carefully set her down before drawing his other sword. I really wasn't planning on fighting this thing, but whatever. Get going, I'll make sure it can't get to you. Already, the robot was moving its hand towards them again. Well then, Izuku thought. It's time to show off a power without a quirk. He ran forward, jumping in between the robot's massive fingers. As he did, drew the blades of his swords across the exposed wiring on either side of him. He landed on top of the hand, rolling it before jumping up and running up the arm. As he did, he began destroying any exposed wiring or anything he was capable of breaking with his swords. He was only able to make it up to the elbow when it tried to move its arm, but it only managed to move in jerky motions. So then, it seems like I destroyed something important. But that arm being damaged, the robot began moving its other arm towards Izuku. Seeing this, Izuku sheathed both of his swords. He then placed his right hand on the hilt of his katana, and his left hand grabbed the sheath, leaning forward and bending his legs. It seems like I'll have to use one of my techniques already, Izuku whispered to himself. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before slowly letting it out. First blade. Lightning. Strike. His eyes shot open, the hand quickly approaching him. But before it could reach him, he was already flying through the air even faster than he had before, going almost twice as fast, his katana pulled from its sheath. He looked back and he could see that there was a large gash on the side of one of the robot's fingers. You were right, sensei, these swords are really good quality. He slowly sheathed his sword and began walking towards the ledge of the arm. People stared at him, wondering what he was doing, when Mick's voice could be heard declaring the exam over. When he did, the robot lowered its arm and Izuku hopped down. Like I thought, I wasn't able to beat the robot. There just wasn't enough time. Are you saying you could have done it with more time? Came an elderly voice. He turned around to see the nurse of UA, recovery girl. Yes ma'am, I think I could have. If I had more time, though it would be sped up if I had a bit more information. I was only really able to take advantage of its large slow body and attack the exposed wires, but if I could find some kind of access port or something like that where I could really mess with its systems, then it would have been quite easy. Well, between you and me, you can find something like that right above its right elbow. Now then, are you hurt anywhere? No ma'am, but that girl over there might be. She had fallen to the ground earlier. Having said that, Izuku began walking away, heading towards the exit. Wait. The girl from earlier called out. Thank you for helping me. I don't know what would have happened to me if it wasn't for you. After all, rubble had fallen on the spot I had been, and then you fought the robot so I could get away. Izuku just waved back, not looking back or saying anything to her. But in his mind, he was excited and happy. He had saved someone, and they were thankful. To him, this was definite proof that he had come a long way since 10 months ago. Izuku was at Zatoichi's dojo, kneeling with the old man himself doing the same in front of him. I did it, sensei, just like you said. I passed the entrance exam and am on my way to becoming the first quirkless hero. Of course you passed. I taught you personally. Don't tell me you thought my teachings wouldn't have been enough for you. No, of course. I was just worried, after all, no one has heard of a quirkless person becoming a hero. Well, you are not like most people, you are my student. And now, about future training. For now, your training with me will be put on hold. What? But sensei. No. For now, further improve your own technique and do not forget to train your body as well. You never know when you'll be unable to use your sword and must be prepared. Besides, you've been spending so much time here these last few months that I haven't had much time with the missus. Don't lie to him. Came an elderly woman's voice. Izuku turned to the door at the end of the dojo and saw Zatoichi's wife, Rika. You were planning to go on a trip with those friends of yours. Aw crap. My hearing is better than people who can actually see, but she always seems to be able to sneak up on me. Zatoichi muttered. What are you doing here, honey? I thought you were at the store. I did go, I finished, and now I'm back. Now how dare you say you're putting his training on hold because you wanted to spend time with me when you're just going to go take part in a poker tournament in Tokyo. And then I'm guessing when you two finally got back, you were going to just sit around and listen to comedians on TV. Hey, when you can't see, normal shows aren't as good. Besides, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have some me time. You'll get your me time when you're dead. Now Izuku dear, it's getting late. Have you had dinner yet? Yes ma'am, I finished eating right before I got my acceptance letter. Well that's good. Though how about I make you some dessert for you to take home and eat with your mother? That'll be nice, I appreciate it. Oh, what are you going to make? Zatoichi asked. You're not getting any, think of it as punishment for trying to use your own wife for a lie like that. Zatoichi frowned and muttered. Sour old bat. What was that? Nothing. Izuku smiled as he watched them. Zatoichi always acted tough and was not afraid to speak his mind. But once his wife got involved, he acted like a small school kid afraid of getting scolded by their mother. Well then sensei, I guess that's my cue to leave. Have fun at your poker tournament. Wait, how are you going to play poker if you can't see? Every man has secrets they must keep. Like this one for instance, because if Rika found out then she would find a way to stop it and then I won't be able to play poker anymore. I see. Well then, thank you again for training me, I can't wait for training to resume and you can help me grow stronger. And thank you for being an excellent student. Later, on the first day of UA. Izuku stood in front of the door to class 1A. So this is it. Izuku thought. Once I enter this room, I'll be among the elites from among that group from the exam. I hope Bakugo won't be in this class, because I know that even after making it in, he'll still see me as weak. He opened the door, and there Bakugo was, sitting in a desk with his feet propped up, while the blue-haired guy from the exam scolded him for being disrespectful. The guy noticed Izuku and walked over to him. Hello, I am Tenya Iida from Same Private Academy. Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya? You perceived the true nature of that exam. Well I did not, I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you were the superior candidate. But I didn't perceive anything. Izuku thought. Ah, that curly hair. Came a feminine voice behind him. Izuku turned around and saw the girl that he had helped during the exam. You're the one who helped me. You got in, that's great. Though it makes sense, you were awesome. I'm a Chaco, you're Raka. Oh, I wasn't really all that. I only did what anyone could do with the right training. And I'm Izuku Midoriya. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Izuku looked down behind the Uraraka, and on the ground in a sleeping bag was Izawa. This is the hero course. He took out a pouch and undid the lid before sucking out the contents in one go. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Izawa unzipped the sleeping bag and stepped out. Time is a valuable resource. You aren't very rational, are you? I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Izawa. Pleased to meet you. But while he said that, he both looked and sounded completely unenthusiastic. So this is our homeroom teacher. Izuku wondered. Izawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform and handed it to Izuku before handing out more to the other students. Here, put these on. Quickly, and then head out to the grounds. Izuku went to the locker rooms and arrived before everyone else due to him getting his uniform first and being quick. He was already putting on the last of the clothing, his shirt, as the others began arriving. Since he was so quick, he was also the first to arrive at the grounds, not counting Izawa who was waiting for them. Well, you sure were quick. Did you not want to socialize with your class? Nah, that's not it. I'm just used to being quick about it because if I'm not, then my sensei would probably get impatient and start yelling for me to hurry up. Ah, very practical. It's bad to waste time after all. The rest of the class began arriving, and Izawa addressed them all. We'll be having a quirk evaluation test. What about the entrance ceremony or the guidance sessions? Uraraka asked. No time to waste on that if you want to become heroes. UA is known for their freestyle education system, and that extends to the teachers. You've done the usual fitness test where you weren't allowed to use your quirk. Bakugo, how far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters. Great, now try it with your quirk. Izawa told him while tossing a ball to him. Bakugo walked up to a circle in the field and after a while threw the ball while shouting. Izawa looked at a device in his hand that measured a distance before revealing it to everyone. 705.2 meters. It's important to know our limits. That's the first step to discovering what kind of heroes you'll be. Whoa, this is awesome. A pink-skinned girl exclaimed. We get to use our quirks. Man, this is what I'm talking about, this'll be fun. Shiro said. Fun? Izuku got a bad feeling the moment Izawa said that. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here. And you think it'll be fun in games? Alright then, the one with the lowest score will be expelled immediately. Crap, this is bad. Izuku thought. I won't be able to really use anything I've learned over these last few months. Because of that, I'll be at a disadvantage against everyone in their quirks. First up was the 50-meter dash. Not many of the students were able to use their quirks to make themselves faster, so Izuku placed really well. After training for the last 10 months, he became fast and was capable of an explosive start, which was needed for the move he had used during the entrance exams. He was able to do it in 6.28 seconds, fastest out of all those who were unable to use their quirk for this part. Then was the grip strength. He got 64 kilograms, much better compared to his middle school score of 40. Then his explosive leg strength came in useful for the third and fourth event, which were the standing long jump and sidestepping. For the fourth, the footwork he had learned had also helped him to perform better. Then was the fifth event, the softball throw. When it was his turn to go up, Izawa called out to him. Here, take this, I did say that this was to test your full potential, so it's only fair. Izawa tossed him a long object, and Izuku was surprised to see what it was. It was a wooden sword just like the one he would use for sparring at the dojo, it was even weighted the same, and it also came with a simple wooden scabbard. Sensei, why does he have that? A girl with black hair and a ponytail asked. You said it was only fair, but wouldn't that give him an unfair advantage? Not at all, Yaoi Rozu. And I only just gave it to him since it wouldn't have made a difference. It's only logical. It's okay, Sensei, there's no need to beat around the bush. Izuku said. He tossed the ball back to him. Can you toss it please? I mean, you did say we can do whatever as long as we don't leave the circle. Izawa nodded and tossed the ball. Izuku slowly watched its arc and turned as it passed overhead while talking. The sword was still in its scabbard in his left hand. You see, you all have your quirks, and I have my skills. As it started to fall in front of him, he suddenly took a step forward, and the next thing everyone knew, the sword was out, already done with the strike, and the ball was flying away. Because unlike 80% of the world, I was born without a quirk. But don't underestimate me, I've clawed my way up from the bottom, but I'm not here to stay. After getting this far, I'm crazy enough to aim for the top. There was silence, the revelation that Izuku had gotten into the top hero school without a quirk being a surprising one. Then came an explosion of sound as his classmates all began talking at once. Making it in and aiming for the top even without a quirk. That's so manly. Yeah, I have to admit, it's pretty rocking. Amazing, I didn't even see you draw the sword or strike. That in the time you saved me from that giant robot during the exam, you must have trained so much. Yes, indeed. In fact, before the exam I asked why he had swords, and I too was surprised. Wait, are you saying he fought the giant zero-pointer during the exam? That's so cool. HMMPH, all he did was swing a wooden stick, yet the lady seemed so interested. Why Mineta, why? Amadeku, what the hell was that? Was that what you've been doing for these last few months? Alright, that's enough, let's get back to the tests. Izawa called out, silencing everyone. Unless you want me to expel you all already. Having heard that, the class quickly got quiet and got back to doing the tests, but Izuku could still feel their eyes on him. He knew they had questions and wanted to talk, but he was not completely sure about what. Whenever he revealed that he was quirkless before, he was met with ridicule and disdain, used to being seen as worthless by most. But other than Bakugo and the grape-headed boy, everyone didn't seem like that. They seemed to admire him. The last two tests, sit-ups and sit and reach, were quite easy. Sit-ups were a normal part of his usual training, so that was easy, and the last one was also easy, because his training also made him a bit more flexible. Finally, it was all over and Aizawa was going to show the results. Moving along, time for the results. He pressed a button, and a holographic display popped up next to him. Izuku didn't think he came in last, but he still looked there just in case. But the person in last was a person Kaye Minoru Mineta. After looking around, he found his name in 12th place. Now then, Mineta, you're out. The rest of you, get back to class. After that, Aizawa walked off, leaving the class alone. Mineta was already walking away, and some might have tried to console him normally, but they weren't able to hold back anymore and began asking Izuku questions. Whoa, hold on, I can't tell what you guys are saying. One at a time, please. So are you really quirkless? Asked a boy with two colored hair. Yeah. I have no reason to lie about that. Where did you learn to use a sword like that? A girl with dark green hair asked. I didn't even see you draw it. It was that old man, wasn't it? Bakugo interrupted. Everyone looked at him confused, except Izuku who knew who he was talking about. Ever since that day, you've been different. He must have got someone to teach you for some reason. You may have gotten in somehow, but all that time training will be wasted because no matter what, you'll always be a useless Deku. It's only a matter of time before you get kicked out. Whoa, not cool bro. Said a guy with spiky red hair. Listen, I don't care what you think about me. Izuku told him. And I know I was weak and pitiful back then, I mean, I can't believe I used to look up to someone like you. And Zatoichi-sensei didn't find someone to teach me, he taught me himself. Then you really will fail. I could tell from the moment I saw him, he's as blind as they come. What you did during the test was just a fluke, after all, someone lame enough to be that badly injured while working as a hero can't be that strong. Suddenly the wooden sword was at Bakugo's throat. I don't care what you think of me, but don't you dare badmouth him. For your information, he's been blind since birth, but he still became a hero. And he's a better man than you'll ever be. Damn you, you quirkless bastard. I hope you realize you just signed your death warrant. That is enough. The class jumped and turned, seeing Aizawa with an old man. I thought I told you to head back to class already. Bakugo and Midoriya, why the hell are you two fighting? Oh, there's no need to ask that question, Aizawa. The old man cackled. I could hear them clearly. Izuku. What have I told you before? You must never blindly wield a sword in anger or fight because someone insulted your pride. But sensei, he insulted you. I don't care what he says about me, but I couldn't just stand by and let him do that. I do not care. Do you believe that my pride is so fragile that it needs your protection? I think not. He is nothing more than a pompous brat who's been hailed since childhood simply because of his quirk and allowed it to go to his head. But you should know better. Hey, what the hell did you say about me, old man? I don't care if you're old or blind, don't think you can get away with saying such crap. Bakugo, that is enough. Or do you want to be expelled as well? Aizawa asked. Now, get back inside, get dressed, and return to class. Now. Everyone quickly started leaving, and begrudgingly, so did Bakugo. Those stupid brats, this year is going to be such a headache. Especially Bakugo and that student of yours. HMPH, Izuku shouldn't pose too much of a problem. I'd say it's that other kid who's the problem. He never tells me about it, but I know that Bakugo has known my student since they were kids and has tormented him ever since he was outed as quirkless. But I didn't teach Izuku to be so shallow, he'll shrug off most things. But be careful, when he does get mad and ready to fight, he'll be big trouble. Yeah, I can tell that much already. You've created quite the monster. And he still has much room to grow. He's a good kid and he has the heart of a hero. I just hope his chances to fulfill his goal isn't ruined because Bakugo takes things too far. Don't worry, I keep my eye on them. And it's a good thing you showed up. Otherwise I might have arrived too late. Like I said, I had a feeling something like this might happen. Aizawa walked Zatoichi out of the school, the old man saying his job there was done, before quickly heading to the classroom. He arrived to see Izuku standing in the back of the classroom writing in a journal and Bakugo sitting in a desk at the front. Everyone seemed to be a little uneasy, watching the two of them closely. Yep, this is going to be exhausting. Aizawa thought. For the rest of the day, there was some slight tension in the room, mostly between Izuku and Bakugo, who had to sit next to one another. After school that day, Bakugo was the first to be gone. And as Izuku was leaving the school, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Ida and Uraraka. Hey, are you okay? Ida asked. Ah, yeah. Sorry about earlier, must have made everyone really nervous. I'm normally not like that, I swear. Hey, we get it. Uraraka told him. That Bakugo sure is a nasty piece of work. Insulting you like that just because you don't have a quirk. Someone ought to knock him off that pedestal of his. And I think you should be the one to do it, Deku. Huh, Deku? Well, he called you that. Is that a nickname or something, because you told me your name was Izuku Midoriya? Well, it was an insult that Bakugo came up with. It means good for nothing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But, you know, to me it sounds more like you can do it. Huh, does it now? Yeah, I think I like that. Well, you can call me whatever you want, I don't really care. Izuku, Iida and Uraraka talked all while heading in the same direction. The next day, to everyone's surprise, Mineta was there. Apparently Izawa had expelled him, but then reinstated him into the school. Izuku realized that Izawa probably did this to scare people into doing better and to give them a glimpse of an end. After the initial buzz of this, everyone was bored during the first half of the day, which was when they had normal classes. Then after lunch came the classes they were all looking forward to. Hero classes. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might declared as he entered the room. Everyone started to get excited, except for Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo because he was Bakugo, and while Izuku didn't hate the man, he wasn't a fan. Hero Basic Training, the class that will put you through all sorts of training to mold you into heroes. And today's activity is battle training. Battle training. Izuku thought. Sounds interesting. And for that, you need these. As All Might pressed a button, shelves appeared out of the wall and on them were numbered cases. In accordance with your quirk registry and submitted designs, your costumes. Now grab the case with your number, get dressed and meet me out on ground beta. Everyone grabbed their cases and headed to the locker rooms and got dressed quickly. Unlike before, Izuku took his time getting dressed and was the last one to arrive. When he did, everyone turned to see what kind of costume the quirkless kid would have. Hey there everyone. Izuku called out. He wore simple gauntlets over his arms below the elbow. His daisho was on his left arm, strapped to his side. Over his waist it was a utility belt that currently only had 2 pouches, and over his legs were black leather armor plates. The rest of his clothes were simple and green. Wow Deku, you look very swordsman-like. Uraraka told him. Well, I am a swordsman. Oh yeah. Okay, listen up everyone. All Might called out. You will be fighting in pairs of 2. One team will be the heroes, and the other will be the villain team. The heroes win if they capture both enemies or touch the fake bomb in the building. The villains win if they protect the bomb or capture the heroes. And now, we will be deciding teams and lineups. All Might reached into a box and began pulling students' names. After that, he announced the hero teams and villain teams and what order they would be in. First up will be Team A heroes versus Team D villains. Izuku looked at Bakugo. The first match would be him and Uraraka versus Bakugo and Iida, and he was looking forward to it. Before we start, Midoriya. About your swords. I am sure you know and Bakuden told us we could trust you, but try to refrain from injuring your classmates. Anything severe and you will be removed from this school immediately. But I'll also offer you a choice, chance it with those swords, or use a different ones. Izuku reached down and patted his daisho. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I couldn't really become a good hero with these if I didn't know how to use them with non-lethal force. Very well, in that case, teams take your positions. You will have a short time to look over the building's layout in the paper provided and devise a plan before the fight starts. Yes, sir. Ready? Start. All Might declared. Izuku entered the building with Uraraka following behind him. Soon after entering the building, they found a room that Izuku thought would be good for his plan. Alright then, this will work. You know what to do. Barely a minute had passed when Bakugo stopped in front of the doorway. Izuku was inside the room alone, waiting on his knees. Hearing the breathing of Bakugo, he looked him in the eye, having expected the blonde to come straight for him. Deku, you bastard, what the hell are you doing just sitting here? Hello there Bakugo. I knew you would come looking for me, so after making a plan, I waited for you here. And there's something I've already one-upped you on. Teamwork, because I'm guessing you didn't even say a word to Iida, much less create a plan. Shut up you useless Deku. I don't need a plan because it's impossible for your useless ass to beat me. Bakugo jumped forward, swinging his arm wildly to perform his signature right hook he used at the beginning of every fight. And Izuku knew about that, having known him since childhood. He got up slightly, bringing one foot up and forward, not moving the other. Ducking slightly under the attack, he grabbed the arm with his left hand, stopping the attack before pulling Bakugo closer. Not wasting a second and taking advantage of Bakugo leaving himself open, Izuku punched hard, hitting Bakugo in the gut, making him bend over slightly. Quickly, Izuku got up and jumped away, and Bakugo tried to stop him with another attack. But surprisingly to Bakugo, Izuku not only avoided the attack, but the explosion somehow sent him straight towards the wall at high speed. Izuku rearranged his body, his feet landing on the wall and jumped off, heading straight back to Bakugo. Izuku moved so quickly through the air that it seemed impossible to Bakugo, and he only barely managed to move out of the way. As he passed by, Izuku drew his wakizashi and swung it. The blade passed by Bakugo's face, missing it barely by a few inches. "Ha, you missed Dumbus. And let me guess, you used Round Face's quirk so you could jump through the air like that. I don't aim to kill, but you're right, I did miss my target. But I won't miss my next attack," Izuku told him as he landed against the wall and once again jumped off it. This time, he jumped to the side instead of straight back, before jumping at Bakugo. Once again, Izuku drew his wakizashi as he passed by, and this time, as Bakugo dodged, he finally saw what Izuku's target was. It was his gauntlets. Izuku's sword fit the gauntlet at the base of the trigger. While it didn't break completely, there was a small gash, and Bakugo's sweat which the gauntlet stored was now leaking. The attack also managed to knock Bakugo off balance, the angry teen not expecting such speed and power. Bastard. Combo move. Godspeed. Before Bakugo had found the room, Uraraka erased Izuku's gravity. And now, Izuku was currently using the same move from the entrance exam, but repeatedly. The first of Izuku's techniques, Lightning Strike, was a move that focused on speed. Using the incredible leg strength he had developed in training, he quickly moved forward a short distance, quickly striking his opponent during the movement. Now, thanks to Uraraka's quirk, he was able to keep using the move over and over, and from various angles. With his speed and precision, the best Bakugo could hope for was barely dodging or blocking. The main reason he managed to dodge the first one was because this was an improvised move that Izuku had no experience with. But know that he's gotten started, built up speed, and was quickly adapting to it. And to make matters worse for Bakugo, he couldn't find any pattern to Izuku's moves, and the reason for that was that there wasn't any pattern. Without thinking about it, Izuku moved on instinct, aiming for blind spots and any weak points he could find. And now, only a few seconds since the attack began, and Izuku has already managed to land 6 more attacks, having hit his target every time other than the first attack. But now, Bakugo was getting fed up and he was no pushover. Die. He lifted his hands, pointing in 2 directions and fired off explosions from both. Since his gravity was erased, even though Izuku wasn't hit, he was knocked into a wall from the force of the attack. Moving quickly to take advantage of this, Bakugo jumped forward and upward towards Izuku, who was in between the corner where the wall and ceiling connected, his hands crackling. "This is the end, Deku. You have that right, this is the end of our fight," Izuku whispered. Suddenly, his gravity returned and Izuku fell back to the ground. Bakugo's attack missed, hitting the wall above him, blowing smoke in small chunks of the wall around. Bakugo came back to the ground, having been temporarily blinded by the smoke. He lost track of Izuku, and when he looked around he saw that he was gone. He ran out into the hall, and looking down, he briefly saw him turn a corner. "Damn it, so you're running away." He ran down the hall and turned the corner, but once again, he had lost track of Izuku. "No, you're wrong. I don't run away like a frightened little child anymore." Bakugo's head whipped up towards the direction of the voice. As he did, Izuku had already launched himself, heading straight down. Wielding his katana in both hands, he swung it down, the blade barely touching Bakugo, cutting a thin line through the upper part of his clothes and leaving a thin red line along his chest. In a single fluid motion, after landing in a crouch, he moved upwards and forward, ramming his shoulder into Bakugo and pushing him back. Still not stopping, he raised his katana again and slammed the hilt into Bakugo's face, hitting him on the bridge of the nose, and as he continued stumbling back, he dropped down and swung his leg, sweeping Bakugo off his feet. Izuku was already sheathing his blade and jumped on top of Bakugo, grabbing his hands and raising them, and Uraraka ran out from behind the corner and bound his hands with the capture tape they had been provided with. The plan that Izuku and Uraraka had come up with before the fight started was mostly simple. First, they would find a room that would make it easier for Izuku to move around with while his gravity was erased. While the fight between Izuku and Bakugo was going on, Uraraka would either watch or wait for a signal for when she had to stop her quirk or bind Bakugo. Izuku didn't expect to get Bakugo in that room, which was exactly what happened. When Izuku had run out of the room, Uraraka erased his gravity again before taking cover. After turning the corner and making sure Bakugo saw him do so, he jumped up and managed to stop on the ceiling, attacking Bakugo from above when he entered the hall. Using the element of surprise, Izuku would find some way to immobilize Bakugo, allowing Uraraka to use the capture tape. If that hadn't worked, then Uraraka was to go on alone, while Izuku continued to fight Bakugo alone. But Izuku was able to read Bakugo perfectly, so the plan worked out without any problems. Well, Bakugo wanted to continue fighting, but All Might warned him his team would be disqualified and/or he would receive some sort of punishment. Not wanting to give him the chance to decide that he didn't care, Izuku and Uraraka ran off. Now, it was time for the next part of their plan. To defeat Iida and capture him or get to the bomb. Izuku was in great physical condition and ran ahead, scouting the area. He quickly found the room, and after motioning to her to be quiet, Uraraka crouched beside him. And as they watched, they had to be careful not to laugh as Iida decided to try and get into his role as a villain. Uraraka almost bursted out in laughter, but Izuku noticed in time and covered her mouth, silencing her. Izuku leaned towards Uraraka, making her blush slightly, and whispered to her. "Alright, use your quirk on me again. I'll try to take him by surprise. And while I'm handling him, you run for the bomb." Uraraka nodded that she understood and tapped his forehead and then his clothes, erasing all his gravity except for his daisho. There was no door, so once he saw that Iida wasn't looking in their direction, Izuku jumped into the room and jumped up, rearranging his body and placing his feet on the wall above the doorway. That was when Iida finally noticed him. "Haha, so you managed to get away from my partner, but I shall not allow you victory, you hero. Wait, how are you on the wall like that?" Not bothering to say anything back, Izuku jumped off, heading straight for Iida while drawing his katana. Iida managed to duck and Izuku went over his head. "Now!" Izuku shouted. Uraraka released the effects of her quirk before running in towards the bomb. Iida looked away for a second, and in that instance, Izuku had already landed on his feet and swung his sword in a backhanded strike. Iida noticed and barely managed to step back, stumbling over his feet as he did. Izuku let go of his katana with his left hand and drew his wakizashi, swinging it down diagonally from the left. Right before it hit Iida in the head, Izuku turned his sword and he struck with the flat of his blade. Using momentum from that attack, he spun around and swung his katana. Right before it collided, there was the sound of a buzzer, and All Might announced the victory of the hero team as Uraraka grabbed the bomb. Iida had involuntarily closed his eyes when he saw Izuku swing his blade again, and when he opened them again. And when he did, he gulped and felt sweat run down his back, his eyes widening in fear. While Izuku had rotated his sword, the back of the blade facing Iida and the edge in the other direction, it stood there, an inch from his throat. And he noticed that in Izuku's other hand, the wakizashi was already positioned for a thrust attack, the arm being pulled back. Izuku stood up straight and took a step back, sheathing his swords as he did. During the fight, Izuku had a serious look on his face, but now it broke back into his signature smile, surprising Iida with a sudden change. "Whew, looks like we won that one. Good fight, Iida, but you might want to work on your footwork a bit and be careful about getting distracted. If I had been a villain, well, I don't want to brag or anything, but you would definitely be missing a head." Everyone watching with All Might stared at the screen wide-eyed, and even All Might, who had seen Izuku during the entrance exam. More than once during the fights, he had almost called the whole thing off, fearing that Izuku would cause some serious injury. But now, both he and the students knew that Izuku could be trusted to avoid that, his extreme level of skill being completely apparent. And if there had been any doubts about him being capable of making it at UA despite being quirkless, they were definitely gone, no one being able to doubt Izuku. When both of the team gathered in the monitor room with the others, Izuku was instantly bombarded with questions. It was such madness that he could barely tell what everyone was saying or asking, but he was capable of making out bits and pieces. "Wow bro, that was so manly that it completely got me fired up. Did you really learn all those rocking moves from that old man? What a mad banquet of darkness. Don't go getting a big head thinking you're popular with the ladies now. Can you teach me some of those moves?" "Whoa, hold on everyone, I can barely tell what everyone is saying," Izuku said, restoring order. "Come on, we still have class, so how about we continue this conversation later?" "Well put, young Midoriya," All Might told him. "Now then, let's discuss this battle. I believe that young Midoriya was the MVP of this match. Can anyone tell me why?" Aoirozu raised her hand. "Yes. It is because Midoriya best adapted and planned for the situation, while also performing remarkably well. Bakugo's behavior was obviously driven by some sort of grudge, which Midoriya accounted for perfectly. Uraraka almost lost her cool and gave both her and her teammates' location away when she almost laughed while watching Iida. Iida seemed surprised when he heard this. While she did use her quirk to help Midoriya and was the one who used the capture tape on Bakugo, things were mostly left to Midoriya. And while Iida adapted well, he got distracted by Uraraka during his fight with Midoriya. Well, yeah," All Might said. Both he and her classmates were surprised when she gave a complete evaluation of the match. "Well, I would like to say there were a few times that his attacks came close to doing serious damage, but all in all, he handled everything expertly. After the evaluations, Izuku went to the back of his room, sitting down on the ground, and after getting permission from All Might, began taking care of his sword. He checked for any nicks or anything that resembled damage, before sharpening them with a whetstone that he carried in his utility belt. Satoichi drilled into his head to always take care of his swords as soon as possible, and Izuku knew how important it was to keep maintenance. And he wanted to take extra care of them, his daisho being a treasured gift from his sensei. Uraraka walked over and sat down near him, watching him for a while before speaking up. You really are amazing. Even though you were quirkless, you tried and worked hard, and now you're in the top hero school in Japan. I wasn't sure at first if the plan worked out, but I trusted you since I saw you were good at the entrance exam. And it seems it was the right choice, because you were amazing. And you're smart too, coming up with such a good plan so quickly. Thank you. Izuku told her, barely glancing up from his work. You sure do seem to be handling those swords carefully and taking such good care of them too. It's important to take care of your weapons. The slightest fault or irregularity can lead to big problems down the road. Dull blade, cracks, rust, anything can prove to be extremely dangerous, and I don't want anything bad to happen to these swords. They're important to me. They were a gift from my sensei that he gave me on the day of the entrance exam. That sensei sure is important to you. Yeah, he sure is. By now, him and his wife are like family. Like having another pair of grandparents. Izuku set his katana down and looked up at Uraraka. I had a rough life. I was seen as weak, people would look down on me and treat me badly. Including Bakugo, who had been my best friend before I was diagnosed as quirkless. Oh my god, that's terrible. Yeah, in fact he was the worst one. But despite that, I for some reason still looked up to him. And since I still kept striving to be a hero, people looked down on me more, always telling me it was impossible. And then one day, almost 11 months now, I met a hero who I had always looked up to, and I asked him if I could become a hero. Izuku looked back down at his lap, at his sword. Did he tell you that you could do it? Wait, was it that old man who taught you? No. To both of your questions. It wasn't Satoichi-sensei. And they didn't tell me I could become a hero. They told me to give up, telling me to dream realistically. What? But heroes are supposed to encourage people, not tell them that their dreams are impossible. I'm sure he was trying to keep from getting myself hurt, but it still hurt. As I was walking home after that meeting, that was when I literally bumped into my sensei. And after a short talk, he told me I could become a hero, that being quirkless wasn't enough of a handicap to stop me. And after a little event, he offered to teach me. It's thanks to him that I'm the person you see before you. He taught me to fight, hone both combat skills and my latent skills. Made me stronger both physically and mentally. And to honor what he's done for me, I will become a hero no matter what people say or do to me, that I swear upon these swords. It's been a few days since the battle training, and now news was getting out that Izuku had made it into UA without a quirk. On the way into school, he and Uraraka were stopped by several news teams that wanted information on All Might. There isn't really much to say. Izuku told them. I guess he was really muscular. Yeah. Uraraka managed to say. Seriously, you have the #1 hero teaching you and that's all you have to say? A reporter asked. Fine, what about the quirkless kid? Is it true that someone got into this prestigious school's hero course despite being quirkless? Or are they mere impossible rumors that many believe them to be? Uraraka glanced uncertainly at Izuku, unsure of what to say. Why do you look so nervous, Uraraka? Izuku asked. And to answer your question, there is a quirkless person in the hero course, in fact, they're in our class. Though in case you do meet them later on, don't phrase the rumor as being something impossible, because that's a bit rude. I know what they're capable, and I believe that they're just doing what pretty much anyone could do if they didn't focus so much on quirks. Having said his bit, Izuku walked off, and all the reporters turned towards Uraraka, hoping to get more information out of her, especially since they now knew she was in the quirkless kids class. Uraraka slowly began to back up. Well, I guess what he said is true. But he's being humble, because I can already tell after knowing them only for a few days that they're wonderful. Uraraka ran up to Izuku, who had stopped just inside the school gate to listen to Uraraka, leaving the reporters to process what she said. Oh, Uraraka, you're gonna make me blush. Hearing him say this, the reporters finally realized. Wait, does this mean you're the quirkless student? A reporter stepped forward, causing her co-worker to try and stop her, but as she approached the gate, an alarm sounded and the gate closed. Right before it did, she caught a glimpse of Izuku grinning, sticking out his tongue while flashing the peace sign. But seriously, do you really think what I can do is that amazing? Izuku asked. Of course. Getting into UA without a quirk alone is already amazing. And you're so strong too, why can't you stop being so humble and accept the praise? Probably because he knows his place, though just barely. Came a loud voice behind them. Uraraka and Izuku turned around and standing there were 3 other students. They could tell these students were older, probably 3rd years. But clearly not enough considering he even dared to take the school's exam. You must have paid someone in order to get in, there's no other way for someone as low as you to make it in otherwise. Izuku sighed inwardly at their comments. He wasn't surprised someone would think something like that. He guessed that they must be upperclassmen who were unable to make it into the hero course themselves and were upset that he was able to. How dare you, Deku isn't the type of person to do something like that. How could you just say that he's weak when you don't really know him? Because without a quirk, how can you possibly hope to become a hero? Stupid little bitch, you're probably only sticking up for him because he's paying you. Izuku stepped between them and Uraraka and looked at her. Thanks for trying to stick up for me, but it's okay. You don't have to. Now Izuku leaned closer to her and whispered into her ear. Well, I may need your help explaining things to the teachers. Yeah, listen to him and scram. Another one of the students said, neither him nor the other two knowing what Izuku had said to her. Izuku turned back around and stared the one in the lead in the eye. Now, no matter what you say, I've most likely heard it before. But whether you accept it or not, I'm in this school, and I'm in the hero course. Simple as that. However, no matter what you say about me, I don't like it when you start badmouthing or threatening my friends. And why the hell should I give a crap? Manners maketh man. Do you know what that means? It's something that my sensei taught me, and it pretty much means that a person may be judged on how they treat other people. And so far, my judgment is that you're rotten people who don't deserve to be in the hero course. Why you little? The lead student threw a punch aimed directly for Izuku's face. But before it could connect, Izuku stepped back just enough to avoid being hit while also raising a hand and knocking the punch into the face of the other student to his right. That student who had been coming in, ready to join in on the beatdown, was hit in the face and stumbled back from the blow. Quickly, Izuku grabbed the first student's arm, twisting it and spinning him around, pinning his arm behind him before pushing it into the third student. The second one came in, swinging a fist, but Izuku caught with his right before shifting his grip and grabbing his neck with the other hand and pushed back. As he did that, he swung his leg, knocking the student onto their back. Slipping his backpack off, he swung it into the face of the third student who was starting to recover before turning back and slamming it into the stomach of the one on the ground. Izuku then stared at them all, before sliding his backpack back on and turning back to Uraraka. Sorry about that, I guess your opinion of me has probably dropped now. Probably think I'm some thug who beats up people who I don't like. No, you only fought them because of what they said about me, I could tell. And they really deserved it, treating you like that because of something you had no control over. Well, like I told them, I've heard it all before. Izuku said as they both walked to class. And I've learned to ignore all the insults. But, it wouldn't be right of me to just let talk about you like that. And, like you said, they're pretty rotten, probably students who couldn't join the hero course and were mad that I could do what they couldn't. Well, they certainly couldn't throw a punch like you did. Came a tired voice from behind. Izuku stopped and turned around nervously, seeing Aizawa there. Oh, so you saw that? Yes, I did. This time I let you off with a warning, but next time something like this happens, I will be letting both Nezu and your sensei know. Oh, not sensei. I feel like you'd leave out some important details and because of that, he'll end up nearly killing me. I know, so try to avoid any problems. Izuku nodded and both him and Uraraka quickly went to class, Aizawa appearing shortly after them. Now then, time to discuss something important. It's time to pick your class president and vice president. Everyone but Izuku raised their hands, all of them wanting to take the role. Be quiet. Iida called out. This is a task full of responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight. Just because you'd like to do it doesn't mean you can. It is a great office that requires the great esteem and trust of those around you. The only truly worthy leader would be the one who is chosen by their peers. But despite his words, he too was raising his hand high. In the end, everyone agreed to do a vote, and despite not volunteering for the position at all and voting for someone else, Izuku received 4 votes, making him class president. Vice president was Yaoi Rozu who received 3 votes. Man, how did things end up like this? Izuku thought. This'll just draw more attention to me, and I have enough of that with being quirkless. After that, everyone left for lunch. Izuku sat with Uraraka and Iida. Man, I was made class president so suddenly. I think you'll do great. Uraraka told him. Yes, I believe so as well. Iida said. You've got guts, good judgment, and skills. Flattery won't get you anywhere. But personally, I don't really want the position that much, it'll just draw attention, and Uraraka can attest that I get enough already. Well, I think that it'll help show everyone that you're capable. I guess. Actions do speak louder than words, and the spotlight known as the hateful eyes of my peers would help draw attention to that. though maybe not in a good way. But what about you, Iida, didn't you want to be class president? Like I said, mere volition has nothing to do with one's actual suitability. I did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter. Man, you sure are proper. Yeah, you're always going on about honor and stuff. Uraraka told him. Are you from an upper crust family? I don't like when it is brought to attention, but if I must talk about such things then yes. I'm from a family that's been in heroics for generations. I am currently the second son. Do you know of the turbo hero Ingenium? Yeah, he's a super popular hero whose Tokyo office has hired as many as 65 sidekicks. Does that mean? Yes, that's correct, and he is my older brother. He's a beloved pro hero who prizes the rules and guides the people. And I aspire to be a hero just like him one day. As such, I think it might be too soon for me to be in a leadership position. For now, Midoriya is the better man. And his becoming president is the right choice. Izuku was going to say something to them, but then there was a loud alarm sounding throughout the school. Everyone began freaking out, but Izuku just sat in his seat still eating lunch, his time with Satoichi helping him to learn to be calm during different situations. So what's going on? We having some kind of drill or what? What are you doing? Asked the same upperclassman who led the group from that morning. That alarm means that someone infiltrated the school. Izuku shrugged his shoulders as he stood up. Well, I don't see why you're freaking out so much. We are at a school that is taught by pro heroes, and that is also filled with heroes in training, including those who already have provisional licenses and a bunch of robots. Izuku began walking, and thanks to his calm demeanor, Iida and Uraraka managed to not go into full panic mode like everyone else. Izuku looked out the window, holding on to Iida and Uraraka to make sure they didn't get separated in the crowd. And because of that, he noticed something important. You've got to be kidding me. Uraraka, make me and Iida float. Huh? You sure. She touched them both, making them float into the air. Alright Iida, throw me to the doorway. Wait, what? Why? Just do it. I thought you said you believed in my leadership skills. Alright. Doing as he was told, Iida grabbed Izuku's arms and threw him towards the doorway at the end of the hall. As he went through the air, Izuku yelled at everyone. Oi. Calm down already, everything is alright. It is just the gosh darn press acting like a bunch of wild dogs that found a bone again. There is no reason to panic. We are students of UA, the best hero school in the country. Do not dishonor the name by acting like frightened children. Especially those of you in the hero course. If you get frightened by an alarm and a misunderstanding, then how could you hope to be heroes? In the end, everything calmed down, and soon everyone returned to classes or whatever it was that they were doing. Which for Izuku, meant going back to the lunch that the press had so rudely interrupted. Though he had a bad feeling as he finished it. Well, it was hard to notice, when he floated up thanks to Uraraka's quirk, he managed to see past the press and at the gate. Or what was left of it as it had been turned to dust. He knew they would be hungry for a story, but he also knew the press wouldn't break the law so boldly and openly. Only take advantage of it or do it in secret. Which left two questions burning in his mind. Who exactly destroyed the gate, and what were they after? For the foundational skill of heroics we'll be studying today, it was decided you'll be supervised by a 3-man team with me, All Might, and someone else. Aizawa told everyone. What will we be studying today, sensei? Shiro asked. Today will be rescue training. It sounds like it might be a bit difficult. Kaminari told Mina. Yeah. Come on man, helping people is what a hero's whole job is. Kirishima told him. I'm totally fired up for it. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Aizawa said, reining everyone in. Now then, this time it is entirely up to you if you want to wear your costume or not. The training area is fairly far away so we will be heading there by bus. That is all, so go and get yourselves prepared already. A few minutes later. Class 1 gathered outside the bus that would be taking them to the USJ. Alright everyone, on the bus, let's go. Izuku called out to everyone. He had chosen to wear his costume and bring along his swords for the rescue training. Excuse, as class president, should you not have us all enter the bus orderly and in order? Iida asked. Izuku sighed inwardly at Iida's strict and uptight personality. Attention passengers, please enter the vehicle in a calm and orderly fashion. Do not worry about order and seat number as they do not truly matter. Inside you will find seats that you sit down. If you have any questions, then please find the nearest attendant and they'll answer your questions. A couple of his classmates chuckled as they began boarding the bus. Izuku ended up sitting next to Uraraka and Asui. I generally say what's on my mind, Midoriya. Asui told him. Oh, what is it, Asui? Call me Tsu. What you are trying to do seems impossible. Though I do recognize that you are quite talented, don't you think it'd be hard trying to be a hero without a quirk? Some villains you won't be able to take down with sword skills alone. Izuku's cheerful expression he usually wore changed into a more serious one. Wow, you weren't kidding. You do speak your mind, that was pretty blunt. So let me make myself clear with my own blunt words. I don't care if you think it's impossible, I will do it. By telling me what I can't do, you're showing me your limitations, not mine. I know a sword can't solve everything, I never said that swordsmanship isn't my only skill. Then why did you bring your swords for rescue training? Swords aren't the solution to everything, but they can certainly be to many things. In the hands of a novice, they are simply things used to harm others for one reason or another, or to threaten someone. In talented hands, they serve as tools that obeys the wielder's will. I guess so, but even with other skills it'll be hard. Hamatsu, Kirishima said. I think what he's doing is pretty amazing. My quirk isn't that amazing and others can do the same with armor, but I'm still going to become a hero. Don't say that, Kirishima, I think your quirk is pretty amazing. Izuku told him, though speaking of armor, I should probably get some. I won't always be able to avoid attacks like during the battle trial. I'll have to see about putting in a request to have some made. Well, Monsieur Kirishima certainly has a point. Aoyama pointed out. A pro hero must also worry about popularity. My naval laser is both strong and eye-catching, perfect for a pro. As long as you don't blow up your own stomach. Mina laughed. I think that it'll definitely be hard, but I think you can do it, Midoriya. You seem really strong. And once you do become a hero, I think you'll become pretty popular. I mean, taking down bad guys without a quirk is pretty amazing. Yeah, you, Todoroki, and Bakugo seem like you'll become strong heroes. PCH. But Bakugo's so unhinged, Sayu said, disagreeing with Kirishima's assessment. What did you say, frog face? See. I'll be better heroes than all you extras. Especially that quirkless Deku. He's so worthless that he might as well give up already. If I'm so bad, then what does that make you? The person who lost to the so-called worthless Deku without landing any actual hits. I mean, the worst you did to me was knock me into a wall with a knockback of your quirk when I was weightless. Are you trying to start a fight with me, punk? Shouldn't that be my line? You're the punk and the one looking to start a fight. I'm just stating facts. Not my fault you don't like them. We've already barely started socializing and already made it abundantly clear to us the unpleasantness of your steamed turd of a personality. Kaminari told Bakugo. What was that vocabulary? Do you want me to pound you? That's enough. Aizawa said. We're here, so look sharp. Everyone stepped off the bus and into the building they had stopped at. It was massive, and the inside was filled with many different and diverse areas. What is this place? Uraraka asked. Universal Studios Japan. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, every disaster you can imagine. Said a person in a spacesuit as they walked up. It was the Pro Hero 13 who specialized in rescues. I built this facility myself and I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. So it really is USJ. Izuku thought to himself. Hey 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. I thought he was supposed to meet us here. About that, it seems that he just about reached his limit during his morning commute. He's resting in the break room. The height of irrationality. So be it, let's get started. Yeah. Izuku thought. Having seen All Might's true form and the hero explaining his condition to him when they first met, he knew what they were talking about. Seriously, I know he's the #1 hero, but I'm sure that whatever stuff he got involved with on his way here could have been left to other heroes. Before we get started, I have 1 or 2 points to discuss. Or 3. Or 4. As I'm sure you're all aware, my quirk is Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart anything. It's what I use to save people during all sorts of disasters. However, my quirk can also be used to kill. And the same is true for your quirks. Or tools that you use. 13 said that last bit while nodding their head to Izuku, who tipped an imaginary hat back at them. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. But we must never forget what we are capable of. During Aizawa's fitness test, you came to learn of your hidden potential, and during All Might's battle training, you experienced the danger your quirks pose to others. This class will teach you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your abilities to save lives. They are not meant to inflict harm. Except what I learned does cover a lot about harming others. Izuku thought. With non-lethal force except for when there isn't any other choice, but still inflicting harm. Not like I carry swords to put marshmallows on the tip and sit around a campfire with some villains. I hope you leave here with an understanding that you are meant to help people. That is all, I thank you for listening. 13 gave everyone a little bow. Aizawa began to speak, but he stopped and turned to look towards the central area, and Izuku did as well. A black and purple swirling mass had formed and widened, figures stepping out through it. Huddle up and don't move. Aizawa shouted. 13, protect the students. What the heck's that? Kirishima asked. More battle robots like during the entrance exam? No, stay back. Those are villains. The top of the swirling mass changed into a shape that resembled a head. 13. An eraser head, is it? According to the staff schedule we had acquired, All Might is supposed to be here as well. Where is he? Asked a villain with light blue hair as he began scratching at his neck. We've come all this way and brought so many playmates. All Might, the symbol of peace, is he here? I wonder if some dead kids will help to bring him out. Many of the students froze up in fear, but Izuku placed a hand on his katana, ready to fight if necessary. Villains. Mineta yelled out. No way, what villains would be dumb enough to sneak into a school of heroes? Sensei, aren't there intruder alarms? Yayoi Rozu asked. Yes, of course there are. Are they only here or also at the main building? Todorkoi muttered. Either way, if the alarm isn't working, then it must be because of one of their quirks. This place is far from campus, and they picked a time when there were few people here, so maybe they aren't as dumb as they seem. They must have an objective of some kind. Because this is a well-coordinated sneak attack. Begin the evacuation. Aizawa ordered. One of these villains must be jamming the sensors. There's a chance of an electric-type quirk interfering with the radio waves. Kaminari, try contacting help. Got it. Sensei, do you think you can handle that many people by yourself? Izuku asked. You doubting me? Don't you also fight with your hands or weapons? I asked if you thought you could do it, I didn't say you were unable. 13 take care of them. Aizawa ran down the steps, heading straight for the villains. Hiring squad, get ready. A villain yelled. They all made motions, but nothing happened, and before they could wonder for too long, Aizawa bound two with his scarf and slammed them into each other. You idiots, he can cancel quirks by looking at you. Another villain yelled. He walked towards Aizawa. His body was large and rocky with 4 arms. But I bet you can't really cancel us mutant types. No, I can't, but statistically, guys like you excel in close quarters, and I've learned to deal with you. Aizawa jumped forward, punching the large villain squarely in the face, then using his scarf, threw him into other villains who had come up behind him to attack. Izuku and the other students began evacuating. But before they could, the purple and black mass appeared in front of them. I won't allow you to escape. The villain told them. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. Forgive our tenacity, but we've come here to UA today to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. We were under the impression he would be here today, but his schedule must have been altered. However, my role remains unchanged. The villain began spreading himself forward, and Izuku could tell he was going to try and use his quirk on them. But before he could, 2 figures appeared in front of him, going on the attack. It was Bakugo and Kirishima, both of them launching their own attacks. Kirishima hardened his fist and delivered a punch while Bakugo launched an explosion. I bet you didn't see that coming. Bakugo shouted. Wait, no, kids, stop. 13 yelled at them. Get back, both of you. That was close. Yes. You may be students, but you are still the best of the best. It would be best to take care with handling you. Beggin. The villain's body surged forward, enveloping all the students who failed to dodge him. There, it seems I failed to get some of you, but I do not think it will be a problem. Well then you think wrong. The villain began to turn around, but stopped as he felt that it would be dangerous to continue to do so. Slowly, the blade of a sword began running along the armor that covered the villain's only solid body part. I really don't like Bakugo, but he did prove pretty helpful. When he and Kirishima moved to attack you, I also made my move. And their attack also let me get a glimpse of this armor here. Now you wouldn't need this unless this part of you could actually be harmed. So then, are you going to surrender, or are we going to have to do this the hard way? Well done, especially for one so young, as expected of someone of UA. You must be exceptionally talented or have a quirk that helps you out. Oh? I'll take that to mean you don't know the nature of our quirks, yet you seem to know the schedule for today. Let me guess, you guys were the ones who let the press in yesterday. So, did you happen to see us? No, but I happened to see the destroyed gate, and considering everything, it seems likely. Now then, you still haven't answered my first question. Do you surrender? Well, in the end it doesn't matter what you say. 13, now. And Iida, run to the school and get help. No arguments, get there and warn the heroes so they can come and get rid of these guys. Izuku quickly created distance between himself and the villain, as 13 used their quirk to begin sucking them up, and Iida began running towards the exit. No, I shall not allow you to escape. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a portal begin to open up behind 13. Before it could fully open, Izuku had already charged in without thinking and pushed the hero out of the way. As he did, the hero realized what was happening and cancelled their quirk, narrowly avoiding hitting Izuku with its effects. The villain used this moment to try and stop Iida, but Shoji managed to slow him down long enough for. Uraraka. Use your quirk on me, we're going with the combo move from training. Izuku shouted. And launch me. Izuku felt Uraraka quickly erase his gravity before Satu activated his own quirk and picked Izuku up and launched him at the villain. The villain stopped his attack on Iida and started to create a shield to stop Izuku, but Izuku had expected that. Uraraka. Izuku's gravity returned and Izuku fell towards the ground, going below the portal and landing in front of the villain in a crouch. Then rising from that position, he sliced upwards, aiming at the villain's armored neck with his katana. Once again, the villain tried to counter with a portal, redirecting the attack to come at Izuku from the side, but the attack was stopped as he drew his wakizashi and blocked it. Not hesitating at all, he thrust his wakizashi at the villain while pulling the katana out of the portal and preparing to slash with it. As he did, he looked at the villain in the yellow dots that he assumed to be its eyes. As he did, the villain felt fear run through him. He could see a fire in the boy's eyes, a fierce determination lacking any form of hesitation. He could tell in that moment that whatever the boy's quirk was, he was not someone to be taken lightly. The villain dodged the thrust and narrowly managed to teleport away before Izuku could strike his body. But he knew. He knew that if he had been a split second later in teleporting, he would have been hit. And from there, he would quickly be defeated. Izuku slowly sheathed his swords before standing up straight. He then turned around with a small crooked grin. Well, he sure got intimidated easily. Sensei taught me well, though I'm still curious how I learned to stare someone down so well by someone who couldn't really stare at anything. Whatever, Iida will get help, so for now, we just need to survive. Izuku began walking towards the stairs. Wait, where do you think you're going? 13 asked. Izuku answered without bothering to stop or look around. Oh, I don't think I know where I'm going. To help. Whether to help Aizawa or my students, I'm still not completely sure, but I will help. I was made president of the class, and now it's time to protect my nation. We may be heroes in training, but we're still heroes. And isn't it a hero's duty to help other people? 13 hesitated to say anything, not able to answer him right away, and in that moment, Izuku was already gone. Deku. Uraraka thought to herself. I know you're strong. But be careful. Izuku reached the base of the steps, and it was only because of his training that he did not freeze up at the scene before him. A large person or thing, with its brain exposed, was holding Aizawa by the head, the hero's face covered in blood. He couldn't make out what the blue-haired villain said as he muttered to himself. As he did, he began scratching furiously at his neck. Then, suddenly it all stopped and the villain moved in front of the flood zone, where Izuku barely just noticed Tsu and Mineta were coming from. As the villain reached out his hand towards Tsu's face, Izuku just knew that it was dangerous, but when nothing happened, he realized that Aizawa had used his quirk on the villain. Seizing the moment, Izuku rushed forward, grabbing his katana. As he got close, he heard the villain utter a single word. Nomu. Izuku could see something blur in his vision before his blade bit into the flesh of the large brain exposed villain's arm. Despite that, Tsu was able to get away from the blue-haired villain, grabbing Mineta as she jumped away. So they're safe. Izuku thought. But now what about me? The thing that was referred to as Nomu began reaching for Izuku. He drew back his sword and drew his second one and took a stance. He could tell that the thing in front of him was powerful, but he still had to at least try to hold out until the heroes got there. Well, he didn't have to wait long as the doors to the USJ burst open, All Might standing there at the entrance. Fear not, I am here. I've been waiting for you, hero. The blue-haired villain yelled. Quickly, other than Nomu, the teleporting villain, and the blue-haired one, all the villains in the central area were taken out, and All Might had already grabbed Aizawa, Izuku, Tsu, and Mineta before setting them down at the base of the stairs. Students, get to the entrance. And take Aizawa with you. That's so fast. Mineta stuttered. Throwing punches to save people. The blue-haired villain laughed. There's our state-sponsored violence. You're fast, too fast to keep up with. Could it really be true? That you're getting weaker? All Might. Izuku whispered to the big hero. How many people are you taking to the top of a building to reveal your secret to them? I don't think this'll be easy. They're targeting you, they must have some plan. Like that big guy, I can tell that he won't be easy to beat, even for you. Worry not, young Midoriya, I shall defeat these villains. All Might ran towards the villains, launching an attack. But Nomu stepped forward and took the blow, showing no sign of pain or damage. Of course. Izuku thought. Don't listen to my warnings. I mean, of course punching things with a crazy amount of strength solves everything. All Might and Nomu began trading blows with each other. Izuku managed to get Tsu and Mineta to leave without him, both of them working together to drag Aizawa up the stairs. Izuku watched, something telling him that things were about to go wrong. As he thought that, All Might got behind Nomu and grabbed him before suplexing them. But instead of making contact with the ground, a portal appeared under Nomu, and it came out under All Might, attacking his weak point. It then began pulling him down into the portal, and Izuku instantly knew. They were going to close it up with all might inside, cutting him in half. He moved, running with all his might while grabbing his blades. But before he could get there, a familiar blonde figure jumped in and launched an explosion at the teleporting villain. He then grabbed them by the armored body part that Izuku had targeted before and slammed them into the ground. Then I surged across the ground, encasing most of Nomu's body, helping All Might to get free from its grip. Kirishima came in and attacked, or at least tried to attack the blue-haired villain. But he was able to dodge the attack and moved away. Izuku watched as Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki stared the villain down. All Might got up and moved towards the blue-hair villain, but Nomu got free of the ice. By breaking all of his body encased by it, but it soon began to grow back and it moved to block the hero, shocking everyone. Once again, they began trading blows, the attacks becoming so fast that the onlookers could barely make out the attacks as blurs. They were also so strong that it created strong gales of wind that knocked Bakugo off of the villain he was holding. He seems to be able to handle my power pretty well. All Might shouted. In that case, I must leave behind my limits and go beyond that. Tell me villains, do you know the meaning of plus, ultra? With one final punch, Nomu was sent flying out of the building. Damn it, you must have cheated, said the blue-haired villain while scratching their neck furiously. You were supposed to be weaker, so how did you manage to defeat my Nomu? Shigaraki, I believe it is best if we retreat for now, said the teleportation villain. But we were so close. Fine. So we lost the Nomu, but the big boss is right in front of us. We can't just leave Kurogiri. Before Shigaraki could say anything more, bullet wounds appeared in his right shoulder and he fell to the ground. Not hesitating, Kurogiri enveloped him and warped them both away. But Izuku had a feeling this wouldn't be the last he saw of them. Please sensei? Izuku asked, bowing to Zatoichi on his hands and knees. Classes had been cancelled the day after the USJ incident and Izuku was currently at the dojo. I am guessing from where your voice is coming from, you are on your hands and knees. You must really want me to resume your training. But I shall not. I have told you when we first started training that there is a reason for what I do, and as such, there is also a reason for your swordsmanship training to be put on hold. But sensei. No. Right now, you are missing something, well, two things actually. You have told me of your success during the battle trial you had on your second day of school, and I managed to get a recording of it sent here. And before you say anything about not being able to see it, remember, I have a wife that can give me a play-by-play. And after being with me for so long, she has also picked up a couple things on fighting, though that beastly woman was already tough when I met her. I just couldn't sense the monster hidden behind her mask until it was too late. You're rambling about your wife again. Oh right. But she's also seen your progress since you began. And you did fight during the USJ incident despite your teacher's warnings. That I do approved of. Right now you do have the heart of a hero and you are talented with the blade. But that is all. You are still young, and like many who progressed as quickly as you did, you do not have the talent or wisdom that one would normally have at your stage. I do not think 2 battles, one of which was training only, is enough for you to gather those 2, since I paused your training. Sensei, please listen to me, listen to the end of what I have to say. Fine then. Sensei, I fought hard with what you have taught me, but during the USJ I felt so weak. All I was able to do was hold off the warp villain for a while, and that was all. I did not actually accomplish anything else. Nonsense, you are but a young rookie, still wet behind the ears. When you consider that, you did well. But me being a rookie is no excuse. Izuku remembered at the end of the fight at the USJ, All Might came dangerously close to running out of time. And it was only because of the good timing of the other heroes that they did as well as they did. There should be no excuse for failing someone, because no matter what, even if it means sacrificing themselves, a hero should always be there to save the day. I know that I lack experience, and I also know that what I'm capable of now will not be enough. Please, you say that my swordsmanship training is on hold, and that's okay. But please, teach me more, because my swordsmanship will not be enough, my swords will not always be able to save someone in time. Izuku bowed his lower, and because of that, he did not see the large smile growing on Zatoichi's face. Good. He thought. It seems he was able to gain some knowledge during this last fight after all. He is rather sharp, so it makes sense. So far, I have only taught him swordsmanship and hand-to-hand techniques for him to use in fights. But he knows that for someone like him who does not have a quirk to support him, that is not enough. You are correct, your blades and fists will not be enough. As always, you pick up on things quickly. If I am not mistaken, the sports festival at UA is usually held not too long from now. Well, if you're so determined, then I may be able to help you get a bit closer to being truly battle-ready by then. However, I must judge if you are ready to really use what you'll be learning, or I will not allow you to use it at all. Which means, to get ready in time, we'll be doing some brutal training. Anytime you are not at school, sleeping, eating, or taking a shit or shower, you will be here and you will be training. It will be hard, and normal man may want to give up midway. So what about you? Are you ready for your hell? Yes, sensei, I will not disappoint you. Zatoichi could hear the smile filled with gratitude in his student's voice. Something he knew would end up changing in not too long. Well, I say I would be teaching you, but for what I have in mind, it will have to be someone else. An old partner in crime, or well, crime stopping. No matter how you compensate, there are some things that your disabilities will never let you do, and what you'll be learning is one of them. Though before we begin, tell me, have you learned sign language like I told you a while ago? Wait, do you mean it'll be him that'll be teaching me? Ah yes, another member of the Misfits, Dangan Sagara. The next day, when Izuku showed up for classes, he was met with a couple of questions. But it made sense given his appearance. He looked exhausted, having gotten little sleep the night before. Hey Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked. Yes, I too am wondering the same. Iida said. You look extremely tired, you must make sure to get the proper amount of rest. Thanks mom, I'll take that into consideration. Izuku replied dryly while sitting at his desk. Sorry, I can't really talk about it. But sensei has started training again, and like he warned me, it's going to be kinda intense. That's all I can say. Morning, now everyone take your seats. Aizawa said coming in, interrupting the trio's conversation. Everyone quieted down, but not just because he told them to, but his appearance and the fact he was even there. He was covered head to toe in bandages from the USJ attack. Before you say anything, my welfare isn't important because your fight isn't over. A small confident smile appeared on Izuku's face as he knew what Aizawa was talking about. But the rest of the class began getting nervous, especially Mineta, who complained about villains. UA Sports Festival is coming up. Before we start this discussion, Midoriya. To the principal's office. Yes, sir. Izuku got up and left the room, heading for Nezu's office. He had a good guess as to why, but his classmates were completely confused. Could it be because he went to fight instead of listening to 13? Uraraka wondered. But he isn't the only one who fought. Could it be that it's because 13 directly told him to stay while the others were coming back from being teleported? Or is he getting unfair treatment because he's quirkless? Their thoughts were interrupted as Aizawa began explaining the sports festival. Meanwhile, Izuku had just arrived at Nezu's office. He raised a hand and knocked on the door. Come in. He opened the door and entered, seeing Nezu sitting behind his desk with Zatoichi and Dangan sitting in chairs in front of it. Ah Izuku, it is good to see you. Zatoichi said. You look awful. Yeah well it's your fault. Hey, I told you I wouldn't be going easy with the training. Zatoichi, being the kind of man he is, was someone who would use his blindness as part of jokes. However, Izuku knew that right now, Zatoichi wasn't messing around. He looked at the man next to him, Dangan. He was the same age as Zatoichi, and the two of them were part of a hero group known as the Misfits. A group of heroes that weren't normal, each of them with a disability of some kind. Zatoichi was the second in command of their group. Other than him and Dangan, there were two more members of their group. Dangan's disability was that he was mute, having had his vocal cords destroyed in an accident when he was a kid. He was a tall man with tan skin and white hair that was spiked up on top. He wore a plain white shirt with a brown coat over it and khakis. On his left wrist was a watch with a brown strap. And his eyes were yellow. But not just his eyes, but all of it. Pure yellow orbs. In the middle of them instead of normal eyes, were two black rings. His quirk was called God Eyes, and it was the reason Zatoichi wasn't joking around when he said that Izuku looked like a mess. His parents both had eye quirks, and his seemed to be a combination of them, and more. He was able to see long distances, see in the dark better than most people, and extend his sight. Which worked in a way that it was like watching through the camera of a drone. He could move around within a certain distance. And finally, he could see what other people within 25 meters could see, or let them see through his eyes. In other words, he was the reason Zatoichi was able to take part in and win the poker tournament. Though Zatoichi never answered Izuku afterwards when asked if they used Dangan's quirk to cheat. So Izuku, you know why you are here, right? Nezu asked. It is about what my senseis came to talk to you about. As Dangan had started teaching him, he decided to call him sensei like he did Zatoichi. Yes, and I must say this is a bit serious. Now, before we discuss that, let us discuss the sports festival. As I am sure you already know, it is one of Japan's greatest events that is seen by thousands. And it is also an opportunity that no UA student can afford to pass up. At the sports festival there will be many pro heroes, all of which are coming there to scout our students. But that is not all. Our students that are in other courses are able to transfer into the hero class if they perform well enough. Which means that someone from the hero course would be removed. Let me guess, there may be some, both in the hero course and out of it, who'd want to make me perform badly because they don't think the quirkless kid is worthy of being in the hero course. Yes, it saddens me that there are people like that at all, and even more so that there would be such people among our students. However, considering your run-in earlier this week, it is indeed very possible. I know, I've always known I would have to fight for my position in this school. But I will not be defeated so easily. Yes, I know of your determination. It's something that worried 13 a bit during the USJ incident. And about that, I must ask that you refrain from doing such things again. It may be a hero's job to help people, but it is our job to not only teach you students, but keep you safe. Now, back to our discussion on the sports festival. All things considered, it is only fair that you are allowed to make use of your equipment, though there will of course be limitations. Which are: I know your skill, but you will have to use non-lethal weapons. As such, you cannot use the daisho gifted to you by your sensei. However, I do not mean to completely disarm you or anything like that. Before your battle trial began, All Might offered for you to use a different weapon. When Zatoichi put your training on hold, he also came to see me that day, and he asked something of me. It was about your equipment. What about it? Sensei, why would you give me the daisho if you were just going to ask Nezu about something else? That daisho I gave you is different from most blades, and while you are skilled, it is better that while here, and especially against your fellow students, that you use something else. Zatoichi told him. Even skilled hands are not infallible, a lesson that you unfortunately learned at my hands. Izuku nodded sadly, touching his right thigh. During the latter parts of his training, he and Zatoichi would sometimes practice more seriously. Izuku with an actual blade and Zatoichi with his quirk. And during that training, Zatoichi slashed his thigh, and there was now a scar about as long as Izuku's hand. In fact, it was after that Zatoichi stopped the training and started Izuku's final training, where he had to make his own moves. Alright, I see. I thank you for having such insight, sensei. Zatoichi nodded his head to his disciple. He also called me on that day. Dangan signed. He already knew what he wanted you to know next. And the appropriate weapon was made a part of the request. Yeah. Zatoichi said, seeing Dangan signing since the man made sure it was in his line of sight. Good thing I did, that way you'll have time to practice with it before the festival. And probably most importantly for this upcoming sports festival, it'll more than even out the playing field with your skill, with no real risk of death. Nezu told Izuku. No real risk? Izuku asked. Even a pencil can be used to kill. Fair enough. Murderous pencil. Reminds me of the leader. Zatoichi signed to Dangan, who nodded with a serious look. Nezu reached under his desk and brought out a large case. Now this will all that you'll be allowed to make use of in the sports festival. That's okay. Izuku said when he opened up the case and saw what was inside. We want the other students to have a chance. The 2 weeks between when Izuku had the conversation with Nezu and the day of the sports festival flew by. During that time, he was given special permission to take the weapons made for him to practice with them, as long as either Zatoichi or Dangan were there to watch over him. During that time, he began to temporarily live with Zatoichi and his wife, and so did Dangan, so that way, they could devote more time to Izuku's training. During the weekends, other than eating, sleeping, and the short breaks provided to him, he spent the entirety of the day training, and continued to do so well after the sun had set. While training, no one but Izuku and his 2 senseis were present, the 3 of them keeping the details of his training secret from all but Rika. He was only given a real chance to rest on the day before the sports festival, so he'd be ready and rested. And now, it was the day of the sports festival. During the time between, Izuku had gotten a few comments, mostly from students of other courses, that he was going to lose his place in the hero course, and he was ready to prove them wrong. This would be his public debut, and he would show both the students and the rest of the world that he was not to be taken lightly. Izuku was currently in a waiting room with the rest of his class when Todoroki walked up to him. I am stronger than you, more capable. Todoroki just bluntly said. Izuku gave him a look of both confusion and annoyance. I will beat you, it is just a simple fact. You may be strong, even without a quirk, but your skills and swords will only take you so far in this superhuman society, and my level is beyond that. That's what you think. Izuku told him. Though, I have to tell you. You're lower than you think you are, so don't act high and mighty. If you continue to use only your eyes, then that fake throne you convinced yourself into thinking is real will be easily toppled. Use my fire? Did my father put you up to this? What? No. I've never met your dad. Why would he have me tell you to use your fire? Never mind. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Once it was finally time for them to gather with the other classes in the stadium for the beginning, Izuku reached for the case, but then decided to not use the contents and left. As the classes exited into the main area, President Mick, who was the announcer, announced the classes, Class A getting an extra special one. Izuku could tell that this annoyed the other classes, especially those from the ones from general studies. Great. Izuku thought. Now they're going to be gunning for us extra hard. At one end of the area was a small stage, and standing on it was Midnight. Now then, time for a word from the student rep. Would you please come up, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked up on stage and up to the microphone. Make no mistake about it, I'm going to take first place. Instantly, the crowd of students began booing him, while Izuku just shook his head. As Bakugo was walking back to his class, Midnight began speaking again. Now, without any delay, let us begin our first event. Behind her was a screen, and words began flashing on it like some kind of roulette when the word stopped and it said obstacle course race. The first event is this, an obstacle course race. It is a race among all the classes, and as long as you don't go off the course, anything is fair game. The large gate opened up at one end of the stadium, and the students began pushing and shoving to get to the front of the group. Izuku didn't bother trying, however, knowing it would be nearly impossible to push his way through the crowd. Start. Mick said, and instantly everyone began running and pushing. The gate area was narrow, making it difficult for the large number of students to all run through, and it was made harder when Todoroki used ice to freeze some of the front runners in place. He looked back to see who had made it through, and was unsurprised when he saw his classmates getting past. Izuku jumped up, kicking off the wall before jumping on the heads of other students. Sorry, no hard feelings, but I'm not going to just get left behind. He looked forward and saw in front of Todoroki was a swarm of robots, including several zero-pointers. Oh come on. Izuku ran forward, a smaller one-pointer heading straight for him. Seeing this, Izuku smiled, not worried about the smaller bots. The robot swung one of its arms at Izuku. Ducking under it, Izuku ran past it. Up ahead, he saw that Todoroki had frozen a couple of the giant robots and they had fallen. He grabbed a piece of the armor plating that fell from one of the robots, and with the robot from earlier chasing him, he turned around and mustered his strength, swinging it. With the momentum that it had managed to build up, Izuku managed to destroy it in that one hit. After that, he decided to strap the armor plating to his back, using the large wires attached to it before running off. Once he got past that area, he found an area with large drop-offs and areas connected by ropes. Okay, so this time, instead of robots, we're pretty much dealing with tight ropes. Easy for me. Sue said as she came up next to him. Leaping ahead, she landed on a rope and began crawling across it easily. You know what, you're right. Izuku ran forward and jumped like Sue did. As he fell past one, he reached out and grabbed it, before going forward hand over hand like a kid on the monkey bars. Thanks to his upper body strength developed from long training, Izuku managed to make it across quickly. And then, all that was left for the obstacle course was a minefield. If I was a normal person my age, I'd be getting pretty annoyed right about now. Izuku ran into the minefield, easily managing to avoid the spots on the ground where you could tell a mine was buried. But after Zatoichi-sensei, this last part is pretty much just a warm-up. The training he had received allowed for quick movement, and he was also able to watch carefully even while moving quickly, making the minefield the easiest obstacle yet. Because of this, he was already catching up to Bakugo and Todoroki who were at the front. Once I catch up to them, they'll start using their quirks and then leave me in the dust. Izuku thought. Without slowing down, he managed to get the armor plating from before off his back and slammed it into the ground, digging up some earth as it pierced the ground. And just like he planned, he was able to get the mine. Picking it up, he left the armor plating behind and ran as fast as he could while dodging mines and keeping the one in his hands from exploding. Once he felt he was close enough and that the two were in a good spot, he pulled his arm back before throwing the mine at Bakugo. Unaware of what had happened, Bakugo was hit in the back and there was an explosion that knocked him and Todoroki down. The other mines around them began exploding as well as they fell down on them, and while the mines were only strong enough to knock people around, it still bought Izuku the time he needed. As soon as they got up, they ran forward with all their might. Todoroki using ice to create a path, and Bakugo flying over the mines with his quirk. They were both coming up on Izuku, but right before they could pass him, Izuku managed to cross the finish line. The crowd instantly broke into cheers and applause at this victory. Izuku turned around and looked at Bakugo who was glaring at him. Well then, once again, you've lost to the quirkless kid. So then, still think I'm useless? Once almost all the students had made it to the end, Midnight announced that only the top 42 would be moving on to the next part of the festival. Now then, the real challenge begins now. Onto the second event, which will be a cavalry battle. Participants will form teams of 2 to 4 members. Everyone will be given a different number of points depending on how you placed in the race, and the rider in this challenge will wear a headband with the sum of the members' points. The lowest placed person will have 5 points, and it will raise by 5 for higher up you go, with the exception of the first place person, who has 10 million points. This is a chance for anyone to come from the bottom to the top. Everyone turned and looked at Izuku. Crap. He thought. Of course I'd do amazing just for something like this to happen. The match will last 15 minutes, and any headbands you have must be worn from the neck up. And even if your headband is taken, it is not over. Quirks are allowed, so this will be a brutal battle. Now then, you have 15 minutes to prepare, so start performing your teams. So, who to team up with? And this might get brutal, so I might have to use that. But I wanted to keep the whole arsenal under wraps for as long as I could. As he was wondering about what to do, he heard Uraraka behind him. Hey Deku, wanna team up? He looked around and smiled at her. Yeah, sure. Now who else? What about Ida? Yeah, I'd like to work with him, but it seems he's already been scouted by Todoroki. Dang it. Now, who else should we ask? Suddenly, a girl's face appeared in front of his. Hey there Mr. First Place, team up with me. Whoa, personal space. Who are you? I am Mei Hatsum from the support course. She said backing up. I don't know who you are, but working with someone in your position is great because it'll give me the chance to show off my babies. They're babies. And there's more. We in the support course develop equipment to help out heroes. I have plenty of babies and I'm sure you could find one to suit your quirk. Actually I'm quirkless. Oh, so you're the quirkless kid that people have been talking about. Even better, that means that people will be paying even more attention to us and my babies. Do not worry, for I have babies that can help you nonetheless. Izuku nodded before looking around for one final member when he spotted the perfect person and walked over to them and placed a hand on their shoulder. Hey Tokoyami, please, join my group. A couple minutes later, Midnight announced their 15-minute prep time was over and everyone got in position. Izuku climbed up onto the top, Uraraka, Hatsum, and Tokoyami carrying him. Izuku wore a jetpack, and Hatsum shared a pair of hover boots with Uraraka, all made by Hatsum. Izuku had on his hip something that no one could really make out through his teammates' heads. Alright, get ready. Midnight said through the microphone. 3, 2, 1, go. Unsurprising to anyone, almost every team came barreling straight for Izuku's. Alright, let's do this thing. Izuku shouted. He activated his jetpack and thanks to Uraraka, they were all weightless except for her, allowing for the jetpack to carry them all up into the air. Hiro tried to attack them with her earphone jacks, but Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to knock her attack away. And thanks to the hover boots, when Izuku turned the jetpack off, they landed on the ground softly. But right away they were under attack, the one closest to them being Shoji who was covering both Mineta and Tsu, covering them with his arms and making himself into a tank to protect them. They tried to go back into the air, but Uraraka's hover boot was stuck to one of Mineta's balls, keeping them in place until the hover boot broke. My baby. Bakugo shouted as he came flying through the air to attack them. You're getting full of yourself you damn useless piece of shit. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow barely moved in time to block Bakugo's attack. As he fell, Bakugo was grabbed by Shiro who was on his team and brought down to safety. As Izuku's team landed, Bakugo changed targets as his headband was stolen, but another powerful team was already closing in on Izuku's team. Todoroki's. Just give up Midoriya, even if you make it past this event, the next one will be a battle tournament and without anyone to help you you'll surely lose. Yeah, I've had help getting as far as I have, but not in the way you believe. I have simply used the tools that were given to me and used them to carve out my own success. Izuku tried to use the jetpack, but it seemed to be on the fritz. Sorry, I guess I still haven't worked out all the kinks with this baby. It's alright, it's not over until time runs out, even without the jetpack we can still do this. Todoroki used his quirk and created an ice wall, only leaving one opening which was behind him. I won't let you escape, it's over Midoriya. Didn't you hear me, it's not over until time runs out. 1 minute left. Midnight announced. And by the looks of it, it seems I'll be making it into the final bit. Todoroki's team came running at Izuku's. Tokoyami sent out Dark Shadow, but the quirk was weakened by light, and with the sun at its highest right now, it was easy for Yaoi Rozu to block it by creating things with her quirk. And then that was when something unexpected happened. Hey there Todoroki, who did you say was going to lose? Izuku had managed to get to his feet on top of his team and leapt towards Todoroki, pulling out what had been strapped at his side, allowing everyone to see what it was. Zatoichi and Dangan who were in the stands watching smiled, amused by the boldness of their student. And in that split second, Todoroki found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. Instinctively, Todoroki raised his right hand towards Izuku and without thinking activated his quirk, covering it in flame. And Izuku had his gun aimed for Todoroki, already squeezing the trigger. Non-looking could tell which attack would hit first, though many were prejudiced in believing that the son of the number 2 hero would outdo the one who people realized must be the rumored quirkless student. But despite how close the attacks were, there was a simple difference in mindset in the attackers. Izuku refused to give up, not willing to bow to even the mightiest. And Todoroki, who may have wanted to be an amazing hero, but did not have the same unrelenting drive, and whose disgust for his left side held him back. And it was that disgust that slowed Todoroki as he realized what he was doing. Which was all Izuku needed as he fired his shot, firing straight at Todoroki's chest. Though there was no danger to his life. The round that was fired was simply a rubber bullet. And while 2 weeks were not nearly long enough for Izuku to become greatly proficient at marksmanship, with how close he was, the bullet managed to hit Todoroki square in the middle of his forehead, and the dual-quirked boy began to fall backwards, but was stopped by his 2 teammates behind him. As Izuku passed by them, he swung his arm, hitting Todoroki. And since Uraraka had already erased his gravity earlier, Izuku started to go straight up into the air. "I told you, Todoroki, I refuse to just lose," Izuku shouted as he aimed his gun at Todoroki again. Seeing this, Todoroki created another wall of ice to block, and as he did, Izuku smiled. Because during their little confrontation, both Todoroki and his team had forgotten something. Suddenly, the team felt a strong force hit them as the 3 members of Izuku's team rushed them, the element of surprise making the attack much more effective. And unlike last time, Todoroki's team weren't able to help him as he fell to the ground. Midnight announced that the cavalry battle was over. With it all over, Dark Shadow went up and grabbed Izuku, bringing him down before Uraraka released her quirk. "Let's see who are our top 4 teams," Mick announced. In first place, having managed to keep their headband, it's Team Midoriya. In second place, it is Team Bakugo. In third, Team Tetsu. Wait, what? It's Team Shinsu. When did this turnaround happen? Well then, in fourth place is Team Kendo. These are the 4 teams that will be taking part in the final event. But before that, we will be taking an hour break for lunch. Izuku began walking away, heading towards the waiting room, and when he got there, he put his gear away. As he turned to leave, he saw Todoroki at the door. "Hey, let's talk." Izuku rolled his eyes, having a fair idea of what Todoroki had to say. "Sure, it's not like I wanted to eat lunch or anything. And shouldn't you go take care of that giant bruise on your forehead? Whatever, so even though I probably know why, I may as well ask. What did you want to talk about? You surprised me, so much so that you made me break my own pledge. I guess you're talking about your left side." "Yes, indeed. As I am sure you are aware, my father is Endeavor. The second-ranked hero, which is why I can't afford to lose." "Aw come on, I don't want to hear some rich boy stuff of having to win in order to make the big famous daddy proud. Is that what you think I meant? I guess I can see where you are coming from, but you are mistaken. Sure, he's gone and made a name for himself as a hero, but he's always seen All Might as a roadblock and an eyesore. But my father could never beat All Might on his own. So he came up with another plan. Quirk marriages. You've heard of them, right? Oh crap, I think I see where this is going, and I gotta say, I don't like it. Yes, as I am sure you've guessed, my father used his wealth and fame and made my mother's family agree to the marriage. All to get his hands on her quirk. Raising me as a hero who could surpass All Might. I hate it, being a tool for this human garbage. As I remember it, my mom was always crying. I can't stand the sight of your left side," she said, before dumping boiling water in my face. "Alright, I take back what I said earlier. I think I rather have a pampered rich kid instead of listening to this. I can see why you made that oath and why you wanted to win, but I also have my own reasons for having to win, my own scars, and things I have to prove. Except it isn't possible. As I have said, there is only so far you can go. In the end, your lack of a quirk will prove to be too much of a disadvantage. I don't think you really get to say anything though, I mean I did beat you. I know there is a limit to everything, but like I said, there is a limit to everything, not just me. Why should I take your word, or the words of others when they say I can't do something and tell me to give up before I even try? You had more than your fair share of suffering, I'm sure, but you aren't the only one. And at least someone expected something of you. From the moment you were born you had someone believing you'd surpass All Might. But me, no one expected anything of me. Useless, weak, pitiful, just give up, why do you even try, why don't you just go kill yourself? Those were the words I heard every day of my life while growing up. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock at this revelation, not knowing Izuku had had it that hard. And that was on a normal day, and that was just a verbal abuse. Before I was outed as quirkless, Bakugo was actually my best friend, but then he turned into my worst tormentor. I have been beaten, bruised, bloodied, burned, and broken. Now look at me. In the finals for the UA Sports Festival, when I had always been told that just getting into UA was more than impossible. They've tried to tell me my limits, but I decided not to listen, and because of that, I found that they were mistaken. So, how about we see if your prediction of my limits will prove to be correct? They've been wrong so far, but I'm sure you'll try to justify that I had help from others, especially during the cavalry battle, though, by that logic you also had help. And in the end, it was you who lost. Izuku walked past Todoroki and out the door. Oh, and I think your oath is pretty dumb. It's not like you're relying on your old man, it is your power after all. Once the 1-hour lunch break was over, students began coming into the stadium. This is still a sports festival, so we have some extra recreational activities for those who will not be participating in the finals. Wait. Class A, why? The reason for his question was because the girls from Izuku's class were dressed up as cheerleaders, all of them having been tricked by Kaminari and Mineta. Mineta, Kaminari, you tricked us. Yayoi Rozu shouted. Izuku walked by them, looking them up and down. Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka stuttered. Midoriya, you perv. Jiro growled at him. Just like those idiots. Hey now, no need to get hostile. I was just thinking that they got you good. However, karma doesn't care if the trickster is skilled or not. Yayoi Rozu, think you can make me a slingshot? Izuku bent down and managed to find 2 small rocks before standing up and accepting the slingshot from Yayoi Rozu. Now then, for my first trick, I'll give them a reason to start respecting women more. Izuku pulled back and fired his first shot, the rock hitting Kaminari on his forehead. And I'm guessing this was all originally Mineta's idea, so. Izuku pulled back and fired again. And Mineta fell to his knees, clutching himself between the legs, tears welling up in his eyes. Not like he was gonna make much use of it anyways. Hey Midoriya. Izuku turned towards the stands to see Zatoichi and Dangan. Well done. They both signed. After all, it wouldn't exactly be right for them to congratulate him on hitting a classmate in the nuts with a slingshot. I owe it all to you. He signed back. Because thanking your senseis for giving him the ability to do that wasn't something that should really be said aloud either. What are you saying? Mina asked. Technically, I'm not saying anything. But they told me there were better ways that could have gone down, and I apologized. They told you good job, didn't they? Izuku glanced at his senseis and signed. She knows. Zatoichi cleared his throat. So Midoriya, good job in these last 2 events. We knew you would make us proud. But just because you took out Endeavor's kid doesn't mean you should get lax. Yes, sensei. Good, now good luck. And you better win, I didn't come here to watch you lose after all the training we gave you. Wait, aren't you blind? Hagakure asked. Suddenly she gasped in surprise. Whoa, what's going on? It's like I'm in the stands. I can even see myself. Well, kinda. The part of Dangan sensei's quirk is he can see what others see and vice versa. Oh, that's amazing. Izuku smirked. Now then. Mick said. Once these extra events are over, we'll move on to the final event. Between the final 16 competitors that made it, we'll have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. The 16 students in the tournament walked up to the stage where they would be drawing lots to decide their matchups. They were about to start when Kendo raised their hand. I would like to drop out. What? Izuku asked. Why? We all agree that Tetsutetsu's team did more and are more deserving of this. I mean, we were just frozen in place for much of the match. Then Ejiro raised his hand and also said he'd like to drop out. The cavalry battle, I have no memory of it up until the end. It's probably his quirk that did that. As he spoke he looked at a student with messy purple hair and a bored expression. Hitachi Shinso. I know this is a great opportunity and I'm being dumb for giving this chance up. But this tournament, everyone else made it with their own strength. Yet I'm standing here and I don't even know how or why. My pride, it just won't allow it. I can't remember anything either, I also want to withdraw. A Class B student said. This is a contest of skill and letting someone who didn't do anything advance is wrong. How green and naive. Midnight said. I like it. Ejiro and Shota have officially withdrawn. In the end, it was decided Tetsutetsu's team would take part and Kendo as well as Setsuna would replace Ejiro and Shota. Then they drew lots and results were put on the screen. Izuku's first fight was against Shinso. And Izuku then after that, he would either fight Shiro or Hananuki. Without bothering to look at them, he went to the waiting room when Ejiro placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, before your fight, I wanted to give you some information. The time before the tournament passed by quickly and when it came, Izuku stepped out onto the small arena created by Cementus. Without any weapons. Which was something that did not go unnoticed by his opponent. Time for our first battle. Mick announced. We have Hitachi Shinso from General Studies, who honestly hasn't done much to stand out. And his opponent, from the famous Class A, it's Izuku Midoriya. The first and only quirkless student of UA who has made himself a force to be reckoned with by utilizing his skills and weapons, which he seems to have left behind. "Are you looking down on me?" Shinso asked. Knowing the basics of his quirk, Izuku didn't answer. Verbally. "Well, kinda yes and no." He signed. "You need me to verbally respond to activate your quirk. As long as I don't do that, you may as well be quirkless." "I have no idea what you're saying. But let me guess, that monkey must have told you about my quirk." Izuku frowned and began walking toward him. "I mean, how stupid can you get? He gave up such a great chance because of something like pride. These people don't understand what it's like, but I'm sure you do. We're looked down, but I have the chance to make it into the hero course if I do well. So come on, let me have this win. I'm more likely to win anyways, so let me win, and I'll keep winning for us weaker people." Izuku began running, and as he got close, Shinso swung a fist, but Izuku ducked under it and tacked him to the ground, wrapping an arm around both the arms Shinso used to punch in his neck, putting him in a triangle chokehold. The Izuku brought up a leg and put it between Shinso's, using his leg to pin Shinso's lower body down. Then he began tightening his hold. Shinso struggled, buckling under him and punching at Izuku, but no matter what he did, Izuku wouldn't let go. Meanwhile, Izuku stared at Cementus, who was the ref, in the eyes, and the hero got the message. It would either be over when Izuku choked Shinso into unconsciousness, or Cementus called it off, but Shinso wasn't getting away. "Enough," he declared. "Izuku Midoriya is the winner." There was applause, though Izuku could tell most of it was just to be polite. A quick battle like that wasn't enough to get people interested. "I'm sorry Shinsu, I know where you're coming from, but I won't accept defeat. Besides, just now you sounded just like the people you said look down on us. Enough with the self-pity, trust me, you can go far. You just need to stop with the pity party and focus on improving yourself." He went back inside, and waiting for him was Zatoichi and Dangan. "Good job," Zatoichi told him. "Though I do feel a bit bad for the kid, you didn't give him any chance at all. I think it would be more insulting and cruel if I gave him false hope." "Fair enough." They watched a battle between Shiro and Hananuki, Izuku intently watching and analyzing both of their moves. In the end, it was Hananuki who managed to claim victory. The three of them continued to watch from there. The fight between Setsuna and Shiozaki ended with Shiozaki being overwhelmed as Setsuna was able to completely avoid her quirk. Then was Awase and Hatsume's fight, or mid-tournament advertisement. Once Hatsume was done, she simply stepped out of bounds. Then Mina defeated Aoyama, and the fight between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended in a draw to be decided when they woke up. Then Tokoyami defeated Kendo by not giving her a chance to use her quirk against him. And then came the match that Izuku was worried about. Bakugo vs Uraraka. In the end, he decided to head inside towards the waiting room to get ready, since he would be the fight after the next. That, and he also didn't want to watch what Bakugo was going to do to Uraraka. He went inside and found his case where he had left it and walked over, opening it up and grabbed something he had not used yet in the sports festival, feeling he was going to need it and his two pistols for the next fight. What he grabbed were 2-foot-long poles that he put on the belt he used to holster his guns. After a while, Uraraka walked into the room, a small bandage on her left cheek. "Hey there Uraraka. You okay?" You're already here Deku." Yeah, I'm doing okay. I can't be healed fully yet so I don't drop from exhaustion, but all in all I'm doing good." Izuku sighed and set his weapons on the table before getting up and walking over to Uraraka. What are you doing Deku?" Izuku pulled her into a hug. "It's okay, you don't have to lie, just go ahead and let it all out." I told you. I'm fine. Besides, why you have to get ready?" She denied it, but Izuku could hear her begin to sniff and sob a bit. "Hey, we're friends, and friends help each other, so it's okay. Losing is never easy. So just let me do what I can." They stayed like that for about a minute when Mick announced that Kirishima won the match, and that it was time for the next match. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but for whom the bell tolls." Izuku let go of Uraraka before grabbing his stuff and leaving. When he made it out to the arena, his stuff was all ready. "That's quite a lot of stuff you have there," Hananuki called out. "Though I guess it's only fair since you don't have a quirk." "Hey, anyone was allied to bring gear for the sports festival, as long as they had a reason and permission. I'm just using the opportunities given to me. Hey, I'm not complaining. I'm sure you need all the help you can get." Izuku frowned at his opponent when Midnight announced the beginning of the fight. Right away, Hananuki used his quirk, which made the ground began to soften until it was like quicksand. But before this effect reached him, Izuku pulled out the rods and connected them while running forward. Right before running into the spreading affected area, the connected rods extended, turning into 4-foot staff that he used to pole vault over the affected area and towards Hananuki. Seeing this, he softened the ground under him and sank in, swimming out of the way of the attack and hardening the ground above him. When Midoriya landed, he quickly looked around and saw a few patches of ground that were still soft, so Hananuki could see her come up when needed, but he couldn't see the student himself. He shortened his staff back to how it was and disconnected the two pieces and put one back before pulling out a gun. Suddenly, the ground gave way below him as it softened, and behind him Hananuki began emerging from the ground. I admit that you're pretty skilled, there's no way you would have gotten into UA otherwise, but you still can't beat me. Izuku spun around and began firing. Hananuki put up his arms to cover his face, but still flinched in pain as he was hit by the rubber bullets when they stopped all of a sudden. After a second he put his arms down and saw that Izuku had disappeared. Hananuki was a quick thinker, but he was still too late in realizing what had happened as he felt Izuku grab his leg from inside the softened ground and yank him down. He struggled, but Izuku not only managed to pull him down, but also claw his way up. Ah, you think I'm no match, do you? Well, I've been clawing towards the top like this for a long time, and I won't stop anytime soon. Hananuki tried to free himself when he was suddenly punched in the face. Where do you think you're going? The captain is supposed to go down with the ship. Izuku forced Hananuki back underground. Being struck in the face, Hananuki wasn't able to get in a large breath before going under and quickly began to run out of air. Then Izuku managed to pick him up and throw him onto solid ground before gutting out himself. Hananuki, while still short on breath, tried to get away with his quirk again, but before he could, Izuku ran up and kicked him fiercely in the stomach. Not this time. Then before he could try again, Izuku grabbed him and raised him over his head. I'm guessing your quirk only works on non-living things, so it's useless up here. Put me down. You want down? Fine then. Izuku slammed Hananuki down and into his knee that kicked up into his opponent's stomach. On impact, Hananuki gasped as all the air was knocked out of his lungs, and not wasting time, Izuku raised him up again before throwing him towards the edge of the arena, but Hananuki didn't go out. He started to get up, but quickly had to start dodging attacks as throwing punches. With the flurry of attacks, Hananuki couldn't use his quirks and eventually was unable to dodge, being forced to block when Izuku changed up his attacks and kicked Hananuki. Hananuki stumbled backwards and managed to keep from falling out of the arena. And the match is over, Izuku Midoriya wins. Mick shouted. Who would have guessed, the quirkless Midoriya defeated Hananuki, who is one of the 4 first years that got in through recommendations. Hananuki looked down, and the heel of his foot had come out of the arena barely, but still, that was enough for his defeat. And when he looked up, he saw that Izuku had taken out both pistols and pointed them at him. Even if he managed to stay in just now, he doubted it would have been for long. Just like Izuku had told Todoroki, what Hinenui had thought would be Izuku's limit was wrong, the quirkless boy managing to secure victory again. The whole arena began cheering loudly, a large difference between this one and Izuku's last fight. Izuku holstered his guns before walking over to Hananuki and offering him his hand. That was a good fight, but you underestimated me, and that was a mistake. His opponent gave him a grin and took the hand, shaking it. Yeah, I guess you're right. Izuku nodded his head and walked back inside, and when he turned a corner he ran into All Might in his skinny form. He started to walk away, but he felt the hero's hand on his shoulder. So, I'm guessing you have something you wanted to say to me, he said, stopping and staring at All Might. Yes. I wanted to talk to you about what I told you when we first met. Come on. You better not be trying to ask me to take your quirk again. Answer is still no. Alright Dr. Quirkenstein. Find someone else for your freaking super soldier program. Actually, I wasn't going to offer it. In fact, I have already found a successor. But this does have to do with that conversation, that one in the one on top of the building. I wanted to say I am sorry for what I said. You asked me if you could become a hero, and instead of inspiring you, I crushed your dreams. Then when I finally say you have a chance to become a hero, I instantly offer you my quirk as the way. You were right, I was still thinking about the quirk side of things. But you have now proven me and others wrong with your victories. Izuku shook his head and walked away. I'm not done yet, there are still 2 more opponents for me to defeat. Can't have people trying to say it was all luck. A complete victory should cement the fact. He walked away before and soon ran into Endeavor in the next hallway. You? The hero growled. Yeah, me. You have something to say. I can't believe that someone like you were able to defeat my Shoto like that. A quirkless shit like you doesn't deserve to win this sports festival. Just know that you beat him because of luck, the help of your team, and because that brat is being stubborn. But I created him to surpass All Might, and once he stops his foolishness he will be at the top. Izuku smirked at the large hero. I had a feeling a conversation like this might happen, so I asked a classmate of mine to make me this. He raised his right hand that had gone to his belie earlier, and in it was a small device. When he pressed a button on it, what Endeavor had just said was played. Now then, if I were to release this and information about the domestic abuse that is happening at your household, things will get pretty bad for you fast. At the very least your reputation will be completely destroyed. The flames on Endeavor flared up a bit as he stared down at Izuku. Are you threatening me? I should be asking that questions. Now then, Mr. Number 2 hero, what will it be? I don't know what's going through your mind, but I'm pretty sure attacking me will be the final nail that seals that coffin of yours. Having said his bit, Izuku walked past Endeavor. After a while, Izuku walked back to the arena and waiting for him was Setsuna. You're the 4th student who got in with a recommendation, right? Izuku asked her. Yep. And I know not to underestimate you. Oh, you flatter me, but it won't get you anywhere because I plan on winning. The fight started and instantly Setsuna activated her quirk, her body part separating and all flying towards Izuku except for her head. Izuku took out his staff and began knocking her parts away as they tried to knock him out when he saw an opening. Throwing his staff like a spear, he surprised Setsuna and managed to hit her in the face and was able to get in close before she could recover. Quickly, he grabbed her by the hair and the back of her head. Surrender or I'll treat your head like a freaking yo-yo. Fine, I give up. Doesn't really matter, I'll still be able to get a lot of offers from pros to intern with them. The next fight before the finals was Bakugo vs Tokoyami. With Tokoyami's quirk being weak to light, the fight was over quickly and finally, it was time for the finals. Heh, I guess it up to me to teach you your place, you fucking Deku. Bakugo shouted. Izuku sighed. He was planning on ending this as fast as possible because he did not want to deal with Bakugo's crap. The moment Mick declared the beginning of the battle, Bakugo blasted off with his quirk, flying straight at Izuku. As he got closer, he brought back an arm, preparing to hit Izuku with an explosive punch when Izuku swung his staff. Seeing this, Bakugo blasted to the side with his other hand, redirecting himself midair and moving to the side. Having dodged Izuku's attack, Bakugo slammed his hand into him and activated his quirk, sending Izuku flying away with an explosion. Izuku quickly went to his feet as Bakugo came in for another attack. He ducked under the first explosive punch, and when Bakugo used his other arm for another attack, Izuku knocked it away before slamming the end of his staff into his gut. Before Bakugo could attack again, Izuku managed to draw one of his pistols with his left hand and shot him in the neck. As Bakugo flinched, Izuku swung his staff one-handed, and Bakugo jumped back to avoid being hit. Izuku used this as a chance to get further away from the edge, having landed not too far from it from Bakugo's first attack. They both charged at each other, both readying their own attacks, and when they met, their attacks hit at the same time. Izuku raised an arm, taking the brunt of Bakugo's explosion, while Bakugo's confidence that he would hit first caused his block to be late, allowing Izuku to hit him in the face. Bakugo stumbled back, looking down he spat on the ground, and Izuku could see blood. Damn it Deku, is that all you've got? Bakugo looked up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You sure aren't like you were before you met that old man, but in the end you're still Deku, and I refuse to lose to you. Izuku didn't bother saying anything back and instead lifted his pistol. Seeing this, Bakugo dashed forward, readying both hands to attack. Izuku fired at him, but most of the shots either missed or Bakugo blew them away with explosions. When they got close to each other, they began trading blows, dodging or blocking in between attacks. In the middle of all that, Izuku's pistol was sent flying away and his belt broke, causing Izuku to lose the other pistol. That's it, die Deku. Bakugo brought both hands down, unleashing a large explosion as Izuku brought his staff up to block as best as he could. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was on one knee and staff broken, split down the middle. But he got up quickly, uppercutting Bakugo before kicking him away. Damn it, just give it up already, you've lost your weapons already. Your staff is broken, and your guns are out of bounds. And? Come on, I'll take you on with my bare hands if I have to. DCH fine, let's end this already. Bakugo jumped into the air and with careful use of his quirk, he began rotating as he came towards Izuku in a tornado of explosions. Howitzer. Izuku tossed up the shorter piece of his staff into the air before swinging the longer one like a sword and sending it flying at Bakugo. He could tell Bakugo's move took careful precise movements and sought to throw it out of balance. Which he did as it somehow through some miracle managed to hit Bakugo in the eye. This messed Bakugo up, but he still came in to try his attack despite it being weakened so much. But as he started to bring down his hand, Izuku appeared in front of him, bringing down both hands and fists. I won't lose. Impact. There was a large explosion and smoke filled the area where the two competitors were. Everyone tried to peer through it, hoping to see what happened. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Izuku on his knees, both arms broken and a foot clearly twisted in a way it shouldn't be, Bakugo standing in front of him breathing heavily. Damn it Deku, you damn bastard. Izuku struggled to get to his feet and stared at Bakugo. Bakugo took a shaky step forward and raised his fist, but before he could punch Izuku, the greenette pulled his head back before slamming it into Bakugo's. Bakugo stumbled back before eventually he was knocked off his feet and onto his back, no longer having the strength to stand. Slowly, Izuku raised his head to the sky, letting out a victory shout. That's it," Mick shouted. Bakugo can no longer fight, which means Midoriya wins. That is the end of the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya accomplished what he had set out to do today and won the sports festival. I don't think anyone will be doubting his abilities anymore because there is no denying it. Midoriya is a powerful student and surely has a bright future as a hero in the future. "Welcome you too, I hope you're ready to give it your all this week," Zatoichi greeted. "Thank you for doing this, sir." Uraraka thanked, bowing in his direction. Flashback to a few days ago. "Hey Deku, the person you call sensei is the one who taught you all your fighting skills, right?" Yeah. Well, not completely. I did get different treatment, but there were other students there and some alumni, I guess you could call them, that helped me. In fact, I'm friends with one of the older students named Itsuki and he knew how to use the staff. It was with his help that I was able to use my staff effectively, and the one who's going to be teaching me to shoot is Dangan sensei. Oh wait, sorry, I'm kinda rambling a bit. No, don't worry, it's okay, really. But I was wondering, will you be doing your internships with him? Oh yeah. He does have a teaching certificate and he's asked, and he is allowed to take me on for the internships. Why do you ask? Well, you see, my fight with Bakugo got me thinking. Getting stronger opens up all sorts of possibilities. And just doing things the same old way is kinda limiting. I was drafted by Gunhead and I thought I would go with him. Oh really, I would have thought you would go with 13. But what you said makes sense, I mean, that's why I've decided I want to learn more than just swordsmanship. Right, well I was wondering something. What is it? Do you think you can ask your sensei to take me too? I guess I can. But are you sure? Yeah, totally. Hey, can I ask the same? Ejiro asked as he walked up. I fight using martial arts, and I'm sure interning with the person who made you so strong in only a few months will help me. Flashback end. Hey sir, where's Midoriya? Ejiro asked. I know we came straight here instead of going to the train station like the rest of the class, but I didn't expect he would be late or anything. Oh, he's not late. He's already at work inside. He's been here since this morning. Wait, really? The two students asked. Yep. I swear, that kid makes me miss the energy of my youth. Well anyway, come on. Zatoichi turned and began walking away. As you can see, next door is a house, which is where me and my wife live. You can go between the two through a gate in that direction. There's a storage room in that direction over there where all the gear is stored. Up ahead are two of our smaller dojos, and behind it is a larger one where Izuku is training at right now. I'm surprised how accurately you're pointing everything out, sir. Ejiro said. Well, what did you expect? I may be blind and old, but I'm neither useless nor senile. I've been living here for almost 30 years. That's why I have no need for a walking stick on these grounds. Hey sir, what's that building over there? Uraraka asked, pointing to a small building at the side of the grounds. I can't see where you're pointing, but I can guess what building you're talking about. Zatoichi raised his hand and pointed at the same building. Do not worry, you don't need to concern yourself with that place. Or at least, you should hope you won't have to. Uraraka and Ejiro felt a little uneasy at what the old man said, but were soon distracted as they heard noise coming from the larger dojo they were approaching now. Opening the door, Zatoichi revealed an intense scene. In the middle of the dojo, Izuku was doing push-ups, and sitting on his back was a young man with a clay pot the size of his torso, filled with water between his legs. 99. 100. Izuku wanted before lowering himself to the ground. Good, now 50 more. Itsuki. Are you trying to kill me? I've already been training all day. Your fault for coming so early. Now stop your whining. Haven't you heard, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger? What if you lost a limb? Shut it, is that any way to talk to your upperclassmen? Ladies, you're both ugly, now break it up. Zatoichi called out. Izuku's classmates are here. Itsuki got off of Izuku, letting him get up. When he did, Uraraka began blushing as she saw Izuku without a shirt on. Noticing this, Itsuki smiled and picked up Izuku's shirt from the floor and tossed it at him. Hey Greenie, cover up before your girlfriend gets a nosebleed. Uraraka covered her eyes and tried to deny what he had said, but could only stammer. Izuku put his shirt on before turning back to Itsuki. Hey, she's not my girlfriend, but still, don't bully her. Hey, I already told you to stop with this bickering. Now Izuku, rest up right now. And you too, let's discuss how this week will be spent. First off, this idiot who was arguing with Izuki just now is Itsuki Itsuji. He's going to be helping out. Next, Izuku told me that you two wanted to intern here in order to become stronger. Yes, sir. They said together. Well, I must tell you, even if you were to start training under me even after this week like Izuku does, you would not achieve the same growth as him. Izuku, I won't go in depth, but I must still ask. Izuku slowly nodded. Alright. Simply put, Izuku was definitely not always the way he is today. Before meeting me almost a year ago, he had it rough, constantly being looked down on simply because he was quirkless. It got bad, but he still dreamt of becoming a hero. But on the day I met him, he had almost given up on his dream, but then I offered him a chance, hope. He has made great progress, but this is largely thanks to Izuku's own determination and strong desire. He pushed himself greatly, going through intense training, and he'll have to keep doing so just to keep up with everyone else, aiming to become a hero. And not only that, but Izuku is also a fast learner. These are the reasons why you will not experience the same growth. That's alright, sir. Uraraka said. I want to become stronger, so please, help me. Yes, please train us. Ejiro said. If I wasn't going to train you then I would have never brought you here for your internships. Now then, I got a bit of a grasp on the girls' fighting abilities at the moment from the sports festival. However, I wasn't able to see much of you boy as you dropped out. Though, I heard the reason why from Izuku, and I have to say, it was a noble reason, but still, I need a grasp of your capabilities before we start. Right. Well, I use. No, I don't want to hear what you can do. Actions speak louder. Dangan ain't here so I won't be able to borrow his quirk to observe the fight myself, but that's okay. Now, you should have your hero costumes with you, so both of you go ahead and get dressed in the locker rooms. Izuku will show you where to go. The three students got up and Izuku led them to the back of the dojo. Do you want me to have a sparring match with him? Itsuki asked. You'll see. A few minutes later, the three students returned, all wearing their hero costumes. Alright then, Ejiro, you'll be having a sparring match, so to the center of the dojo. Right. Now Itsuki, you will be his opponent. Gauge his skills, but try not to hurt him. Right. The two of them stepped towards the center and bowed to each other before taking fighting stances. Izuku, you'll serve as referee. Izuku walked over to the side and raised his hand. Alright, ready. Fight. Ejiro moved quickly, using a combination of martial arts and his tail to launch a flurry of attacks at Itsuki. However, his opponent either dodged or deflected all the attacks. Then Itsuki stopped retreating and managed to jab Ejiro by his tail, pulling him close before headbutting him in the face and then kicking him away. As Ejiro stumbled backwards, Itsuki charged in, ramming him and knocking him onto the ground. Enough. Izuku declared. Itsuki is the winner. So then, what do you think, Itsuki? Zatoichi asked. Itsuki helped Ejiro to his feet before turning to Zatoichi. He's certainly talented, I'll give him that. However, he relies too much on his tail and is predictable in his movements. But my tail is my quirk. Ejiro thought glumly. And his fighting style might be a bit too, how do I put this, rigid. I think he could benefit from a more loose way of fighting. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. Well, in an actual fight, anything goes. He seems to do things more by the book, but unorthodox or eccentric moves would definitely help him improve. It would at least help make the attacks less predictable. Alright. Zatoichi murmured. Well then, time for the next fight. Izuku, you're up next. Wait, what? Both Izuku and Itsuki asked. You heard me. I saw you during the sports festival, and that got me curious. You used clever plans and analyzed your opponent's quirks to win, but I want to see how good you are in a straight-up battle without any of that. First is the sword. His two students nodded and grabbed shinais for themselves, while Uraraka and Ejiro watched, curious to see how this would go down. Now then, if I remember correctly, you hadn't been able to beat him before Izuku. Not too surprising as he may be more talented than me, if only a little, and he is still in his youth. But it's been a while, so let us see how you fare against him. Ready, fight. Itsuki went to attack first, swiftly swinging his shinai down. Izuku took a step back, and as Itsuki swung his sword up for a diagonal slash, he brought his own shinai up and deflected the strike and kicked Itsuki in the gut, sending him away. Then wielding his shinai with one hand, he began performing a series of thrusts, stepping forward as Itsuki took steps back while deflecting the thrusts. Then as Izuku pulled his arm back for another thrust, Itsuki swung his sword upwards, knocking Izuku's attack away, leaving him open as his arm was knocked up. Using this opening, Itsuki made a thrust of his own. Izuku rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack and swinging his shinai, using the rotation to add power to his attack. Itsuki jumped back, avoiding the attack before running back in. The two began exchanging blows, but none of them hit as they were dodged, blocked, or deflected. Ejiro and Uraraka watched intently, amazed by what they were seeing. Then the fight seemed like it was going to come to an end as Itsuki knocked Izuku's shinai away and began a swing. Izuku ducked under the blow and as Itsuki swung again, he brought up his shinai. As the two shinais connected, Izuku twisted his and managed to get his on top, forcing Itsuki's to the ground and stepping on it with one foot, his back now facing his opponent. Spinning around with his foot still on Itsuki's weapon, he swung his shinai one-handed and managed to hit Itsuki in the ribs. Enough. Zatoichi shouted. The fight is over, Izuku is the winner. Heh. Ha 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 ha. Well, how about that, Itsuki? It seems like your underclassman has finally managed to beat you. Indeed. Good job, Izuku. However, swordsmanship isn't the only weapon the two of use. For this week, I want you to focus on polishing your skill with the staff. Dangan should be able to make it here a day or two, and when he's here you'll work on your marksmanship. Tail boy. Tail boy. You'll have to earn your name. Now, Tail boy, you will be working directly under Itsuki. Oh, actually, both you and the little lady will be participating in some of these dojo's classes with Izuku and the other students that I have. Does that mean we'll be learning swordsmanship? Uraraka asked. Oh no, that's not the only thing taught here. Now then, little lady, I'll train you myself along with another one of my students. Now then, do you understand what I have told you? Yes, sir. All three UA students answered. Good, now let's get started. So Izuku, Zatoichi started. About your hero name. What about it? Both teacher and student were sitting right outside the dojo during a break from training. Why would you pick something like that? Why Deku of all things? Well, I guess that is understandable. I mean, if I had given it more thought then I'm sure I could have come up with something else. But sometimes, a hero's name is like a message, it can show people the kind of person you are and what you stand for. And it was you yourself who told me to remember my roots. I believe my name will show that despite starting at the bottom, I can still do amazing things. Well, if you say so. Yes, you're right, it can send a message like that. However, I would have expected something different. Especially considering the significance it holds for you. Actually, I was more surprised when I heard the little lady calling you that. Is she actually some kind of bully who is putting on some kind of act? What? No. She's actually the opposite, she's very nice, a wonderful person. She says that she likes the sound of Deku, that to her it sounds like you can do it. Oh, she said that, did she? Haha. What are you chuckling about? Oh, don't mind me, but it certainly sounds like you hold her in a high regard. And it seems like what she said played at least a little part in you deciding to have Deku be your name. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, seriously, where are you going with this? Zatoichi placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Boy, she certainly seems to be a great one. I wish you luck. I'd also give you some tips, but apparently my style only gets you some troublesome women. And what does that mean? Rika asked from behind them. Zatoichi sat up straight, his expression a perfect poker face. Oh dear, what are you doing here? I thought you were shopping. I already finished. So then, don't let me stop you. Go on, finish your conversation with Izuku. Zatoichi slowly stood up. Oh, would you look at the time. Come Izuku, it's time to get back to work. Rika grabbed him by the ear. Oh no, it's not that easy to get away. However, Izuku, as foolish as my husband is, there is some truth to his words. Uraraka is just darling, and I know she'd treat you right. Thank you ma'am, but she's just a friend. Oh, that doesn't matter. Relationships have to start somewhere. Yeah, like how I met you in line at the store. Ah yes, memories. Sometimes I wonder if I really needed that candy bar. Wait, dear. Why would you say that? Well, that's true ma'am, but honestly she really is just a friend. She is a nice person, but I'm sure she could do better. Besides, I don't think she'd like someone like me in any other way than a friend. Oh, does this mean you have feelings for her, but doubt yourself? The old couple said together. It's not like that, okay? Now if you'll excuse me, as sensei said it's time to get back to training. Izuku got up and began walking away. Wait, Izuku. Don't just leave me behind. Come on, save me. Save me. Oh hush, you're a grown man, not a baby, so just accept your punishment for badmouthing your kind and loving wife. What are you talking about? How could I do that? I'm only married to you, not someone else. Even in this situation you can't help but make such comments. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll finally succeed in turning you into a decent human being. Wait, I'm sorry. It was just too easy, I couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. You're not helping your case. Ooh. A few hours later, everyone was sitting together during another break. Izuku stared at Zatoichi, noticing he was pretty subdued. I wonder what she did to him this time. He thought. He looked down at his phone, the device opened up to his messages, worried how he wasn't getting any responses from his friend Iida. Still nothing? Uraraka asked. No. I'm starting to get worried. What seems to be the issue? Zatoichi asked. Well, I've sent a couple of messages to a friend of ours, but he hasn't responded. Usually he answers within a few minutes at most. Well, I wouldn't worry too much. He must be busy. Well, I wouldn't worry too much, but he must be going through a lot right now. He's the brother of the hero Ingenium who was injured by Stain. Apparently he won't walk again and has to retire. He hasn't really talked to us about it, but I can tell there's something wrong. Yes, I see. He's also a classmate of yours who is interning with a hero, right? Who is he with? I'm sure you don't have to worry too much, especially if he's with some big-time hero. He's interning with Manuel in Hosu City. What did you say? The hero usually sticks in the city until he attacks 3 heroes, does he not? Why, yes. Zatoichi stood up. Come, let's go. I have a bad feeling. Damn, I hope that friend of yours doesn't try anything foolish. Where are we going? Ejiro asked. Where do you think? We're going to Hosu. Y'all will have a talk with that friend, and I'll talk with this Manuel. Oi, Itsuki, watch over the dojo for a while. Right. The 3 students quickly changed clothes, getting out of their hero costumes since they wouldn't need them for their talk. Though they did bring the cases with them and their gear just in case. Then, Rika quickly drove them all to the train station where they rode to Hosu City. As they approached the station, the train suddenly stopped as a hero was thrown through the train's walls and inside. Then a large figure climbed inside after the hero. What? He looks like Nomu. Izuku shouted. That large villain from the USJ incident? Zatoichi asked. Yeah. Uraraka answered. Sounds troublesome. Zatoichi got up from his seat and came up from behind the Nomu, turning his hand into a blade. He slashed downwards, managing to cut deeply into the back of its legs, bringing it down. It began to turn around and raise its arms, but before it could strike, Ejiro jumped in and slammed his tail into the Nomu's face. Then Uraraka used her quirk on it, and then Izuku and Ejiro stepped forward and slammed it out of the train, Ejiro with his tail and Izuku with his staff. Good job you 3. Zatoichi said. Now then, from the sound of things, there's trouble in the city. You're not allowed to use quirks to hurt people, so you can't really fight any villains. You too, Izuku, let's save the loophole of you not actually using number quirk for some other time if we can't, because once we use it, lawyers will probably get rid of it. Are you saying I'm going to get in trouble with law later? Boy, I know you. Now then, well, you can't fight, you can help with evacuation, and I believe you have a friend here in the city that might need helping. Now hurry up and go. Izuku, take your stiff just in case. Right. The 3 said before leaving the train and heading into the city. I think we should split up to look for Iida. Izuku said. And we should help whoever we can while looking. Sounds good. Ejiro said. If something happens, just send your location to the others. Izuku told them. Right. The 3 split up and began looking. Alright, let's see. Izuku thought. Most of the hero killer's victims are found in deserted dead corners and alleys. So I should look for back alleys near normal hero offices. Izuku ran off, looking everywhere he thought the hero killer might show up. As he was looking, he heard something that made him stop in his tracks. Iida, where are you? Izuku turned and saw Manuel shouting for Iida. And then he saw 2 more Nomu. So Iida is missing, but seriously, how many are there? Is Nomu really some normal person or what? Because I don't think their parents would keep going at it when the kids end up looking like that. No, focus. Iida is missing. This isn't good. Izuku ran off, searching much more desperately. He was searching for a while when he saw something down an alleyway. Iida was on the ground, Stain standing over him with a sword in his hand. Stain reversed his grip on the sword before lifting it. Quickly, Izuku raised his staff, throwing it like a spear and running after it, hoping it hit its target. As he ran, he quickly opened his case and soon dropped it. Stain noticed right before being hit and moved aside, avoiding the staff, and as he noticed a figure coming at him, he reversed his grip again and swung his sword. A loud clash of metal was heard, and as he got a good look at the person, he saw it was a young boy like the one in front of him but in casual clothes and holding a katana in his right hand. In Izuku's left hand was the scabbard and his wakizashi. Izuku, what are you doing here? Iida asked. Good, you're not dead. Izuku said. Man, I found you just in time. Now come on, get up. We need to get out of here. I can't move my body. Ever since he cut me I haven't had control of my body. It must be his quirk. Yeah, makes sense. Izuku noticed that there was not only Iida and Stain here, but also an injured hero. Dang it, I won't be able to get either of you out of here. So if you can, get feeling back in your body, that would be helpful. Midoriya, don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you. The friend going. "I'm going to save you" is nice. Stain said. "That's a nice line. However, I have a duty to kill these men, and if you get in the way, then of course I'll cut you down as well." "Heh, so if I left now you'd let me live? Is that what you're saying?" Izuku walked to a wall and propped his swords against it. Crouching down, Izuku silently took out his phone and quickly sent out his location to all his contacts. Then fastening his scabbards to his side before grabbing his katana and drawing his wakizashi, he turned back to Stain. "So are you saying you'll fight?" "Stop, run away. I already told you, this has nothing to do with you." "How dare you say that? I have so much I want to tell you right now. But it'll have to wait because I have work to do. I may be in training like you, but I'm doing everything I can to become a hero." Izuku held his daisho loosely, the swords pointing down, but now he lifted them and gripped them tightly. "And butting your nose in to help people even when they're not asked is a principle of being a hero." Stain smiled at him. Izuku began running forward, and as he began to get close, Stain swung his sword, but Izuku blocked with his katana, running it along the length of Stain's blade and getting even closer. Closing distance against a long-distance weapon. Satan thought. He knows what he's doing, but don't let him cut you. I couldn't move after he cut me. Stain drew a knife and slashed at Izuku, but was blocked by Izuku's wakizashi. And still, Izuku got even closer and still blocking Stain's weapons, jumped up before headbutting him in the face. As Stain took a step back, Izuku kicked him in the gut before slamming the hilt of his weapons against the sides of his head. Stain quickly recovered and began swinging both sword and knife, Izuku's own swords flashing as he blocked each strike, but Stain mixed things up by throwing in a kick, the spikes on his boots digging into Izuku's left shoulder and knocking him down. Stain raised his sword and was going to quickly strike before Izuku could block, but then quickly jumped back as both fire and ice came at him. Izuku looked down the alley and smiled at what he saw. "Well, I wasn't expecting for there to be 3 of you, but you have good timing." "We're here, Deku," Uraraka said. "And we found someone on the way." "Midoriya, for something like this you should send more information than just your location," Todoroki said. "I would have been here sooner." Izuku got up and took and sheathed both of his blades. "Well, I only sent my location to all contacts because I didn't have time to send it to Uraraka and Ejiro specifically. But still, I go to say, your timing was perfect." Izuku began backing up, watching Stain carefully, when he saw him bend down and reach for his foot before putting something in his mouth, and as soon as he did, Izuku fell to the ground, unable to move. "Okay, what? Guys, I can't move." "Wait, so that's how it works." "What are you talking about, Deku?" "Hey Stain, I figured out how your quirk works. It's not that you have to cut or injure us. Just now when you reached for your foot, you were getting the blood on those foot spikes. You have to invest blood orally, don't you? So we just need to keep our distance," Todoroki said. Flame spread on his left side as he lifted his arm and shot fire at Stain. "Oh, so now you'll use your fire?" "Like you said. It's my power." Todoroki then used his ice, covering Izuku and the injured hero lightly in a sloping pieces of ice, and as the fire melted it, they slid down and towards Todoroki and the others. Then Uraraka and Ejiro began grabbing and dragging them away, Ejiro doing his best to drag both Izuku and Iida. "It won't be that easy." Stain growled as he threw a knife at Todoroki, managing to cut his cheek, and Ejiro barely managed to move before being hit in the neck, dropping the 2 he had. Stain ran at Todoroki and swung a knife, but it was blocked by ice. Then Stain looked up as Uraraka shouted, and as Todoroki did so too, he saw Stain's swords in the air. Then suddenly he was grabbed and Stain tried to lick his cheek, but Todoroki covered himself with his fire. "Why are you guys doing this?" Iida asked. "I inherited my brother's name, I must be the one to do this." "You inherited it?" Todoroki asked. "That's funny, because the ingenium I knew never made a face like that, and he wouldn't put other people in danger for revenge." Izuku watched helplessly when he suddenly felt movement in his hand. Todoroki created a large wall of ice, but it was destroyed by Stain's swords, and while in the air, the hero killer threw knives at Todoroki, hitting his left arm. But that opening, Stain came down swinging his sword, but he was blocked by both of Izuku's swords. "I don't know why, but I can move already. But it doesn't matter. We won't be able to run away, he won't let us." Stain jumped back and watched them closely. "Ejiro, you'll probably be the fastest, so go and find the pros. Uraraka, use your quirk on me. Todoroki, create footholds, provide support, and keep the others safe." "Right." His classmates shouted. Izuku sheathed his swords as he felt Uraraka's hands on him, and his gravity was erased. "Alright Stain, I'll be your opponent. So if you want to get to them, you'll have to get past me. Trying to fight me alone, how naive. You have good sword skills, but you should know by now that it's not enough." "Maybe it's not, but it doesn't matter. I'm working towards becoming a hero, and a true hero should be willing to do whatever it takes to save others. Now Stain, prepare yourself, you face the future quirkless hero, Deku. Todoroki used his ice, creating small formations on the walls and ground. Then before Izuku grabbed the sheath of his katana with his left hand and gripped the hilt with his right. Stain ran forward, readying his sword for the fight with Izuku, but was caught off guard as Izuku flew right at him at high speeds. Stain began to raise his sword, but was knocked off balance as Izuku's katana seemingly flew out of its scabbard and slammed into his sword. Stain turned around, but Izuku was already gone. Then he heard a noise above him and barely jumped to the side as Izuku came down. Then quickly, Izuku jumped away again, jumping between all the footholds created by Todoroki. Stain did his best, but he struggled to keep up with Izuku's movements. He raised his sword to destroy the ice around him, but had to jump to the side as Todoroki tried to freeze his legs. Before Stain landed on the ground, Izuku came in, slamming the hilt of his katana into Stain's gut and knocking the air out of his lungs. Izuku grabbed Stain by his hair and with his quirkless body, managed to lift himself upside above him. Uraraka. Gravity returned to his body, and as he fell back to the ground, he maneuvered his body and slammed his feet, hitting Stain squarely in the gut again. As he fell from that position, he tightened his grip and when his back hit the ground, he pulled Stain closer before using his feet to send the hero killer flying over him. Todoroki. Todoroki got the message and used his quirk, freezing Stain in place before he could move. Izuku got up and picked up his katana, having dropped it after slamming it into Stain, so he could do the next moves. Sheathing it, he saw that Iida could move again as he stood up. "I'm sorry guys," he said softly. "In my anger and pursuit of revenge, I lost sight of what it means to be a hero. And because of that, I unnecessarily dragged you into this." Iida felt a hand on his shoulder as Izuku walked past him. "Hey, if you hadn't, then this pro hero here would have died." Izuku walked away, not looking back. Though I got to ask, does anyone else here think Iida's sudden 180 from his revenge-driven self is a bit of a cop-out? Izuku, Uraraka, Ejiro, and Todoroki were in Iida's hospital room with the Hosu City Police Chief, Zatoichi, and Manuel. "Okay, so like you said, using quirks is a punishable offense," Izuku said. "However, that shouldn't matter. If nothing was done then Native would have died." "Are you saying the ends justify the means?" the chief asked. "That's how things have been done for ages. But you have a point. However, I don't think we did anything wrong." "Oh really?" Iida was taken down by Stain's quirk before he could do anything. In the end, all Todoroki did was restrain Stain and create obstacles. Ejiro didn't get involved in the fight, and Uraraka mostly just helped drag the paralyzed people away. "I was the only one who did any damage, and I don't have a quirk." "Well yes, however, quirks were used against the hero killer, even if they didn't affect them directly. You used Uraraka's quirk in yourself, and Todoroki did freeze and create footholds for you. The argument you are making is like murder and attempted murder. The intent was still there. Then I'll take the punishment. I was the one to injure Stain. With assistance from your classmates of course." Izuku clenched his fist, and his classmates seemed worried. "However, that is simply my standing as police. Punishment would be decided when this is all made public. However, if this were to never see the light of day, then that's a different story." The students looked at each other with surprise, happy to hear this turn of events. Though Izuku was left unhappy about one thing. The chief of police turned to walk away but stopped in the doorway. "And Midoriya, do not take my words as my belief that you only beat him because of the help of your friends. Even with help, it would take considerable skill to beat the hero killer. And I thank you and your friends for doing what us adults should have." Izuku's eyes widened, not expecting to hear that. He looked down with a small smile spreading on his face. Uraraka placed a hand on his shoulder and when he looked up, he saw his friend smiling. "He's right, you were amazing Deku." Iida nodded his head before getting up and walking to Manuel, bowing to him. "I'm sorry sir. My actions caused you trouble." The hero did a small karate chop to his head. "Not just me, you caused other people trouble too. Now if you understand, never do it again." "Yes sir." Izuku began walking past them. "Well, we'll let you get some rest Iida. Meanwhile, we'll probably be met with a lot of yelling from MRS. Bakuden. Hey, here's an idea." Zatoichi started. "We're not staying here sensei." Uraraka and Ejiro nodded, following after Izuku, and Zatoichi begrudgingly went with them. "Alright, but I'm driving. Maybe then we can delay the inevitable." "Can you even drive without being able to see?" Ejiro asked. "Oh, it's not that bad. The scariest part of driving blind is when you're driving by a playground and hit a speed bump and hear screaming. Then remembering there isn't supposed to be a speed bump anywhere near that playground. We'll make sure to visit you in prison sensei." "Hey Deku, is he speaking from experience?" "I really hope he isn't." I'm not sure, but honestly, he does some pretty stupid things sometimes. Hey, is that any way to talk about your sensei? SHH, we're in a hospital. It turned out Izuku was right. Rika was waiting for them at the train station, and after grabbing her husband by the ear, they got into the car where she berated them all on the way to the dojo. Well, it was mostly directed at Satoichi, Rika, saying he was irresponsible for letting them go into the city when it was under attack. Now, you go inside and think about your life decisions, she told Satoichi when they arrived. Then she turned to the other three. You three, get back in the car. I'm forcing a break from training today. And to ensure someone doesn't try training behind my back, she looked at Izuku when she said this. You'll be coming to work with me today. Besides, we had 2 people call in sick suddenly and we don't have anyone to take their place, so you'll be helping me. The 3 students shrunk a bit in front of her before getting into the car. So where exactly are we going to work? Uraraka asked meekly. Well, my husband runs the dojo, I run a small cafe. It's a really nice place, Izuku said. They soon arrived and the sign said Cafe Bakuden, and as Rika had said, it was a small place. They went inside and they were assigned jobs. Uraraka would wait on tables, Izuku would work in the kitchen, and Ejiro was on dish duty. The cafe wasn't opened up yet, but it would soon, and Rika had one last talk with them. Alright, so I know this is different from the training with my husband, but you'll get something from this. And trust me, it'll also be tiring. Good luck. Uraraka struggled the most, taking orders, delivering the food, and cleaning tables. While Ejiro had it the easiest. The cafe got a modest number of customers, but it didn't get crowded until lunchtime. And then it was Izuku who had it the easiest, the amount of dishes coming Ejiro's way increasing in number. Izuku had some experience in the kitchen and mostly delivered things to Uraraka and the other 2 waiters, while the Rika and another worker handled the rest. An hour after the lunch rush died down and there were only 3 customers, the 3 students were sitting at a table eating lunch. I thought it was never going to stop, Ejiro moaned as he looked at his wrinkly hands. I never knew it got that busy back there. And I knew waitresses had it rough, but honestly, Uraraka complained. Oh yeah, this may be a modest place, but it can get pretty busy at times, Izuku told them. That's why MRS. Bakuden said we'd be able to get something out of all this. I'm sure Uraraka's memory and ability to work under pressure has been improved at least a bit. Oh haha. So how are you enjoying the food, you two? It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah man, it sure is. Yeah, you were right, Deku, this is great. Well, I've got to say, Uraraka, I wasn't expecting you to have some cake for lunch. What's wrong with that? And I regret nothing, I mean, have you tasted this cake? It's super amazing. Actually no, I haven't had that cake before. I've been here only 3 times and I haven't gotten to that menu item yet. Well then here, have a bite and you'll see why I made the right decision. Uraraka picked up a small piece with her fork and offered it to Izuku, but he hesitated for a bit. What's wrong, do you have something against the cake? No, I don't have a problem with the cake, he thought. But this situation is a little embarrassing. He leaned forward and bit, eating the cake. Well, she's right, it does taste pretty good. And as she looked at him in that moment, she realized why Izuku had hesitated. Wait, she thought. Isn't this an indirect kiss, and then I'm also feeding him? She froze in place, her face completely red. Izuku pulled away, and he noticed her current state. Hey Uraraka, are you okay? It looks like you broke her, Ejiro said. Well, I'm sure she'll be fine. They finished their food in silence before they returned to work. 2 hours later, they were in the car with Rika, their shift now over. So, what did you think of your time there? There were a lot of dishes, Ejiro said simply. Nice. Izuku and Uraraka replied. Rika looked into the rearview mirror at them before shrugging. The rest of the week went by quickly and they were soon back at school. It was now during their hero classes and All Might just explained to them that they would see how much they improved during the internships with a race. Izuku was part of the first group with Iida, Shiro, Ejiro, and Mina. Hey Deku, what's with those new gauntlets and shoes? Uraraka asked. Ah, remember Hatsune from the sports festival? Before we left for the internships I had a talk with her and she worked on these for me. Then he turned away and muttered to himself. I just hope they don't blow up when I use them. What was that? Oh, nothing. Well, I have to get going. Everyone went to their designated locations, those not part of this race's group standing by a large monitor that would allow them to watch. In the center of the area was All Might, standing atop a building. He declared the beginning of the race, and the group began immediately. Midoriya is certainly at a disadvantage, Yaoi Rozu said. Right. Jiro agreed. All of his opponents have quirks that give them high mobility. Well, how do you explain that? Uraraka asked. She pointed at the screen, and on it was a surprising sight of Izuku. Ah crap, I shouldn't have done this, he yelled as he went flying through the air. I mean seriously, who tries something like this with only a crappy explanation from Miss Eccentric and zero practice? What the heck? Kaminari yelled. As Izuku went back down towards the ground, he pointed an arm forward and a grappling hook shot out of his gauntlet. Okay, it's from a different position, but you've seen Zero do this all the time. He grabbed the wire with his other hand and pulled, swinging on it. Then, as he got close to large pipes under him, he put his feet forward, and right before impact, wheels popped out from the bottom of his shoes. He retracted the wire as he landed, wobbling dangerously as he was propelled forward. He began passing Zero, and he started getting confidence. But then at the end of the race, landing from another swing, the wheels on his left foot were launched off with a small explosion. Why now? He fell down towards the ground below, but managed to shoot out a grappling hook and swing forward towards All Might. Then as he was about to retract that one and shoot another, the gauntlet he was using also broke. Dang it, Hatsum. He shouted as he went flying over and past All Might, while slowly doing some flips from the momentum of his swing. Just as he began falling past the building, he was yanked backwards and landed flat on his back on the roof. Looking down, he saw that Zero had managed to use his quirk to help him out. You good man? Honestly, not really. Izuku panted. The next chance I get, I'm gonna. I'm gonna go to the support course, and I'm going to have a long talk with Hatsum. Isn't that the girl who was on your team in the cavalry battle and did that advertisement instead of an actual fight? Yes. In the end, it was declared Izuku and Zero tied. Zero didn't want it that way, saying that if it wasn't for Izuku's gear having unluckily broken then he would have won. But Izuku said while having observed Mina and Zero's skills helped him, with it being his first time he was lucky he did that good. That's why they tied, neither of them wanting to budge on the subject. Then later after school, true to his word, Izuku went to the development studio where he knew Hatsum was likely at. He walked in and found her and Power Loader in the middle of the room. He walked over to them and put the gear down onto the table they were at. Hatsum, I won't say I almost died, but I did almost get pretty badly injured. What part of self-propelled roller skate things involves explosions? Oh hey there, was it really that bad? I'm sure you're just over-exaggerating about what happened when my babies broke. Hatsum patted the unbroken shoe when there was a small bang, followed by smoke coming out of the shoe. Or not. Oh well, this one is a failure, it is still a step forward. She picked up the gear and tossed it into the corner where all her other failed inventions were at. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's my fault for springing something like this on you so suddenly. I know you'll be able to make me something amazing. Midoriya, I'm glad you're trusting and letting her work on your gear like this, but well you know. You worry too much sensei, those were just slightly altered prototypes I had lying around. I'm currently working on improved things for him. As she walked off, Izuku and Power Loader looked at each other. Wait, is she serious? She gave me something like that to use. What if I use that during a life or death moment? I'll make sure to inspect things before they get to you. The two of them nodded silently to each other and looked at the oddity known as Hatsum as she went around the workshop. And Izuku thought something as he watched her. If he was ever to die in the line of duty, it might not be a villain that does harm in, but one of her explosive pieces of gear. No, I can't think like that, he thought. I know that someday I'll be completely thankful for her inventions. After all, I can already tell that she'll be able to go pretty far. Besides, I shouldn't just blame her completely for what happened. I was probably a little too rough with it if it was just something to get some practice with. I forgot to study. Kaminari shouted. With the sports festival and internships it slipped my mind. He was ranked 20th, the lowest in the class. Beside was Mina who for some reason had a small smile and was also laughing, even though she was ranked 19th. Indeed. Tokoyami muttered. We haven't covered many normal subjects so the midterms weren't too hard. Sato said. But now we had all these other events. The finals are going to be killer. Hey guys, let's just do the best we can. Izuku told them. That way, I'm sure all of us will be able to make it to the summer camp. Yes. Iida cried. Well, you've been coming to class. Todoroki said. It shouldn't be possible to fail. Hey, words hurt you know. Well, I could tutor you if you want. Yaoi Rozu offered. Though I may not be the most qualified. Hey, can you help me as well? Izuku asked. But aren't you doing pretty well already? Well yeah kinda, but it's good to improve. Besides, Zatoichi-sensei has really been running me ragged almost every day, so I don't have as much time to study, and I like to make the most of that time. And can you help me too? Jiro asked. I'm struggling with kanji. Zero said. And me too. Ajiro piped up. Yaoi Rozu blushed and put her hands to her face, staring in awe. Yes, of course. You can all come to my place. Tell me, what kind of tea do you like? I can make sure we have it in stock. And I'll have mother make sure the Great Hall is prepared. I know she didn't mean to, but she totally just flexed on us. Everyone thought. Hey Deku, wouldn't Satoichi give you some time to study, especially if you ask? Uraraka asked. Yeah, but I noticed Yaoi Rozu seemed a little lacking in self-confidence. Izuku whispered. I thought I'd help by making her feel needed. Besides, this would be better than studying alone, I mean, she is the highest ranked in our class. Yeah, I guess you're right. After that, the class was dismissed for lunch and Todoroki, Iida, Izuku, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Tsu. The academic test will just draw from what we've learned so far. That's manageable, but what about the practical? Izuku asked. I have no idea how it'll go. It's sure to be a comprehensive test of what we've learned so far, Todoroki said softly. So in addition to studying we also have to keep in tip-top shape, Izuku muttered. He began to say more, but was stopped when someone's tray bumped into his head. Ah sorry, my tray just couldn't get around that big head of yours. Standing there was of course, Class B's resident big-mouthed asshole Monoma. Anyway, I hear you guys had a run-in with the hero killer at Hosu. I guess the sports festival wasn't enough, you just keep getting more attention with one stunt after the other. Before he could say any more, he was knocked out by karate chop to the neck. Thanks Kendo. No problem. So I heard you were curious about the practical exam. I heard from some upperclassmen that it'll be a fight against robots like the entrance exams. Ah I see, and this is not against any rules. Iida muttered. You were simply gathering information. Why did you have to tell them? Monoma asked. Now we've lost our advantage. What advantage? I'm just helping out our fellow students. Kendo dragged Monoma away, Izuku and Ko staring at them as they walked away. At the end of the day, they told the rest of their class what they had learned. If it's just robots then we don't have to worry. Kaminari sighed. Yeah. Mina cheered. Well it makes sense they're happy, their quirks must be hard to adjust for living opponents. Izuku said. Who cares if it's humans or robots? Bakugo shouted. I'll blow them all away the same. And Deku, I promise you that I'll completely annihilate you. You to half and half. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Well whatever, not the first time I've been threatened by him. Izuku muttered before turning to Yaoi Rozu. So your house this weekend, right? Yes, indeed. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to suggest another location. Time skip to the weekend brought to you by Lazy Writing. This is amazing. Mina squealed as she took a bite of cake. I'm so glad we decided to come here. Well thank you dear. Rika said. I was mildly surprised when Izuku said he and some friends would be coming to my little cafe for a study session. But it's always a pleasure to meet such good people. Well it has been a pleasure meeting you as well ma'am. Yaoi Rozu told her. Then she clapped her hands together, turning to the rest of the group. Now then, let's get started shall we? Right. They all said. They began studying, Yaoi Rozu helping to guide the others through whatever it was they were struggling with. About an hour after starting they took a short break and a couple of them went to the restrooms during this time. Izuku stood up to stretch a bit after sitting for a while when Rika walked up to him. Well it was nice meeting your friends, but I'm going to be leaving now. You know my husband. If I'm gone too long, he's liable to burn down the house or the dojo. Or both. Alright, bye. Rika waved before leaving the cafe. Izuku began to sit back down and was going to talk with Kaminari and Ajiro when. Hey, we already told you, leave us alone. Izuku and the other two turned, hearing Jiro's voice. Over by the restrooms was the girl herself, along with Yaoi Rozu, Mina, and three guys who looked a bit older than them, though not by much. Izuku listened closely, trying to hear what was happening. I believe we have already told you that we are not interested. Yaoi Rozu told them. Now if you'll excuse us, we were studying with some friends. Ah don't be like that. One of the guys said. I recognize you guys, you're from UA right, I saw you during the sports festival. If you want to study so bad, we can teach you a thing or two that'll blow your mind. Izuku had heard enough. He got up and began walking towards them. As he reached them, one of the guys reached towards Mina, but Izuku grabbed him by the wrist. I believe my friends have already told you no. So can you kindly stop with this stupid cliche and let them pass? Hey, and who are you? Oh, didn't you say you watched the sports festival? Izuku began tightening his grip. How about trying to use those brains of yours? What? No way. Game, that's the quirkless kid who won the entire thing. Now before you assume anything, quirks are restricted by the law. Obeying the law might as well make you quirkless, so if you try to fight, I easily have an upper hand from knowing how to fight without one. And if you decide to use a quirk, well not only could you get arrested, but I could still beat you. And I wouldn't only have the support of my friends, but I'm also pretty close to all of this cafe's employees. The guys looked around, noticing that the staff was glaring at them. They then looked back at Izuku's face, seeing an innocent smile. But his eyes. his eyes held no kindness for them. The guy ripped his hand free before leaving, his two friends following silently behind. Izuku turned to his friends and gave them a genuine smile. Well then, let's get back to studying. Another time skip to the day of the finals practical test. Alright, I'm totally ready. Kaminari shouted. Bring on the robots. Sorry, I'm afraid not. Nezu said as he popped out of Izawa's scarf. Due to various reasons, we have changed the test. Kaminari and Mina froze. From today, we'll focus more on person-against-person battles. You boys and girls will be paired up with a classmate and engage in combat with the teachers. Who you are paired with and who you'll be fighting has already been decided. Nezu began pairing off students and announcing the teacher they'd be fighting. Then they were all taken to different areas for the test. Izuku and Bakugo were taken to a replica city to fight against All Might who, like all the other teachers, was wearing weights equal to half his weight. They were put at opposite ends of the city. Bakugo, I think we should focus on one of us getting to the exit. Even with those weights, we won't be able to beat All Might. Shut up you shitty nerd. I won't run away, not even from All Might. Are you crazy? For once just listen to me. Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the collar and slammed him into a nearby wall, holding him there. I said to shut it. I'm not going to listen to a useless Deku like you. The Izuku he remembered would have trembled uncontrollably, nearly pissing himself. But now, Izuku grabbed him by the arm holding him with a vice-like grip. Bakugo, I know you're not an idiot, yet you're saying some stupid things. Shouldn't know to stop underestimating after I beat you in the sports festival. Now shut it and listen, we're dealing with All Might. We can't beat him in a fight, but we can't just run away either. He won't make things that easy for us. Bakugo's glare intensified and he started to say something, but before he could finish, Izuku pushed them both to the side and into an alleyway. As they fell down to the ground, Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw a large shockwave destroying everything coming down the main street they were just on. Wow. He noticed that before I did. He thought. I can't believe it. If it weren't for Deku, we would have been caught up in that. Now where are they? All Might muttered as he walked down the destroyed street. Come out children, and face me. And you better not treat this as a simple exam. Or you will regret it. Even if you didn't tell me that, I still would have done it. Bakugo yelled as he appeared at the hero's side while raising a hand. Stun grenade. All Might raised their hands, blinded by the sudden blast of light, when Bakugo blasted him in the face with an explosion. The explosive team grinned at landing a hit when one of All Might's hands shot out and grabbed his face. I don't see Midoriya. Did you really think you could stop me alone? TCH, I can't believe I have to rely on that damn nerd. Bakugo's grin that had disappeared when he was grabbed now returned. Though even I have to admit, it wasn't a bad idea. All Might just then noticed that Bakugo wasn't wearing one of his gauntlets when he heard the impact of something to his left and something whirling behind. As he began turning around, his face was met with an outstretched palm and then a large explosion. Back in the alley, right after the shockwave. Look, Bakugo, the pairs and the opponents were decided beforehand and for a reason. Kaminari and Mina versus Nezu, Todoroki and Yaoi Rozu versus Izawa. Me and you against All Might. Working together isn't an option, it's a requirement. Like I said, we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, but we can't just run away. Back to the present. All Might was knocked forward from the impact as Izuku, using one of his grappling hook gauntlets and shoes, to quickly close the distance before using Bakugo's gauntlet to set off the explosion. In that moment, Bakugo kicked off of All Might while also releasing his own explosions, freeing himself from the hero's grip. All Might quickly began to recover and swung a fist at Izuku, but missed as he ducked under his arm while managing to reverse himself, facing All Might's back. During that attack, All Might had gotten turned around, and having spun to attack, his back was now facing the exit, the same direction that Izuku was now going backwards towards. All Might quickly turned around again and reached towards Izuku. Right before he could grab him, Bakugo used his gauntlet to unleash a full power attack to the back of All Might's legs, making him buckle and fail to capture Izuku. Izuku stopped retreating and drew both his guns, before completely unloading them at All Might's weak point on his gut. The Price hero grimaced and struck at Izuku, who blocked the attack using Bakugo's gauntlet, though it was destroyed in the attack, and he was knocked down on the ground. All Might then whirled around as Bakugo was coming in for another attack. Like with Izuku, he destroyed the gauntlet in the attack and struck again, hitting Bakugo and sending him flying back. He heard Izuku stand back up and prepared to attack him again when he was struck hard in his injury. Through squinted eyes, he could barely see that Izuku had brought out his staff. Izuku brought his arms back to strike again, but All Might quickly moved to knock away the weapon before attacking Izuku. When the first hit connected, he noticed how short the staff was. Did I snap it? He quickly wondered. No, I don't see the other piece and there was no sound of it breaking. Izuku's right hand, which was empty, began to go up, and that was when All Might noticed the other piece falling out of the air. He tricked me. All Might knocked the other piece when he felt another hard impact in his injury, his eyes closing in pain and a strangled grunt escaping his lips. As his eyes began to open, he saw that Izuku had brought his knee up, and he felt something around his arm as Izuku's right arm that the hero thought had gone up for the weapon actually had the handcuffs and was now putting them on the hero. All Might was about to rip his arm away when he noticed Bakugo charging at him and saw the looks of fierce determination on both of their faces. He smiled, accepting loss, and the alarm sounded announcing the end of the exam. "You keep proving again and again how wrong I was, young Midoriya," All Might thought. "You're doing what I couldn't and what I and many others had thought impossible. You really are on your path to becoming a hero. Oh my god, you guys, I'm totally looking forward to all your stories." Mina sobbed. Her, Kaminari, Kirishima and Satu had all failed their practical exams, and while his team did pass, Zero had been knocked out at the beginning by Midnight's quirk. "Don't despair," Izuku told them. "After all, there could be some twist." "No, if you say that then you'll jinx it," Zero complained. "Listen, Midoriya," Kaminari shouted. "Those who fail to pass the exam don't get to go on the summer trip, and since we failed the practical, we'll be stuck in remedial hell. Calm down, it's not like we're going for fun. It's a training camp. You might still be able to go, but it'll be harder for you. Stop trying to jinx it," the five yelled. The bell rang and the door slammed open, revealing Izawa. "When the bell rings you should be in your seats." He said that, but everyone had gotten in their seats and went quiet the moment the bell rang, making his comment unnecessary. Morning. Now about your end-of-term exams. I hate to say, but some of you failed. And as such, there were 0 failing grades for the written exam. As for the practical, Satu, Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari and Zero all failed. C. "But we can still go, sensei?" Kirishima asked. "It's true," Zero muttered. He never said clearing the practical meant passing. This is even more embarrassing than the teams that failed. For the exams, we villains left you a way to win while gauging how you faced the challenges we set for each of you. If we hadn't, you would have run into a dead end before the challenges had really even begun. So when you said that you'll crush us?" Ejiro asked. "It was to drive you into a corner. The summer trip was a training camp to begin with, and as such, the students who failed are the ones in need of it the most." The 5 who failed glanced over at Izuku, who flashed them a peace sign. It was a logical ruse. "Tricked again, sir, don't you think that if you continue with these ruses that our trust in you will begin to waver?" Iida asked. "True, not that I need your trust in order to teach you. Though, it wasn't completely a pack of lies. A failing grade is still a failing grade. So you 5 have earned special remedial lessons." Hearing that once again, Izuku's guess had been right, the 5 glanced at him again, receiving another peace sign. "And to put it bluntly, they'll be harder than if you had stayed on campus." Later, at the end of the day after classes were over. "So a 1-week boot camp, huh?" Iida said. "It looks like we'll need pretty big bags for all the stuff we have to bring," said Izuku. "Like night vision goggles?" Mineta asked. "There's a couple of things that I need to get," Kaminari muttered. "Hey, in that case," Hagakure started. "Since there's no school tomorrow, let's all go shopping together." "Yeah, that's a great idea." "Yo, Bakugo, you come too," Kirishima called out. "Hell no, I'm not going shopping with you guys." "What about you, Todoroki?" Izuku asked. "I visit the hospital on my days off." "Really? What you told me during the sports festival got me thinking. After that I decided to go visit my mom in the hospital, and then, I decided to start using my fire. Didn't you wonder why before?" "Oh yeah, you did use your fire. I actually didn't think about that. Oddly enough, I was a little occupied with staying alive." Fair enough." And so, that weekend everyone, excluding Bakugo and Todoroki, met up at Kiyashi Ward shopping mall. "Yo dude, check it out," a random passerby shouted. "Aren't those UA kids? The freshmen? Wow, they still remember us." Uraraka gasped. "Oh, I could have told you that," Izuku muttered before turning to those from the study group. "Ain't that right?" Speaking of that time," Jiro said. She pointed forward, and when everyone looked, they saw the guys that had been harassing the girls. The 3 of them looked at the group, and when they saw Izuku they sneered before walking off. "Well, I need to get a large carrying bag." "Why don't I go with you then?" Yaoirozu offered. "I need to get some outdoor shoes," said Kaminari as he walked off. "Me too," Hagakure told him as she followed behind. "Where do they sell pecking goods?" Mineta muttered. "And small drills. Seems like we all need different things," Kirishima told everyone. "Why don't we decide on a meeting time and split up for now?" And so, everyone began going their separate ways, until only Izuku and Uraraka were left. Wow. Izuku said. Everyone split real quick. What do you need to get Uraraka? I want to up my training by getting heavier weights. I need some big repellent. Uraraka turned to face Izuku when she remembered something Aoyama had said during the practical exam. But big repellent. She ran off, covering her face with one arm and waving the other in Izuku's direction. Is she calling me a bug? Well, I came with everyone, but now I'm alone. Whoa, a UA kid, that's badass. Hey, can I have an autograph? A person who seemed about 20 walked up from behind and put his arm around Izuku's shoulders. Hey, you're the quirkless kid that won the festival, right? Yeah, that's me. And didn't you run into Stain and Hosu? Man, you're so cool. You certainly know quite a bit, sir. You know, I can't really believe it. To meet you again in a place like this. Izuku finally began to get a look at the man's face, and his eyes widened in shock. This must be fate or destiny or whatever. Though I guess to you, we haven't met since the USJ incident. Shigaraki's hand began to grab Izuku by the back of the neck, leaving one finger raised so his quirk would not kill him. Let's go have some tea or something and have a chat. Act natural, we're just two old friends talking. And don't even think about causing a scene. The moment all 5 of my fingers touch you, you'll be killed instantly. If you did that, a hero would come capture you. Of course, but have a look. Even though any one of these people could brandish their quirks as a weapon. Why do they gather? Why do they laugh? The laws, the rules, they are all based on an individual's morals. So at heart, they all think, oh, there's no way someone would do something like that. I could kill at least 20, no, 30 people before being captured. What do you want to talk about? Haha, that's the spirit. To tell you the truth, I hate mostly everything. But the number one thing that pisses me off now is the hero killer. Isn't he with you guys? I never agreed to him joining, but he's one of us according to society. And that's the problem. Everyone seems fascinated by him. The UA invasion and the Nomus we released in Hosu City, all of it's been swallowed up by that bastard's fame. Why is nobody looking at me? No matter how much he puffed himself up, in the end all he did was destroy things he didn't like, the same as me. Between the two of us, what do you think is the difference between us? Izuku got his thoughts in order, coming up with an answer. What's the difference between you two? I neither understand you nor do I accept you. Whereas the hero killer, I don't accept him either, but I do understand him. For both me and the hero killer, we both started out watching All Might. And back then, I was saved by him. At the very least, he didn't destroy because he wanted to. And he didn't give up. His methods were wrong, but he tried to live according to an ideal. At least that's what I think. Shigaraki began to smile, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Ah, my head suddenly feels clear. Like a bunch of dots finally formed a line. I feel like I get it now. The reason why the hero killer pisses me off so much, why you're so annoying, it's all because of All Might. He's the reason all these people can laugh with their shit-eating grins. Because of him they're always smiling, like there was nobody he couldn't save. His grip started to tighten around Izuku's neck. Ah, I'm so glad we got this chance to chat. Izuku reached up, trying to pry the villain's fingers loose. Now, don't struggle, you don't want all these people dying, do you? Deku? Izuku looked up and saw that Uraraka had come back. He's not a friend of yours, is he? She noticed Izuku's worried face and the hand around his neck. Let go of him. It's nothing, I'm fine, so don't come any closer. Shigaraki let go of him, putting his hands out in front of him in a placating gesture. Oh, so he had company, my bad. He began walking off as if nothing had happened. It was nice talking to you. And you know what'll happen if you give chase, don't you? Izuku bent over as he began coughing, Uraraka running up to him and placing a hand on his back. Deku, are you okay? Wait, Shigaraki. What is it that you're planning? What's your ultimate goal? Did you just say Shigaraki? Haven't decided. Though, shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? Shigaraki asked as he disappeared into the crowd. Because the next time we meet, it'll be because I decided to kill you. As soon as she knew that Izuku wasn't hurt, Uraraka called the police. The shopping mall was temporarily closed and a search began, but despite the joint efforts of local heroes and the police, Shigaraki managed to slip away. Izuku was taken to the police for questioning, and the police created a special task force dedicated to the capture of the League of Villains. Most of this information is nothing new. Tsukauchi sighed. Alright, well, thank you for answering my questions, Midoriya. Well, if I had been able to stop them, it would have been of more help to you. Not at all, it's actually impressive how well you held yourself together with so many lives on the line, including your own. Any ordinary citizen would have been terrified and panic-stricken. You're the reason there was no collateral damage. Finished with his questions, Tsukauchi walked Izuku out of the station where his mom was and the two of them left. Then at the beginning of school at the start of the week, Azawa and Izuku stood in wrecked clothes, facing his opponent while panting heavily as blood flowed down from his forehead. Well, this certainly isn't how I thought the start of my summer would go, he thought. He looked around himself at his surroundings. Wind whipped at his hair, beyond the roof he was on was the night skyline of the city. Technically I would probably still be here anyways, but if this is what happens when I accept such a simple offer from All Might, how bad would things have been if I accepted one for all? I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up breaking my bones all the time. How did he end up like this? Simple really. It all started at the end of the semester, and as Izuku has pointed out already, with an offer from All Might. Izuku was leaving the school building, ready to enjoy his summer break as much as possible, before whatever hellish training awaited everyone at the camp. Young Midoriya, I would like to talk to you for a moment. Izuku looked down the hall to see All Might in his muscular form, leaning around the corner. You don't have to, but I would appreciate it if you heard me out. Izuku sighed. Yeah sure, I guess it wouldn't hurt to at least hear you out. He followed his former idol, passing Bakugo in the hallway and receiving a weird look from him. Izuku ignored it and continued walking. So what did you want to talk about? All Might stopped in front of the teacher's lounge and opened the door for Izuku, the students walking in with the hero behind him. As he entered, Izuku noticed that there was a third person there. Another student who looked older than him, with blonde hair and a muscular build. And who's this? Hi, I'm Mirio Tagada, a third year. And I'm the one who inherited All Might's quirk, one for all. Izuku turned around to a shrunken All Might, cocking an eyebrow. Okay, what is going on? Why did you bring me here? I wanted to talk with you about something, and so did young Tagada, so I brought him as well. Izuku turned back around and faced Mirio, who had a sincere look on his face. Still facing him, he sat in a chair and stares intently at him, as All Might sat next to his successor. So what exactly did you want to talk to me about? All Might looked down as Mirio began to answer. I've heard about how you were offered this quirk, but refused it. I had already been curious about ever since I heard you were quirkless, and even more so since I've heard that you refused this quirk. You have done incredible things, truly. For instance, winning the sports festival and beating 3 of the 4 recommended first years in process. I wish I could have seen it in person instead of from a recording. Let me guess, there's a but. Mirio gave him a small, sad smile. You have amazing drive and determination, are very talented, mastering such skills so quickly. And from what I've seen and heard, you have the makings of a true hero, wishing to do what you can to help everyone. But, Izuku rolled his eyes. I don't mean any offense or to come off as looking down on you, but there will surely come a day when that won't be enough. Are you sure you don't want to accept this power? I already have a quirk, and I also want to become a hero to help people, so I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened to you when I could have stopped it. Izuku stood up, an annoyed look on his face. Like I already told your predecessor, I'm not going to accept this quirk. And I'm not only trying to save people, even I know that there are times when not even the best heroes can't do everything. I also want to inspire people, prove to the world that strong quirks aren't everything and help inspire people. Besides, who doesn't like a good underdog story? Now, if you're done, sit back and watch this story unfold, and I prove people wrong. Izuku turned around and was about to walk away when All Might spoke up. Wait please, don't leave yet. There was another reason why I wanted to talk to you. Izuku looked back and was surprised to see the hero and his successor on the ground, bowing in hands and knees to him. It's about that day we met. You were right, even after seeing what you were capable of, in the end it came back to whether or not you had a quirk. I am deeply sorry for that and the words I had said that day. I see now how horribly wrong I was, and I know you're going to go far. What I should have said to you that day was that you too can become a hero. So this is what you wanted to talk about. An offer and an apology. You really didn't have to. Like I said, I'm doing this to help people and inspire hope, not because of what you said. So really, it doesn't matter. Wait, before you go. There was one more thing. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious about what All Might had to say. And a couple days later, Izuku was on a private jet, alone with All Might in his small form and Mirio, heading towards Island. Are you sure it's okay for me to come along with you? Mirio asked. Yes, the invitation was clear, I was allowed to bring along someone of my choice. Yeah, but wouldn't that normally mean a family member, or you could have brought that successor of yours? Well, I don't really have any reason to complain, this is going to be amazing. Well, since I ended up winning the sports festival I would have been invited either way. Izuku said. Though this is better than flying commercial. It's nice being able to start my summer with a trip to Island. An artificial island that moves and home to over 10,000 scientists and their families. I'm feeling pretty excited. Well then I'm glad I invited you. Though I must admit, I don't think I've seen you fanboy like that so much before young Midoriya. Izuku looked embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I guess I haven't done that in a while. Honestly, I was a huge hero otaku, though I've managed to dial it back recently. An announcement came overhead from the pilot announcing they would be making their descent soon. All Might stood up, taking off the trench coat he had been wearing, revealing his hero outfit as he changed into his muscular form. As soon as we land, I'll have to keep this form up constantly. This is going to be completely draining. You should get dressed as well. You did ask the school if you could bring your hero costumes, right? Yeah. The two said as they got up with the cases containing their costumes and left to get dressed. A few minutes later, Izuku, Mirio and All Might were getting through security and into the city. Tell me, do either of you know the reason this island was created? Oh yeah, Izuku said. It was created as a gathering place for some of the world's top minds to research quirks and create hero items. The island was made mobile to protect the scientists and their research from villains. The security system is on par with Tartarus prison, where the most dangerous villains are kept, and no villain has been able to commit a crime here before. It was a bit much, but at least you know your stuff. They finally passed through the last bit of security when someone who worked there noticed All Might. A mob quickly formed around the hero, jostling the other two all over, as All Might worked on getting them to form a line for autographs. A while later, they were finally free, and All Might let out a sigh as Izuku stood there silently. Man, I didn't think we'd be stopped for so long. Now we might be late. Late? Mirio asked. Yes, I was going to have a reunion with an old friend of mine. I haven't seen him in such a long time. I hope you won't mind coming with me. I think you want to. Yes. Yes, sure. Oh yeah, I haven't told him about One for All yet or how I've passed it on. You're even keeping it a secret from an old friend like that. Well, the thing is, danger follows around those who know the secret of this quirk of mine. And you're just telling me this now? Izuku asked. I'll have to tell you more some other time. Izuku was about to say something when they both heard a pogo stick approaching them and turned to see a blonde girl who looked about a year or two older than Izuku coming their direction. Uncle Might. She leaped both down a few stairs and off her pogo stick and into All Might's arms. Oh, Melissa. Long time no see. I'm so glad you came. Thank you for inviting me. I almost didn't recognize you, you've grown so much. Well, I am 17 now. I'm heavier than I used to be, aren't I? Not at all. All Might lifted her higher into the air, causing her to smile and laugh, while Izuku just stood by and watched. All Might finally set her down and she took a step back. I'm glad to see you're doing well as usual, Uncle Might. Is she All Might's friend? Izuku wondered. She'd have had to be a little kid when they met, or maybe it's because of some quirk. Oh right, where's Dave? He's in his lab. You know Papa, always working. It seems he's finished some important research he's been working on for a long time. So I invited you as a surprise to celebrate. Oh, is that how it is? So tell me, what's he up to this time? He said it was confidential and wouldn't tell me. I see. Oh right, young Midoriya, young Tagada, this is the daughter of that friend I was telling you about. Hi, I'm Melissa Shield, nice to meet you. Melissa held out a hand. Seeing this, Izuku took off one of his gauntlets before shaking it. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a first year in the hero course at UA. And I'm Mirio Tagada, a third year at UA's hero course. UA, so does that mean you're students of Uncle Might's? Yeah. Yes. They're going to become great heroes in the future. Much to the disbelief of many. Izuku muttered. Doesn't matter. So, All Might, you said you wanted to see your friend, right? Ah, right. Well then, shall we get going? Melissa led them towards the building where the lab and All Might's friend was at. As they entered the room, David stopped talking to his assistant and stared in surprise upon seeing All Might. I am here. Shaking in excitement at our long-awaited reunion. Dave, it's been too long. Ashi. All Might ran up to him and picked him up, twirling around once before putting him back down. I came all this way just to see you, Dave. Well, were you surprised? Why yeah, very surprised. We both need to thank Melissa. Man, how long has it been? Oh, don't remind me of how old I'm getting. Neither one of us wants to think about that, do we? The two men both started laughing at that comment. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad to see you. Same here. All Might stepped to the side and gestured towards Izuku. Young Midoriya, young Tagada, let me introduce you to one of my best friends, David Shield. I know who he is. Izuku said excitedly. A top scientist in quirk research, and he was your partner when you lived in America for a while. And he's the one who created all of your costumes. I never thought I'd be able to meet you in person. Izuku stepped forward and held out his hand. David shook it, smiling at Izuku, before doing the same with Mirio. Well then, I guess I don't have to introduce myself. All Might coughed slightly and David glanced his way. It's been a long time since I've seen All Might. Can you guys give us some time to talk alone? Izuku glanced at All Might before nodding his understanding. Right, sure thing. Melissa, why don't you show these two around the expo? Sure. Are you really okay with this? Izuku asked as they walked out. I'm honored to be able to show future heroes around. Let's go. I'm looking forward to it. So what should I call you? Midoriya. Izuku. And what about you? You can just call me Mirio. Izuku seemed to consider it for a moment before nodding his head. Call me Deku. Deku? That's a strange nickname. You can call me Melissa. Melissa led them out of the building and started showing them around. Man, this place is amazing. Izuku said. It's hard to believe that this place is a man-made island. I know, right? Mirio breathed. Yeah, we have all the same facilities as a normal city. The only thing we can't do is travel. Melissa replied. That way no secret information can be lost or stolen. And the security here prevents crimes from happening here as well. They stopped as a large hero began passing by. Wow, it's the monster hero Godzilla. This is my first time seeing him in person. He must have been invited by a sponsor. Heroes are invited to show off the newest items and sign autographs and stuff. It looks like there's a lot of different events. Expo's amazing. There's also a party with all the industry guests tonight as well. I'm sure you'll be at that too, right? Since you both came with Uncle Might. So that's why he told me to pack formal clothes. Well, actually, Mirio's the only one who's really here with All Might. I was invited because I won the sports festival. Oh really? That's amazing, Deku. Hey, we should definitely check out that pavilion. Melissa pointed to a large building and led him inside where there was a showcasing of various hero items. Wow, so many hero items in one place. And they're all so amazing. Mirio and Izuku exclaimed. Look at this. This multi-purpose vehicle can fly of course, but it can also move underwater. Wow. And you can wear this suit up to 7,000 meters in the deep sea. So deep. These goggles are equipped with 36 different sensors. Whoa, I can see so much. Actually, almost everything here was created based on Papa's patented. That's amazing. Izuku said. Each and every item here helps heroes around the world in their work. You really respect your dad, don't you? Well, that's because I want to become a great scientist like him. Speaking of which, you go to the academy that's here on this island, right? Yeah, I'm a third year. The Island Academy is where all those who want to become scientists go, right? I still have a long ways to go. I need to study more. Yeah, I feel like I have to become better as well. Then Izuku stopped and looked around as he noticed something, or rather someone, was missing. Hey, where's Mirio? He was here not too long ago. Izuku began rubbing the back of his head with a small smile. Man, where the heck did he run off to? You look like you're having fun, Deku. Izuku and Melissa turned around to see Uraraka standing nearby. You Uraraka. What are you doing here? You look like you're having fun. You already said that. Ahem. Izuku turned to see Aoi Rozu and Jiro. You look like you were having a lot of fun. Midoriya, I heard everything. Then why are you giving me that look? Nothing was happening. Are they your friends? Melissa asked. They're my classmates. And there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding. Oh right, I should introduce you. This is Melissa. She was showing me and Mirio around the expo. Speaking of which, have you guys seen him? Muscular, wearing a yellow hero costume that has the number 1 million on it, red cape, blonde hair. He's a third year at our school who also came to the expo. No, we haven't seen anyone like that. Yaoi Rozu told him. So did you two already know each other, or is she a friend of this Mirio guy? Jiro asked. Ah, you see, my dad and Uncle Might are old friends. Uncle Might? Uraraka asked. Yeah, All Might, the number 1 hero in Japan. Wait, does that mean you were with All Might? The three girls asked Izuku. No. Since I won the sports festival I got an invitation to the expo, and All Might was also going. And when he heard, he offered me a ride on the private jet he was riding on. Though me. Suddenly someone put their arms around Izuku and Melissa's neck. Hey, can you not mention I came here as All Might's guest? Mirio whispered. Why? Melissa asked. Mirio looked at Izuku as he answered. Reasons. Melissa nodded her understanding before standing up. Well, I guess we don't have to look for you now. Say, why don't we all get tea or coffee while we chat? Wow, you have experience working with pro heroes? Melissa asked. She had led them all to a cafe and was currently sitting with the girls and listened to them while they talked about their week-long internships. Meanwhile, Izuku and Mirio sat at a separate table. It was really just training for me really. Uraraka told her. And while I did help with an incident, all I did was evacuate people. Said Jiro. That's still amazing. Somehow I ended up being in a TV commercial. Yayoi Rozu muttered. Well, it sounds interesting. I mean, you can't normally do that. Well, looks like whatever misunderstanding they might have had has been cleared up now. Izuku muttered. Sorry. That's probably my bad. They must have seen you two alone together and thought you had some kind of secret girlfriend. Mirio told him. Ah, no way, I highly doubt that. The waiter came up to their table and set down 2 drinks. Sorry for the wait. Wait, that voice. Izuku looked up. Kaminari. Then he noticed another familiar face next to him. And Mineta. What are you doing here? Jiro asked. They need some extra staff for the expo, so we applied. Right, Mineta? Yeah, we can see the expo on our breaks and also get paid. And we might even have a wonderful chance encounter with the hot eye that are attending. Mineta stopped talking when he and Kaminari noticed Melissa. They both turned to Izuku, but before they could try to play anything or get any closer, Izuku flicked an ice cube at each of their faces. I already know where this is going and no. Izuku told them. Are they also in your class? Melissa asked. Why, yes we are. Unfortunately. Jiro sighed. Hey, don't be like that. The two whined. Before they could say anything else, a familiar voice started yelling at them. Why are you two slacking off? You wanted to make more money, didn't you? But you're not willing to work for it. Izuku turned to see Iida running towards them at high speed. Iida, what are you doing here? Iida gave the two a light scolding for slacking off when they were supposed to be working, before turning around to address Izuku's question. As for why I am here, I come from a long line of heroes. It's to be expected that we received an invitation to the expo, but my family was busy. So it's just me. I wondered if you would be here. Yayoi Rozu said. I received an invitation because my father is a shareholder in some of the expo sponsor companies. It's so fun to get to go to the preview. Yeah. Jiro agreed. And she had a couple of +1s, so me and the rest of the girls pretty much gambled for them. And so after a partial game of chance the two of us ended up joining the fun as her guest. She said, leaning an arm on Uraraka, who nodded. The other girls are here, they just can't visit the preview. Said Uraraka. Yeah, we plan on seeing the expo with them tomorrow when it opens up to the public. Yayoi Rozu said. Hey, if you want, I can show you around the expo tomorrow. Melissa said. The 3 girls cheered and the perverted duo asked to go too, but were interrupted by the sound of an explosion. When the group arrived at the source they were standing at a stadium with a giant rock in the middle and on a screen was yet another familiar face. Again. Hiroshima. Izuku muttered. Another classmate? Melissa asked. Yeah. Now please welcome our next challenger. Said the announcer lady. Wait, Bakugo. Shouted almost everyone from UA. The spiky blonde walked up to the starting platform in his hero outfit before crouching slightly. Ready, go. Given the go-ahead to start, Bakugo launched himself into the air, quickly destroying nearby robots before moving on to the next one. Die. Amazing, he's completed it in 15 seconds. He's in first place with a new record. Of course. Bakugo scoffed as he walked away. Hey, isn't that Midoriya? Kirishima asked as he pointed up to the rails of the viewer area where Izuku and the others were. Upon seeing Izuku, Bakugo launched himself up with a shout, grabbed onto the rails, and began shouting at him while thrashing around. Why is he so mad? Melissa asked the girls. Oh, Bakugo is always like that. Jiro answered. He and Deku are fated rivals. Uraraka told her. Don't even bother trying, you shitty Deku, there's no way you can get a better time than me. Yeah, you're probably right. That doesn't sound like you, Deku. And you won't know unless you try. Yeah, you're probably right. Except, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to use weapons, and in that case, there definitely isn't a way for me to get a better time. I guess you're right. Take that, you fucking nerd. Though that means this doesn't accurately represent a fight, since in a real one, there isn't some no-weapon policy. Right, Mr. Sports Festival runner-up. The hell did you just say? Hey Kirishima, did you two get invited? Yayoi Rozu asked. Nah, I felt like going and I managed to drag him along. The loud familiar sound was heard, followed by shouting from the announcer. Wow, yet another new record. They all looked over to see Todoroki standing before a giant iceberg. What, you're here too, you icy hot bastard? Bakugo shouted as he jumped down. Is he also from UA? Melissa asked. Yeah, and like the others he's also in my class. Izuku told her. I certainly didn't expect to be running into everyone so soon. Oh, Bakugo. And I see Midoriya and the others are here too. Hey, don't you ignore me. And how dare you get a better score than me? Excuse me. Sir. The next person is waiting to go. Shut up, I'm going again. Bakugo, stop. shouted Iida as he jumped down. Izuku did the same as the two of them, and Kirishima ran to hold Bakugo back. You're going to make UA look like a place for delinquents. Well, it certainly seems like things are never boring. Melissa laughed. Yeah, we're sorry. The girl said. Oh no, it was rude of me to laugh. Later, after all that was over, everyone but the three they had met at the mock villain arena went around the expo and looked around before going back to the cafe, where they found Kaminari and Mineta sitting on the ground looking tired. Mineta. Kaminari whined. If it's this busy before the expo is open to the public, how will we ever find the time to look around? You should be proud of the work you have done. Iida told them. Here. Melissa said as she handed them 2 tickets. What are these? Mineta asked. They're tickets for the party tonight. Jiro answered. For some reason, Melissa decided to take pity on you. Mineta, a beautiful angel, has decided to award us for all of our work. I heard there will be quite a few pro heroes attending the party tonight. Iida told everyone. It's important we don't tarnish UA's reputation. We'll change into our formal attire and go as a group. We'll meet in lobby 7 at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Don't you dare be late. We'll contact the others and share this information. That is all for now, you're dismissed. Untalking Iida ran off, and the others began going their separate ways. Izuku was also about to leave when Melissa grabbed him by the arm. Hey Deku, before you go get ready for tonight, can you come with me for a bit? Izuku considered it briefly before following her. She led him into a building at I Academy and up a couple floors before they arrived at their destination. This is I Academy, where I spend most of my time, and this is my own personal research laboratory. I'm sorry it's such a mess. Wow, it looks so professional. I can't believe you get to study in a place like this. And you have so many trophies. You must be really talented. Well, actually, not long ago I was getting terrible grades. That's why I've been studying so hard. I've got to be a good student if I want to be a hero. You mean like a pro? Oh no, I gave up on that dream a long time ago. I mean, I'm quirkless after all. I mean, I'll be a hero by creating amazing things to support the pros. Anyways, back at the mock villain arena, it sounded like you really relied on your gear. What's your quirk? I can see if I have something or work on a piece of gear for you. It doesn't look like you have anything too specialized for a quirk, just normal weapons. Do you have some kind of physical boosting quirk? And why exactly is it so impossible? Huh? Why is it impossible to become a pro without a quirk? What do you mean? I mean, it's kinda crazy to try and become a hero without a quirk. It's really dangerous and there are things you can't do without one. You know, they say that about 80% of the world's population has a quirk while the rest don't. That would mean every 2 out of 10 people are quirkless, yet before today, I've only known a single person without one. Ever since they were little they dreamed of becoming a hero, even after being told he was quirkless. People kept telling him it was impossible, and one day he came dangerously close to finally giving up when a hero who was his idol also didn't believe it was possible, but then he met someone. An old man who, despite being blind from birth, had become a hero. The old man began teaching him how to fight. It's been about a year since that day, and they're well on their path to becoming a hero. How did I put it when we first met? Oh right, despite the disbelief of many. Izuku turned around and started walking out the door. Don't bother looking for gear or trying to make something for my quirk, after all, hard to make something designed to assist something that doesn't exist. Izuku stopped in the doorway and looked back at Melissa. You know, what you said about it being impossible. It's almost the exact thing that All Might had told me. Izuku walked away, leaving Melissa with her thoughts as she realized what he had meant. Izuku went to his hotel room and got dressed before heading to the meeting place, barely arriving in time. You're cutting it close mid-area, Iida said. Yeah, sorry, what about the others? I don't see Bakugo, Kirishima, or any of the girls. It seems they'll be late. Does a proper meeting time mean nothing to them? A few minutes later, Uraraka showed up, followed closely by Yaoi, Rozu and Jiro, all of them apologizing for being late. This is fancier than anything I have ever worn before, Jiro said. It feels like a costume. I'm just glad you're not in a t-shirt, Kaminari said. Mineta agreed. Not even the jacket can ruin it. Obviously Jiro didn't just let that go and stabbed them with her earphone jacks and shot in some sound waves. Shut up. You look pretty nice, Deku. Thanks Uraraka, and you look amazing as well. Oh geez, you don't have to flatter me so much. Contain yourself, all of you, Iida yelled. But everyone ignored him, turning to the door because Melissa walked in. Kaminari and Mineta started to drool, while everyone else just stared. Oh good, I thought I was going to miss you guys. She called out. Let's get downstairs to the party. She looked at Deku, but he looked away, causing her to frown a bit. They all began walking together, heading for the party. But before they could, everything went into lockdown and an automated voice started to warn everyone about a bomb threat. The group tried different things, but failed. "I'm not getting any signal, the service is completely blocked," Todoroki said. "The elevator's not working either," Jiro called out. "This is strange," Melissa said. "The system isn't supposed to go on high alert for a bomb threat." "Hey guys, let's head to the party. Maybe one of the workers or heroes knows what's going on," Mirio said. "Hey Melissa, is there any way to get there without the elevator?" "Yeah, we can use the emergency stairs. It will at least get us close." "Okay, let's go." Melissa led them down the stairs, arriving a floor above the room with an open balcony that overlooked it, and everyone was shocked at what they saw. The party had been taken hostage. All heroes were tied up, the rest kneeled on the ground. Around the room were villains armed with guns. One of which stood out as the boss, wearing a white coat and a mask. As they watched, some of his men dragged David and his assistant out of the room. "No, where are they taking Papa?" Melissa whispered. "Hey Jiro, use your quirk to listen in," Izuku whispered. Jiro nodded, inserting her earphone jacks into the ground. As she did, Izuku made his way towards the edge to get a better view, seeing All Might right below them. As he was peeking over the edge, All Might happened to look up and noticed him. Izuku made a gesture for him to talk. Seeing this, All Might began whispering under his breath. "If you can hear me, villains led by a man named Wolfram have taken over the tower. They've taken control of the security system and everyone on the island is a hostage. All the heroes have been captured as well. It's dangerous. Get away from here as soon as possible." Jiro retracted her jacks and turned to Izuku, a worried expression on her face. "This is bad, Midoriya." They retreated to the staircase with the others, and Jiro relayed All Might's message. "We've received All Might's orders. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place." "I agree with Iida's opinion," said Yaoirozu. "We are still students. We cannot fight villains without licenses. Then we escape and tell the heroes outside," Kaminari suggested. "I think it'd be hard to escape," Melissa told them. "This place is built with the same level of security as Tartarus, where the most dangerous villains are kept. So much for my idea. I guess all we can do now is wait for help." "You really okay with that?" Jiro asked. "What do you mean? You don't feel like we should go help?" "Hey, the villains even caught All Might," Mineta whined. "There's no way we can do this ourselves." "We won't know until we try," Izuku said. "We are trying to become heroes, are we not?" Todoroki said. "Yeah, but we're still not allowed to work as heroes," Yaoirozu told him. Izuku and Mirio, who were standing side by side, looked at each other and nodded. "That's not completely true," Mirio told them. "For you see, I have a provisional license and therefore I'm allowed to work as a hero when necessary. And that law mostly means that you're not allowed to use your quirk on others, even villains. And seeing as I'm quirkless, it holds less sway over me. Besides, are you saying we shouldn't do the right thing and just sit by? Doesn't sound very heroic to me. Besides, who said we needed to fight all the villains to help? We take back control of the security system and the pros can handle it from there. Any skills we bust on the way would only be in self-defense." "He's right," Melissa said. "If the villains have taken over, then all the passwords and locks must be disabled. We just need to go to the top floor, then we should be able to save everyone." "But how will we avoid the villains?" Jiro asked. "Considering they haven't found us yet, the villains must not be used to working with the security system. Avoid fighting and get the system back to normal, huh?" Todoroki muttered. "Yeah, we can probably do it," Kaminari exclaimed. "But the villains will probably be waiting for us on the top floor," Yaoirozu told them. "You don't have to go if you don't want to," Izuku told her as he turned to go up the stairs. "I'm the quirkless kid who got into UA and then in the sports festival, took on everyone in my grade armed only with a metal stick and a pair of guns loaded with rubber bullets and won. I'm crazy enough to have tried all that and succeed, then I'm crazy enough to go it alone if I have to." "What you want?" Mirio told him. "I'm going too," Uraraka exclaimed. "I don't want to sit around doing nothing if there's something I can do to help. That's more important than whether or not we're heroes." "Midoriya, I'll go too," Todoroki said calmly. "Me too," said Jiro. "I'll turn us back if I think it's too dangerous," Iida told them. "If you're okay with that, then I will also go." "If that's the case, then I will go too," Yaoirozu chimed in. "Alright, count me in," Kaminari said. "Oh alright, I get it," Mineta shouted with tears in his eyes. "I'll go too, alright." "Hey Melissa, you wait here," Izuku said. "No, I'm going too. But it'll be dangerous." "Why? Because I don't have a quirk. You don't either. Besides, I doubt any of you know how to change the setting of the security system. I might get in the way until then, but once we reach the top floor I'll be able to help everyone as well." Izuku smirked. Alright, I like your determination. Let's show what we can do even though we're quirkless by saving everyone. Right. Midoriya and Mirio went back to the balcony and All Might noticed them again. When he did, he saw the look in their eyes and he became worried. The two could tell he realized what they were planning and wanted them to run, but they shook their heads. They turned and ran back to the others, and as they did, a smile spread across All Might's face. After all, if they had chosen to do nothing, they wouldn't truly be heroes. The group began running up the stairs, and at the 30th one, Izuku asked an important question. Melissa, what is the top floor? The 200th. Are you serious? Kaminari asked. We have to climb that much. Mineta whined. It's better than running into villains. Yaoi Rozu told him. The group kept running up higher and higher, but were forced to come to a stop at the 80th floor. There was a blockade, keeping them from going higher up through the staircase. What should we do, break it? Todoroki asked. If you do, then the security system will react and the villains will know we're here. Melissa told him. Then why don't we go through here? Mineta asked as he opened a door. No, don't. But it was too late and the door was opened. We need to hurry, the security system will alert the villains that a door was opened. The group ran out and down the hallway quickly. Is there any other way to go up? Iida asked. There's another emergency staircase on the opposite side. Then let's hurry. As he said that, barriers began closing up along the hallway that would keep them from going forward. Todoroki. Getting the message, he used his quirk, creating ice to block the one in front of them from closing. They quickly went through and Iida busted down the door there, allowing them to get out of the hallway. Hurry, we can cross through here. Inside was a large room that went up a couple floors filled with plants, making it look like a giant indoor garden. What is this place? Izuku asked. The plant factory. Melissa answered. They researched the effect quirks have on plants here. Wait, look at that. Jiro shouted, pointing to the center of the room where the elevator was. The elevator is coming up. The villains must have found us. Mineta whimpered. I wonder whose fault it is. Izuku muttered. Quick, let's hide and let them pass. They all sent into the foliage, squatting down to try and hide from the villains that were about to appear. Hey, can we use the elevator? Kaminari asked. No, only authorized people can make use of them. And it's too sturdy for us to destroy it. After she said that, the villains appeared and they got quiet. Man, they just had to pick a place with lots of places to hide. One of them complained. Everyone prayed that they wouldn't be found and crouched lower. Hey, we see you, you stupid kids. Ah crap. Izuku thought. What did you say, bastard? Izuku froze. He knew that voice. It was Bakugo. He looked over, seeing both him and Kirishima. What are you two doing here? One of the villains asked. That's what I want to know. Hey dude, chill, just leave it to me. Kirishima said. We kinda got lost looking for the party, can you point us in the right direction? This pissed off one of the villains. Don't lie to me or you'll regret it. He swung his hand, shooting what looked like a blast of air at Kirishima. But before it could hit, a huge chunk of ice appeared blocking the way. Wait, Todoroki, what are you doing here? Suddenly the ice started to shake as the villains tried to get past. Quick. Todoroki said, using ice to raise the rest of the group up to a raised platform. The three of us can hold them. You get to the system controls. Wait, they're here too. Kirishima asked. What's going on? Didn't you hear the broadcast alert? Todoroki asked. Never mind, some villains have taken over the tower. The rest of the group made it onto the next floor, which was also blocked. Iida busted through the door, like he had on the floor below, but the hallway was blocked as well. What now? Kaminari shouted in frustration. Hey look. Melissa shouted, pointing at a hatch in the ceiling. If we can get that open, there's a ladder that leads to the maintenance room, and we can continue from there. Someone just needs someone to scale the outer wall and get in through a vent. We need someone who can both fit in that cramped vent and scale the outer wall. Izuku whispered. Everyone turned to look at Mineta. Wait, you mean me? Do you realize how high up we are? Kaminari walked up to him and whispered something into his ear, and then after a few moments Mineta was shouting again. Fine. I just have to go up and lower the ladder, right? As soon as he was gone, Mirio turned to Izuku. I probably could have done it. My quirk lets me pass through things. I would have ended up naked, but it might have been possible to get up and lower the ladder. Yeah, you better not tell them that. Especially Mineta. Yeah. A short while later, they were in the maintenance room. They continued on, and the path had been clear of barriers since they passed the 100th floor. That is until the 130th floor. They peeked into the room they had to pass in order to continue, and found it full of security bots. They must have realized that most of us are Hero Corps students. Iida whispered. Then there's no reason to hold back. Mirio whispered. Yaoi created an electric-proof cloth to cover them as Kaminari went into the group of robots and unleashed his quirk. When he saw it wasn't working, he turned up the voltage, trying his brain and turning into his stupid self, and even then, the robots were unharmed. Yaoi made small devices that shot out a gas, jamming their communications, which the girls threw at the robots, while Mineta threw his balls at them, causing them to get stuck. As they did, Izuku stepped into the doorway, a katana held loosely in his right hand. "You know what, Yaoi, I'm really glad we had taken to sit down, chat, and make sure you knew how to make a good sword." "Wait, Deku, are you really going to fight those robots armed with only a single sword?" Melissa asked. Izuku glanced back at her, a confident smile on his face. "Of course, even without a quirk, with just a single sword I become a real dangerous individual. Iida, Mirio, watch my back for me." Watch your back, don't forget I'm your senpai. "And I respect your strength, but as your close friend, I refuse to be so easily left behind." "Oh, in that case, I better not pull my punches," Izuku thought. "Now that I think about it, other than the first, Thunder Strike, I haven't used any of my personal techniques. All that time training and creating them will go to waste if I never use them, so." Izuku ran into the room with the other two following behind, raising the sword and gripping it with both hands. Mirio went ahead and with a single punch, using one for all, pushed a large amount of robots back while sending a few flying. Iida was up next, jumping into the air and spinning and unleashing a kick that destroyed a robot. And finally was Izuku. He raised a sword over his right shoulder, and as he approached the robots he started his attack. Third blade. Flowing river rapids. Izuku thrust the tip of the blade into the face of the robot, but he didn't stop moving, he didn't slow down at all. Izuku spun on the balls of his feet, ripping the sword straight out and slashing a robot next to him in a fluid movement while going past it. Izuku made his way through the group of robots fluidly while striking at any enemy in reach, like a raging river. The people watching the fight watched in awe, Melissa especially, as she had never seen him in action. In their eyes, despite the danger they carried, Izuku's movement seemed almost graceful, as if he were dancing among the robots. The third blade, Flowing River Rapids, focused less on the sword and more on the footwork. It was a technique Izuku had created with many on-one fights like this in mind. It was intended to allow the user to easily move among the enemies and strike quickly. Iida grabbed Kaminari and turned to Jiro. "Are there any more coming?" "Yeah, from the left." "Then we go right." Everyone ran, getting away from any robots that remained. "That was amazing, Deku," Uraraka exclaimed. "I haven't seen you do something like that before. Is that one of those techniques that you came up with yourself?" "Yeah. And thanks, Yaoi, the sword did great and it felt completely natural. I'm glad I was able to do such a good job." They continued up, using Jiro's quirk to avoid any more confrontations. But as they entered a large room filled with machines, the large doors at the other side of the room opened up and robots that were sitting there silently came to life and came straight for them. "Crap, let's break through, guys," Izuku shouted. "Wait," Melissa said. "If these servers were damaged, it would affect the security system." More robots began appearing, and the group found themselves facing a mob of robots that easily seemed like it was more than 100 in total. "We'll hold them off here," said Yaoi. "Midoriya, take Melissa and get to the top floor." "Uraraka, come with us too," Melissa said. "But..." "Just go," Iida told her. "Right." The three ran off, looking for an alternate way to the top floor. Melissa guided them, and they made their way outside, where the wind power generator was. "Uraraka, float us up. There's an emergency exit that we can enter through at the top," Melissa said. "Leave it to me, alright, you two, hold on to each other." Melissa wrapped her arms around Deku, and Izuku wrapped a single arm around her, holding the blade of his katana safely away from her, before Uraraka erased their gravity and tossed them up. The moment she did though, the door they used to get out of there burst open, and a bunch of robots came pouring out. "Chako, get out of there," Melissa yelled. "No, not until you guys get up there." The robots continued to bear down on her, but before they could get her, Bakugo arrived and blasted them away with his quirk. Then a block of ice appeared, encasing the rest of them. "Hey, are you alright?" Todoroki yelled as he ran, and followed by Kirishima. "Yeah, I used my quirk to send Melissa and Deku to the top. They should be able to get in from there." "Good, then you help us take care of the rest of these things." "Who died and made you boss?" Bakugo yelled. Just then a gust of air came and pushed him and Melissa away from the door. And the tower. And over the ground all the way down. "Quick, Bakugo, aim one of the propellers at them," Todoroki yelled. "I said stop bossing me around," Bakugo yelled back. But he still did it, and once that was done, Todoroki shot fire at it, creating hot air to blast them back towards the door. They safely made it to the door and inside when Uraraka released her quirk. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked. Yeah, how about you? Melissa said. Izuku started to answer, but saw something out of the corner of his eye and tackled Melissa to the ground, the two of them narrowly avoiding being killed. Izuku turned from his crouched position to see a villain who turned his arm into a blade come running at them for another attack. Izuku raised his sword, holding the child with one hand and the back on the blade with the other. What are you after? Izuku shouted. Stupid brat, don't try to be a hero. The villain turned his other arm into a blade and swung it. Izuku jumped away, stopping right against a wall. He raised his sword as the villain came running at him again. What are you going to do with that? Someone like you doesn't have the guts to kill another person. But the villain faltered as he saw Izuku grin at him. I don't need the guts to kill, because I know I can beat you without resorting to murder. Izuku ran forward as well, and when the villain swung an arm, Izuku dropped down and slid under him between his legs. Then using his feet in free hand, he pushed himself off the ground and kept into the air, slamming the pommel of the sword into the back of the man's head. The villain stumbled forward and began to turn when Izuku dropped the sword and began pummeling his face. The villain swung an arm again, but Deku ducked under it and performed an uppercut. Then quickly grabbing the villain by the hair, Izuku turned around and sent him into the wall. Then before the villain could move from that position, Izuku ran at him again before jumping up into the air and managing to dropkick the villain right in the face, catching them between foot and wall, knocking them out. Izuku stepped back and began dusting his hands when he noticed that his right sleeve had been cut. Dang it, he ripped my suit. Are you seriously complaining about the suit? You could have died. You need to be careful. You make it sound like I'm just messing around. Don't worry, I won't be defeated that easily. Melissa gave him a small smile and looked down. Yeah, I guess you're right. I've seen now how strong you are. Hey Deku. I'm sorry. What for? About earlier tonight at my lab. I'm sure you didn't want to hear another person say how it'd be impossible to become a hero without a quirk. And when we had gathered to go to the party I could tell you were still upset. No, I'm sorry, and if I was upset with anyone it would be with myself, not you. At first I was just going to ask why you thought it'd be impossible. But then what you said sounded just like what All Might had told me when I asked him if I could be a hero. It kind of made me upset a bit. So, I'm sorry for how I acted. Izuku crouched down and gently grabbed her chin, lifting her face up and smiling at her. Now come on, we have an island to save. Izuku removed his hand and stood up before offering it to her. Melissa smiled back at him, taking it and standing up. Right. They continued up, and each time they encountered another villain, Izuku would knock them out as well. Where's the control room? Izuku asked once they were on the top floor. It's in front of the central elevator. Wait, someone's there. They stopped, looking around the corner, and inside was Melissa's father David. What's Papa doing here? They must have brought him here to do something. Izuku whispered. We have to save him. Okay, I unlocked it. Quickly, it's in number 1147. David shouted, directing his assistant. Oh okay. His assistant ran up to the storage container, opening it and pulling out a case. You did, Professor. He said as he opened it and showed him. It's all here. Finally. This is the one thing I won't let anyone take. David whispered. It's all going according to the plan. Let's just hope those villains you hired are doing their job, Sam. Papa. David turned around when he heard this, and standing there was Melissa, along with Izuku. Melissa. What are you doing here? What do you mean, according to the plan? Papa, don't tell me you're the one behind this incident. Also you could get that device. Is that true, Papa? David had a look of guilt as he listened to his daughter, lowering his head and looked away. But when she finished he looked up with a serious look on his face. It is. He said. Izuku and Melissa gasped. But why? Melissa cried. The professor is just trying to get back what was stolen from him. Sam yelled. The invention inside this briefcase can amplify someone's quirk. Wait, is that even possible? Melissa asked. Yes, it's still being tested of course, but unlike with drugs this device can magnify someone's quirk without doing any damage to their brain. Sam said. Yet despite that, our sponsors confiscated the prototype and our research data and demanded that this project be shut down. They worried that something like this would drastically affect the structure of superhuman society. During the chaos, varying groups put pressure on your father to end it. That's why we did this. I don't understand. There's something I'm missing, right? You'd never do this. Melissa said. I'm sorry. David whispered. But this doesn't make sense. The Papa I know and love would never act like a villain no matter what. So why did you do it? David looked away, the pain evident on his face. I had to for All Might. Izuku and Melissa gasped again. Wait, if that's the case, then All Might must be weaker than I realized. Izuku thought. You three probably aren't aware of this, but his quirk is disappearing. David continued. However, if he uses this device, he'll be his old self. No, even his abilities will be even stronger than they were. The No. 1 hero, the symbol of peace, will be able to get his strength and light back again. He can keep saving people, just like he always had. Please just let me hand this device back to All Might, there's no time to remake it. I don't care what punishment I receive, just let me give it to All Might. They risk their lives. Melissa whispered, looking at the ground, clenching her fist. Everyone went through so much. Do you know how dangerous this was? How hard we tried to save everyone on the island? By the end she was screaming, the distress clearly showing in her voice. David was shocked, a look of clear confusion on his face. What do you mean, the villains are supposed to be fake? He looked over to Sam. It's all supposed to be an act. Then a voice rang out from across the room. Of course it was a performance. Standing there was Wolfram, along with one of his goons. But the real act was pretending we weren't real criminals. Before anyone could react, Wolfram lifted his hand and placed it against a wall. As soon as he did, nearby railings bent and grabbed Izuku, pinning him to a wall. Deku. Melissa ran towards him and started trying to free him. It'd be smart not to resist. Wolfram yelled. He quickly walked up to the professor and Sam. Sam, hand it over. Sam quickly hurried to him with the case in hand. Yes, right away, here you go. David stared at his assistant in shock. Sam, this was your plan. You were going to hand it over all along. Sam stopped walking, turning around to face the professor. You're the one who tricked me, Professor. He yelled. I've been your assistant for all these years, and you just let them take our work. We could have fame and fortune, not no. I deserve more. I need to be rewarded. Otherwise my entire career was a complete waste of time. Speaking of rewards, here's yours. Wolfram said. He pulled out a gun, shooting Sam in the shoulder. Sam fell down, clutching his wound, and Six looked up at the villain. Why, this wasn't part of the plan. Is it not? Wolfram asked, walking closer, still aiming the gun at him. That's strange, because it was always a part of mine. He was about to pull the trigger again, but instead of hitting him, David got between them and took the bullet. What, trying to play the hero after all that you've done? Whether intentional or not, you've hired villains, planned, and committed a crime. Melissa, reach into my pocket. Izuku whispered. Get what's in there and use it. She did as she was told and brought out two small objects. You need to steal control of the security system from the villains. But what about you, Papa, and Sam? Just go, it'll be okay. I'm not strong enough to free myself, but once you take back the security system, the heroes and others will be able to take care of the villains. Hurry before they kill someone or capture you too. Do it, be our hero. Alright. Melissa turned and threw one of the objects before running full speed. Seeing the movement from the corner of his eye, Wolfram turned just as the flashbang went off right in his face. Ah, damn girl. Melissa tossed the other one behind her, the smoke bomb continuing to blind Wolfram and the other villain. Prepare yourself, villain. Izuku shouted. Now that you can't see and no longer have the element of surprise, I'll be able to defeat you. What? I don't know how you got free, but it won't be that easy. Pieces of metal came flying out of the smoke and towards Izuku. They all luckily missed, as Wolfram would not have expected Izuku to be in the same spot, and even more luckily, one of the pieces ended up damaging the tailings that were binding him. What the heck? Izuku muttered as he finally began managing to pry himself free. Did that seriously just happen? This is something you'd expect to see from a piece of fiction via plot armor, not something you'd expect to actually happen. Izuku bent down and grabbed his sword and began walking towards the hallway Melissa disappeared down into, stopping in front of it just as the smoke finally cleared up. I've got to say, it makes sense that David's shield was involved in this. I mean, if someone who fell for a trick as simple as that was the leader, I doubt you could have actually taken control. Are you mocking me, boy? Hey, use your brain. What do you think Melissa is doing right now? Damn it. Wolfram sent a large pillar of metal flying at Izuku, but unlike before, Izuku was prepared for his quirk. He ran forward and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Wolfram sent more, making it much harder to avoid. Izuku jumped up twice, once from the ground and again off the first pillar, going between two of the attacks before sliding under another. Izuku jumped up from the ground and swung his blade at the villain. Wolfram raised his hand, and as soon as the sword made contact with it, it was destroyed. Stupid brat. Wolfram created another pillar, and Izuku was unable to dodge, getting hit. Izuku managed to roll off it before he was slammed into the wall and completely crushed. At that time, sound was heard throughout the building, and Izuku began chuckling. Well, it looks like you no longer have control of the system. So enjoy your last few minutes of freedom, because the heroes will defeat you, and until they arrive, I won't allow you to escape. Izuku took his suit off and tossed it away before rolling up his sleeves and raising his fist. I am Izuku Midoriya, the future quirkless hero Deku, and I will stop you. David glanced at Deku with a worried and curious look, while Wolfram began laughing. What did you just say? You're quirkless, and you think you can beat me? You must be insane, now I know there's no way I could lose. Izuku ran at Wolfram, who simply raised his gun and aimed at him. This is the end of the line for you. Hey, Dumbus. Get the professor and get going while I kill this kid. As his goon grabbed the professor and started running away, Wolfram fired. Jumping to the side, Izuku avoided a fatal injury, but was still hit in the shoulder. But still he ran forward, making Wolfram fire 2 more shots. One Izuku managed to avoid, but the other hit him in his right leg. Izuku stumbled, falling to his knees. He slowly started to get up, stopping while still on one knee, and glared at the villain in front of him. Wolfram smirked as he aimed his gun again. This is the end. That's what you think. Izuku swung his arm, throwing a shoe he had managed to take off without Wolfram noticing. Wolfram fired as it hit him in the face, and once again, while still being hit, Izuku managed to avoid death. He threw the other shoe, hitting the gun before it could be fired again, and jumped forward, closing the remaining distance between him and Wolfram. I won't give up, no matter what. Because that's what a real hero would do. Izuku swung his fist, connecting with Wolfram's jaw and causing him to stumble back. Izuku threw a few more punches, but now Wolfram had his arms up to block face shots. Taking this as a chance, Izuku kicked out at Wolfram with his left leg and hit him in the gut. But when he did, he had to stand on his right leg, and the pain threw off his balance. Before he could regain it, Wolfram threw a punch of his own, knocking Izuku down. Wolfram raised his gun and was about to shoot, but a figure appeared between him and Izuku, and Wolfram was sent flying backwards and into a wall. Hey man, I appreciate the help, but I don't swing that way. Izuku joked. So how about you put your pants back on? A naked Mirio crouched in front of him, a worried smile on his face. If you're making jokes like that, then you probably aren't hurt too badly. Like I said earlier, I could pass through things, but I would have ended up naked. Sounds like the quirk of a true exhibitionist or pervert. The power to strip in less than a second. Izuku began getting up, laughing weakly. Hey, you shouldn't get up yet, you're still hurt. I'm fine, it's really not. Look out. Mirio registered the danger in a split second, picking Izuku up and shielding him, unable to get out of the way in time as a metal pillar slammed into them. The two of them were slammed into the wall, both spitting up blood on impact. Not taking chances or wasting time, Wolfram ran out into the hallway after the professor and his goon, creating a wall at the entrance to it in order to block the way. Melissa ran into the room, a worried look on her face, having heard all the noise, but not knowing what had happened. She quickly ran to Sam and tried to stop the bleeding when the pillar pinning Izuku and Mirio was destroyed and the two dropped to the ground. God, now that was nasty. Mirio, you need clothes that don't fall off when you use your quirk. My hero suit doesn't, but that's not really important now, is it? I think having another dude's naked body rubbed on and pinned to you in the middle of a fight is pretty bad. Oh shut it, I'm going after him. Mirio ran forward, busting a hole in the wall and giving chase. Why was he naked? Melissa started, but then she saw the blood on Izuku. Deku. Oh Melissa, you were here. Sorry you had to see the future hero, the blonde streaker, like that. Enough with the jokes, look at you. You've been shot. Melissa ran to him but hesitated, faltering at the sight of all his bullet wounds. Izuku rolled the sleeve back down on his shirt and began ripping the fabric, using the fabric as makeshift bandages. Don't worry, just a day in the life of a hero. He started to smile in an attempt to lessen her worries, but it was ruined as he felt blood go down his face. Okay, it's kinda bad, because as you can see, I was not only shot, but crushed between a large piece of metal and the wall. He stood up, Melissa steadying him. Go help that guy, it'll be too dangerous for you to follow me like this. What are you talking about? You can't seriously be planning to continue fighting. Of course I am. This won't be enough to stop me. I've known since I started down this path that it wouldn't be easy and instead, full of pain and danger. But I've still chosen to walk this path because there's a desire in me to save others. It's not a matter of whether or not I can, I have to at least try. Izuku stood up straight and began walking towards the hall when Melissa grabbed his arm to stop him. Please, just stop. The pros should be free now, just leave it to them. Continuing when you're like is just crazy. That's my secret, Melissa, I am crazy. He shook his arm loose and started to run to the hall, but stopped when he noticed something near the entrance and picked it up before continuing. The whole time making sure to hide his face from her as he winced from the pain in his right leg. He followed the loud sounds of fighting and came out to see Mirio on one knee panting, and across the roof was Wolfram on a helicopter, holding David's head in a way that made it obvious he was threatening to snap his neck. Izuku stood there in his ripped clothes, facing his opponent while panting heavily as blood flowed down from his forehead. Well, this certainly isn't how I thought the start of my summer would go. He thought. He looked around himself at his surroundings. Wind whipped at his hair, beyond the roof he was on was the night skyline of the city. Technically I would probably still be here anyways, but if this is what happens when I accept such a simple offer from All Might, how bad would things have been if I accepted one for all? I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up breaking my bones all the time. What are you doing here? Mirio asked as he stood up. You should take care of those injuries. No can do, the villains haven't been captured yet. Now then, Mirio, I'll create an opening, you just be ready to grab the professor. What are you talking about? Our dear friend dropped something when you hit him. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out Wolfram's gun. Get going. Izuku took aim at Wolfram as the helicopter began rising into the air. The villain's eyes widened in surprise as he saw what Izuku was doing. Mirio began running, one for all boosting him forward as he ran at high speeds, going up one of the pillars Wolfram must have used to attack earlier. Izuku could see Wolfram begin to move, but before he could take cover or harm the professor, Izuku fired 2 shots. He did not know where, but when he saw Wolfram jerk back and a flash of pain flash across what little of his face he saw, he knew he must have hit him. At the same time, Mirio leapt up into the helicopter, managing to grab the landing gear and pull himself up enough to grab the professor and his invention before jumping down. As they fell down to the ground, Wolfram came back to the opening, having attempted to grab them, and Izuku emptied the clip, forcing Wolfram to get back in. As Mirio landed, he looked back up, a scowl on his face. I won't be able to get up that high, they're going to get away. Think I could make it if you threw me? Izuku asked. Please tell me you're joking. I'm at least half serious. But before they could contemplate it further, something came up from the side of the building and into the air after the helicopter in a blur, and then there was an explosion. That thing landed on the roof, revealing itself as All Might, and he was holding an unconscious Wolfram and Goon who had been flying the helicopter. Well done you two. Izuku smirked. You say that, but in the end, it was up to you to capture the villains. But if not for the valiant efforts of you and the others, he would have escaped completely. You should be proud of your work. I can tell you both worked hard, especially you young Midoriya. Deku. Looking to the door leading back inside, everyone saw Melissa standing there panting. You should go to her, she seems quite worried about you. All Might told Izuku. Nodding his head, Izuku began walking to her while she ran to him. When she reached him, she almost tackled him to the ground as she hugged him. Izuku tensed up in pain and wincing, a small hiss escaping his lips. Both hearing and feeling this, Melissa quickly let go and stepped back, but still stayed nearby and supported him. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Izuku began chuckling. Nah, don't worry, just a little pain. Oh, don't put on a brave face. Mirio said as he walked up to them. Oh, and thanks. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to grab the professor or whatever was in that suitcase. Hey, that's right, why did you grab that? You weren't there when David said what was inside. Well, if the villains were trying to take it, it must have been important. Fair enough. With All Might and David, the two friends watched the three from where they had been. Toshinori, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. What do you mean? I was afraid of how much weaker you were becoming. I had created a device to strengthen quirks with no negative side effects. But it was deemed too dangerous and locked up. Me and Sam had orchestrated this entire thing to steal back the device. All because I was scared you would no longer be able to be the symbol of peace. All Might placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. So that's what happened. Look, Dave, I won't be able to be a hero forever, that is just a simple fact. But there will always be new heroes. You know, she wants to become a scientist like me. And then you have those two boys. Yes, I have big hopes for them. Young Midoriya especially. Deku. Eyes. Hey. Everyone turned as the rest of the group appeared, all of them looking tired and hurt. Izuku raised a hand curled in a fist in triumph. We did it. Some began cheering, some laughing, others sighing in relief, and Bakugo just scowled at him. And speaking of doing things. Izuku muttered. I think I'll take a nap. Izuku's eyes rolled to the back of his head as his body began to go limp and he fell backwards, his consciousness drifting away. Some of the friends ran up to them, Ida and your rocket being the fastest. When they arrived, Melissa was kneeling on the ground with Izuku's head in her lap, holding a finger to her lips to shush them with a small smile. And then they saw the reason. While his clothes were ripped up, bloodied, and unconscious, he had a peaceful smile on his face as he slept there. You know, as much as I would like to say this was an enjoyable trip, it definitely could have been better. Izuku said. Especially if I didn't have to spend most of it in the hospital. Well, if you weren't such a crazy person and challenge a person armed with a gun and quirk that can manipulate metal with nothing but your shoes, it might not have been as bad. Melissa told him. And what, just let him kill you and everyone else. No thank you. Really, I'm just thankful that recovery girl came to Island. Though her efforts might be wasted because my mother might kill me for doing something reckless like fighting a large group of villains controlling a tower with my friends or completely injure me again with a giant worried hug. And then there's Sensei's wife, Rika. What about your sensei himself? Nah, he'll probably be proud I acted so selflessly and all that. That's actually kind of the reason he started teaching me in the first place. I see. Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Safe? What are you talking about? In a couple days I'm going to go to a freaking bootcamp with Eraserhead. Though I guess that's just the world balancing things out. How so? Well, you said you wanted to work with me, right? You know, create gear and all that. And then I told you about Hatsune, called her up, and now you're going to work together. I'm flattered, honestly I am, but I'm also safer. Because it's actually normal for her stuff to blow up sometimes. So that's what I mean by safer. I'm less likely to randomly blow up in battle. I see, certainly sounds interesting. If only it was just interesting. Hey you two, wrap it up, we gotta go soon. Mirio called out. Well, you heard him, time for me to go. Take care, Melissa. You too, Deku, and hey, maybe when I've graduated, I can start working with you officially. Ooh, the quirkless wonders, the amazing duo of hero and inventor. Kinda has a nice ring to it. Melissa pushed him playfully. Alright, enough with the jokes, you need to get going already. And don't push yourself too hard. At the rate you're going, you'll lose a limb or something, and I'll have to replace it. Izuku chuckled as he turned and began walking away, raising a hand in farewell. Well then, if that does happen, you will be the first person I come to, so have something ready. Hey, don't go planning to lose something. Izuku laughed, glancing at her one final time. Until we meet again. Izuku joined Mirio and All Might before heading to the private jet that had brought them there. Until we meet again. Melissa whispered to herself. So you and Melissa? Mirio said, elbowing Izuku. Hey now, don't start. I don't know, you two seemed awfully close. All Might added, a hand held thoughtfully under his chin. Yeah, well you and Dave were close, and it's not like there was anything going on. Was there? Where did such a question pop up from young Midoriya? Oh, I'm not done with questions. For example. You still haven't told me what danger comes with a secret. All Might's usual smile turned into a small frown. Ah, that. Yes, you have a right, no, you need to know. Because you're getting dragged further and further into this. How so? Not here. Izuku kept his mouth shut, and so did the other two, the three traveling to and arriving at the jet in silence. Once they arrived, All Might deflated before taking a seat, a serious expression on his face. Mirio sat next to him, while Izuku sat across the table from them. In order to tell you the danger that comes with knowing the secret of One for All, I will also have to tell its origin. You telling me you know the origin of quirks? No, but I do know the origin of this particular one. It doesn't matter what, but in order to transfer One for All, DNA of the current user needs to be taken into the successor's body. For Mirio, I gave him one of my hairs to eat. Sounds nasty. It was definitely a weird experience. However, One for All cannot be transferred to anyone unless the user wishes it and cannot be stolen by force. But it can be forced onto another person. Mirio, if you ever spike my drink, the first thing I'm doing with the power is breaking you. Fair enough. Ahem. It's a special quirk, and that is also how it came to exist. One for All is derived from another quirk in the past. And that quirk's name was All for One. Opposite of your quirk. Yes, exactly. One for All is a single power for anyone. However, All for One is the opposite. It's a quirk that could steal other quirks for the bearer and can also bestow quirks to others. Like some kind of quirk bank. Yes, I guess you could say that. And as far as I know, there is no limit to how many quirks the user can steal and store. This quirk showed up at the beginning when quirks first made their appearance. Before society had figured out how to deal with the changes. But the appearances of quirks, what it meant to be a normal human began to change, and laws began to lose meaning, the progress of civilization was stopped. During that chaos was when someone appeared who was the first to unify all the people. He stole quirks from others, and with his power his influence spread. He manipulated people in a calculating way and committed villainous acts to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of many evildoers and ruled over Japan. I've seen rumors of something like this online before. Are you telling me that it actually happened? It's not like it was in any history books or anything. They can't put secret dealings in textbooks, now can they? When people got powers, they looked for ways to use them. And how exactly does this relate to One for All? I said All for One could give quirks to others, right? He made people trust or surrender to him by giving or taking powers. Though there were many who were given quirks that couldn't bear the burden and became like living dolls that couldn't speak. Izuku's eyes widened in horror and realization. just like the Nomus. Correct. Meanwhile, there were also quirks that changed or mixed when they were passed on. The man had a quirkless younger brother. The brother was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see his older brother's deeds, so he resisted him. And eventually, he forced a quirk that could stockpile power to his younger brother. At this point, it is unknown if it was out of kindness or to force him into submission. Don't tell me. Yes, while it was thought that the younger brother was quirkless, there was actually something within him. Something that neither himself nor the people around him had noticed. He had a useless quirk to pass on quirks. But then, the quirk to stockpile power and the quirk to pass on quirks combined. And that is the origin of All for One. It's ironic that justice almost always comes from evil. Wait, hold on. I get how One for All came to be, but why did you even bother bringing up that other guy? Did he also pass his quirk on like his brother? No, he did not. He can steal quirks, anything goes. He stole a quirk that stops aging, or something similar. That symbol of evil was pretty much immortal. With a huge difference in strength and the state of society at the time, the younger brother was unable to defeat him. And so, he decided to entrust his quirk to future generations. He believed that even if he couldn't win then, there would come the day when someone would. One person accepted the quirk and cultivated it before passing it on to the next person who did the same. And eventually, it was my turn as the 8 holder of One for All, and I defeated him. At least, that's what I thought. Okay, seriously, just give it to me straight. Enough with avoiding the question or this verbal roller coaster. I fought him and beat him. It was during that fight that I received the injury to my torso that weakens me. But it seems that he had survived, and now he has started moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. One for All is power inherited to defeat All for One, so to speak. And it seems that one day, Mirio will have to face him, and from what I have seen, you will probably dragged into this brutal war as well. Ah, is that so? Well, I can't promise much, but I guess when that time comes I'll do my best. I am aiming to be a hero after all, so I can't just overlook this guy. Though, from the way you speak, it seems like Melissa might really have to create some kind of replacement for any missing limbs I might have soon. And I'll fight too. Mirio said. I'll do what I can, no, I'll do what I must. With the 3 of us, there's no possible way we can lose. Mirio didn't seem to notice anything, but when he said that, Izuku could see a flash of doubt and worry flash across All Might's face. All Might has been weakened significantly, so much that Professor Shield committed a crime of that level to get his quirk-enhancing device. Izuku thought. And when I met him and saw his true form, he told me he could only do hero work for about 3 hours each day, and that limit has gone down even more since then. And I'm sure he's been weakened even more since he's passed One for All on. At the rate things are going, it might just be a matter of time until he won't be able to fight anymore. He considered saying something, but he decided not to, respecting the hero's choice not to say something to his successor. So what you're telling me is that there is a guy with a bunch of quirks who can steal them and give them away like candy, that he's in charge of the league, and now, because I know the secret of your power, I might end up in his crosshairs. Yes, that is right. Oh great. Well, on that cheerful note, I think I'll go to sleep now. Izuku began to get comfortable, thinking over what he had just learned as he drifted off to sleep. Later when they arrived back in Japan and Izuku went back home hesitantly, worried about how his mother would react when he got home. When he arrived, he slowly opened the door. Inside, it was quiet and none of the lights were on. He walked in and closed the door, locking it behind him. He walked into the living room and turned on the lights when he was suddenly tackled to the ground. He reached up, ready to throw the person off when he heard a familiar sound. His mom, crying like crazy. He sighed and was about to hug her when he felt a sudden sharp pain as she grabbed both his cheeks and pulled. What were you thinking, Izuku? Do you know how worried I was? I got a call in the middle of the night telling me villains had attacked Island and took the entire place hostage. And that you and a few of your friends went to fight them alone and you had been badly injured. Seriously, I don't think my heart can take such a big shock. Oyusu thought you wowie. Izuku tried to ask, though it was a little hard to talk at the moment. You are quooing me. Oh don't even, I know you're healed now. They told me that recovery girl happened to be there and she healed you up. So tell me, what were you thinking? Why would you do something so dangerous? She would have continued her rant, but at that moment, Izuku's phone started ringing. She let him go and got off of him to let him answer, but she stayed there, staring at it intently. I don't know who this is, but now might not be the best time. Well I'm sorry Deku, but your help is really needed. Wah? Melissa. Wait, what's going on? You're talking to a girl. Inko asked, a new sparkle in her eyes. It's that girl you introduced me to, Hatsune. She called me 2 hours ago to talk about inventions and we've been talking since, but just now there was an explosion and she's not answering. Oh, is that all? What? I told you, didn't I? Explosions are normal for her. What are you? Wait, she's calling me right now. Shouldn't she go see some medical attention or something? Nah, no matter how many explosions or malfunctions there are, Hatsum always seems to survive. Well, if that's all, actually, wait. I could use some help with my mom right now. She is definitely upset. Inko took his phone from him and put it up to his ear. Ah, he's just exaggerating. Hi there, my name is Inko Midoriya. And may I ask who you are? Izuku eyed her carefully, slightly worried by how cheerful she seemed now. He couldn't hear what Melissa was saying, but Inko nodded her head. Ah, I see. Well, I'm glad he at least met someone as nice as you while he was gone. Oh, in that case I guess I'll give his phone back. Ink handed Izuku his phone back before walking off, humming to herself. Izuku shook his head, giving her a strange look. Hey, it's me again. Did you have something to tell me? Wait, I thought you said Hatsum was calling you again. I have her here on video chat via computer. Hey there, Midoriya. I see. Well, you're right, since I have you now, I have something to tell you. That weapon that I've got started on for you should be ready and there before you go to your training camp. Yeah, I had her tell me about it and I find it quite fascinating. Hatsum said. I got that inventive itch again, so I started tinkering during my call. That explains the explosion. Izuku muttered. And you do know they sell cream for that, right? But that's good to hear. Though you could have told me that before I left. Oh, well, I guess it must have slipped my mind. I see. Well, if that's all, I guess I'll be going now. Oh, alright. Bye then. Izuku hung up and put his phone in his pocket. In the kitchen, Izuku could hear his mom humming to herself, putting a small smile on his face. He went to his room and began unpacking his things. Shortly after finishing, Mr. and Mrs. Satoichi showed up. At first Rika acted similar to how Inko had, but Inko muttered something to her, and while not completely, she did calm down a bit. It was decided that the elderly couple would stay for dinner, and Rika went into the kitchen while Izuku and Satoichi sat in the living room, talking with each other. At Satoichi's request, Izuku told him what had happened exactly. So first off, I need to tell you how completely reckless you were, doing something like that. The old man told him. You shouldn't be so quick to do something like that and should be more careful in the future. And what do you have to tell me that isn't out of fear of your wife? Do you think I'm proud of you? Well, are you? Hell yeah. The two of them started laughing. Once they calmed down, Satoichi began speaking again. It sounds like you showed real bravery and initiative. If you hadn't done anything I would have exiled you from the dojo. No, I think I would have had you perform seppuku. I don't think you have the legal authority to command something like that. I don't care. With the heroes captured and the system under villain control, inaction on your part would have easily resulted in the death of hundreds. I don't know how much the device could have boosted quirks, but it definitely would have been disastrous. And it seems like thanks to your resolve things ended up going well. Though I am sad by how difficult things seemed for you without your gear, it's a good thing that Yayoi Rozu girl was there. Though most in your position would have broken down instantly. Ah, actually, about that, Melissa came up with an idea to help keep me from getting caught off guard like that again. Is that so? Hey you two, dinner is ready. Inko called. Oh, we better get going before my wife. Before I what? Nothing. Izuku began laughing as he made sure Satoichi didn't bump into anything on the way to the table. Afterwards, Rika told Izuku that she was glad nothing too bad happened and that he was safe now before she and Satoichi left. Izuku enjoyed his next couple days. He even went to the pool with the rest of the guys from his class for some endurance training. Then the day when they departed for the summer boot camp came. Izuku showed up to school earlier than everyone else, even Iida. The reason being because unlike the others who wouldn't be bringing any of their hero gear, other than Aoyama and his belt, he would be bringing most of it along. Not the costume itself, but namely, most of his weapons, the grappling hook gauntlets, and the wheelie boots. And then there was one more thing. Izuku walked into the support course lab where unsurprisingly, Hatsum was working, and slightly surprising, Melissa was on the screen of a laptop next to her, talking to Hatsum. Hey there Hatsum, it's here right? Ah yes, it was here when I arrived. Hatsum tossed a box behind her without looking at him, making Izuku scramble to catch it. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Melissa who just shrugged her shoulders. He set the box down next to Hatsum and opened it up. He took out 3 objects. The first was 2 red cylinders that Izuku could hold in a hand with the ends barely poking out on either side. And then there was what looked like a hockey puck. There was also a carrier for all of them that could attach to his pants or belt. Wow, this is quite a bit, Melissa. I was only expecting one of these. You must have worked hard to get these other 2 done already. Yeah, well I definitely owe you, but I definitely had to put in some work to get all this done. Izuku looked at her closely and noticed some sizable bags under his eyes. Don't you have classes to worry about? You didn't have to push yourself that much to get it done. Ah, no worries, classes haven't started yet, though they do tomorrow. And I think I'll sleep from now until then. I'm mostly just calling now to make sure it arrived, give a brief rundown of the items, and to see you off before you go. And she did just that, and as soon as she was done, she ended the call and Izuku left the lab, telling Hatsune not to do anything too crazy. He arrived at the meetup area by buses with his luggage and gear, just as everyone else began showing up. Ah, Midoriya, I was not expecting to see you here already. He'd greeted. Well, the only training I can do at this bootcamp would be physical training or with my gear, so I came to pick that stuff up. Ah, I see. Soon, everyone from Class A and B had arrived, and the two classes would soon be getting onto their respective buses. Hey there Deku, how are you doing? I haven't seen or heard from you since we all left Island. Ah yeah, good times. It's good to see you again. Yeah. Uraraka's face started to go red. Well, it's finally time for camp. She started clapping while repeating camp over and over again, and Mina and Kaminari joined in. Well, they're certainly excited. What's this? Class A has students that need supplementary lessons. Monoma mocked. That must mean you got failing marks, but isn't that strange? Isn't Class A supposed to be so much better than Class B? As usual, Kendo knocked him out and dragged him away. Sorry about him. So many to choose from. Mineta muttered, drooling as he stared at the girls from Class B. You have some serious issues. Kirishima told him. Izuku walked up to the entrance to the bus and faced his class. Alright everyone, let's get on the bus. I want to get going before Monoma wakes up and starts another rant. With some chuckles and nods, his class began boarding the bus while the other class boarded their own. Once everyone was on and in a seat, the bus took off, everyone one-chatting and goofing off on the way. And things were going well for an hour when the bus pulled over. Aizawa instructed everyone to get off the bus and Mineta tan off, looking for a bathroom. But there was nothing at all, not even Class B's bus was there. What's going on here? I thought we were stopping at a rest stop. Izuku muttered. To say there's no ulterior motive would be a lie. Aizawa said. The eraser. It's been a while you two. The class turned to look who the voice came from. With sparkling eyes, we rock on. Cute, cat, stinger. We're the wild pussycats. As declared, there stood two members of the cat-themed hero group. Hey, I know them. Izuku said. They specialize in rescue operations and have more than 12 years of experience in the field. Pixabob ran up to Izuku and shoved a hand at his face. I'm 18 at heart. Izuku caught the hand before it could get to him and moving it out of the way, looked the hero in the face. Sure, if you say so. This entire area is our own private property. Mandalay told everyone. The place you'll be staying at is at the base of the mountain. Then why did we stop here? Uraraka asked. And why is Aizawa giving Midoriya his swords? Sato muttered. Don't tell me. Zero began. Why don't we get back to the bus? Please. It's 9 AM right now, if you kick it into high gear you should get there around 12. Should only take a little over 2 or 3 hours. Oh no. Kirishima whispered. Those who don't make it by then won't be getting any lunch. Izuku quickly fastened his swords to his hip as Pixabob used her quirk, sending a wave of earth crashing into everyone, knocking them over the ledge and into the forest beneath the small cliff the road was on. Feel free to use whatever is at your disposal, including your quirks. Like I said, this is private property so you won't get in any trouble. Have fun making it through the forest of beasts. Everyone began picking themselves off the ground, Mineta being the first one as he ran off to finally relieve himself. Gotta go. But he suddenly stopped as a large beast appeared from the trees. I don't have to go anymore. Koda began shouting at it, trying to use his quirk to make it go away, but it failed to work. Looking closely, Izuku noticed the reason why. Unlike other times, he had his swords on both sides of his waist instead both on the same time. He now grabbed their hilts and leapt forward as the beast brought a large clawed hand towards Koda. He pulled out his katana first and went straight for a slice, managing to cut its arm before drawing his wakizashi and piercing it into its head. Don't bother Koda, these aren't actual animals. They're created using Pixabob's quirk, in other words, they're puppets made from the earth itself. As he said that, more beasts began appearing in various forms. Some like a canine of some sort, some flying, and others, all of them being larger than the students. It looks like we have to go through these woods in order to get to the camp. Class A, prepare for battle. Right. They all charged in, working together to destroy the beasts as they made their way forward. Zero taped the wings of one and brought it down, allowing for Kirishima and Sato to destroy it. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow, and Ajiro used his tail to knock a humanoid beast down, and Aoyama finished it off with a laser blast from behind. Mineta flung blasts, trapping a lizard-like beast that walked on two legs among the trees, and Kaminari jumped on top of it before unleashing his quirk. Kota used birds to distract another beast, while Mina melted its legs and the legs of another beast, making them easy targets for a cannon made and manned by Yaoi Rozu. Uraraka erased the gravity of one, and Tsu flung it into the air, and once it was high up, Uraraka released her quirk, causing it to crash into the ground. Shoji and Jiro used their quirks, finding routes and detecting incoming enemies. Todoroki, Bakugo, Iida and Izuku were at the front of the group taking the brunt of the attack, while dishing out the most damage. Time to take advantage of our terrain. Izuku muttered. Uraraka. Combo. As Izuku ran past her, she erased his gravity, and he put explosive strength into his next step, flying through the air and towards a group of 3 beasts. What the hell are you doing? Do you think you can honestly handle those alone? Bakugo yelled as he blasted after him. Stay back. Uraraka shouted at him. Wielding both blades, Izuku went flying past one beast, slashing at it as he did and landed on the trunk of a tree before launching off again. He did it again and again, gaining more and more speed while moving in random directions, slashing at any enemy as he passed by them. First blade. Thunder strike. Thunderstorm. Bakugo stopped his chase, watching in shock as Izuku went flying around, almost a blur while destroying the enemy. Now. Uraraka released her quirk as Izuku went flying past a beast that wasn't part of the 3 beasts group. He landed in a crouch with his sword sticking straight out to the sides, and as he stood up and lowered them, the head of the beast he just passed fell off. The other 3 beasts were on the ground destroyed, all of them with deep gouges or hacked off parts. Damn him. Bakugo thought. What the hell is this? Just a year ago he was a completely weak coward, and now he's this strong. This isn't right, this isn't normal. This progress is too fast. Growling, he launched himself into the air and ahead of Izuku, going on a rampage. Die. Eventually, the entire class finally reached the camp, but it was way past the time told to them by Mandalay. Everyone was banged up, tired and hungry, suffering from using their quirks too much. You're finally here. Pixabob purred. Looks like there was no point in threatening to take away your lunch. Little over 2 or 3 hours my ass. Siro moaned. I'm going to starve to death. Kirishima complained. Sorry, we meant by our standards. Mandalay told them. So now you're just boasting. Sato said. Honestly, I thought it would take you longer. Pixabob told them. To have figured out my earth beast so quickly, you guys are good. Especially you 4. She pointed to Bakugo, Iida, Todoroki, and then her finger stayed pointed at Izuku. Though if I had to choose the one person I thought was most impressive it would be you. You have a sharp eye, being the first to notice the truth of my beast, and found their weak points easily, and moved so expertly that you were easily on par better than some of your classmates. I'll just tell you what I had told those reporters when they came to our school to ask students about All Might and the rumors of the quirkless kid at UA. I'm simply doing what people could if they stopped putting so much emphasis on quirks. Ooh, I'm anxious to see what you'll become when you're older. I'll call dibs right now. Pixabob started running at Izuku with her hands outstretched, but stopped when Izuku took a fighting stance with a hand on his katana. Mandalay, has she always been this excited? Aizawa asked. She's in a bit of a rush, being at the marrying age and all. You're not that old, are you? Izuku asked. What did you say, kid? Anyway, I've been wondering for a while, but whose kid is that? Izuku pointed at the small kid wearing a shirt, shorts, and hat with horns. He had also been there when the 2 pros met them at the bus. Oh, this is my nephew Kota. Hey Kota, come say hi to these people, you are going to be living with them for the next week. Iida walked over to him and held out his hand. Hey there, I am Iida, a student of UA's hero course. Kota looked at him for a moment before punching him in the nuts. Oof, Iida, I probably should have warned you. Izuku said. I kinda noticed that he seemed a little unfriendly. I didn't go introduce myself because of that. I'm not going to mess around with a bunch of losers who want to grow up to be stinking heroes. Kota said as he walked off. Kid thinks he's all that. Bakugo scoffed. The kinda reminds me of you. Todoroki told him. The fuck did you say? Enough chit chat. Aizawa said. The bus is over there, go get your luggage. Once you've done that, head to the dining hall and get some dinner. After that, take a bath, kick back, and unwind. The real training begins tomorrow. The real deal. Hagakure muttered. Then what was this? Everyone did as they were told and things went by peacefully, other than when it came time for the hot springs. Mineta tried to climb the wall separating the men and women's sides using his quirk when Kota appeared at the top. Before you try to become a hero, try becoming a decent human being. He pushed Mineta down, and unfortunately for Iida, Mineta landed butt first on his face. Thanks for that Kota. Mina shouted. Koda turned when he heard them, but shocked at the sight of all the naked girls, he stumbled back and fell down. Izuku jumped out of the water and managed to catch Koda. He left the hot springs and delivered him to Mandalay. "It looks like he just passed out from the shock," she said. "Thanks for catching him. Eraser had mentioned there being someone among you boys who was the incarnation of lust, so I had put him up there to keep something from happening." "Hey. I was wondering something. Hoda, why is it he seems to hate heroes so much? I grew up wanting to become a hero and was surrounded by people who felt the same. Seeing a kid as young as him so jaded, I've never seen it before." Yeah, it shouldn't come as too big a surprise, but there are a lot of people who aren't fans of heroes. If he had a normal upbringing, he might have grown up idolizing them. Normal? Mandalay's cousins, Koda's parents, they were heroes. Pixabob said as she came into the room. But then they were killed on the job. 2 years ago, when they were protecting civilians from villains. As heroes, they sacrificed themselves for others. But for a child just beginning to understand his surroundings, it didn't mean anything. His parents were his world, his everything, and even though people around him would say his parents were amazing and heroic, to him, his parents had simply left him behind. He's probably not fond of us either, but with no other relatives, he may feel obligated to listen to us. To Koda, heroes are simply something he doesn't understand. After that, Izuku returned, grabbing his clothes from where he had left them at the hot spring changing rooms, getting dressed, and heading to the room he shared with the other guys and going to sleep. The next day, everyone showed up in their PE clothes. Little did they know, they were about to go through hell. "Improve our quirks?" Kendo asked. "Yes, class has already gotten started," Vlad told his class. "They got to stand out quite a bit up until now, but now it will be our time to shine." He began leading them all to where they would be training. "You talk about training all our quirks, but we all have different ones," Setsuna said. "How are you going to train them all at the same time? Muscle fibers break under constant abuse, and when they regrow, they're stronger and thicker. Your quirks are the same, keep using them and they will become stronger. If you don't, then they start to wither away. In other words, there's only one thing for you to do." They arrived at a clearing, class already there and undergoing training. But to Class B, it looked more like a scene out of hell. Ejiro used his tail to hit Kirishima while he was hardened. Sato and Yaoi Rozu were constantly eating while using their quirks at the same time. Bakugo would put his hands into heated water before taking them out and unleashing the largest explosion he could. Zero constantly shot his tape in a continuous stream. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow could be heard screaming inside a dark cave. Mineta continuously pulled balls from his head already bleeding badly. Those who have quirks with upper limits placed on them will work on raising them. Mutants and other composite beings must train their respective body parts. Each of you will do different training based on your quirks in order to improve them. "Can 6 people really handle training so many different quirks?" Kendo asked. "That is why we're here. With sparkling eyes we rock on. We've come to lend a helping paw. Wherever, whenever, we'll arrive. Cute, Cat, and Stinger. We're the wild pussycats." Standing there, doing their signature pose was all 4 members of the pro hero team. "My quirk search allows me to observe up to 100 people at a time," Ragdoll said. "Their location and weak points too. My Earthflow will create the perfect training environment for each of you," Pixabob said proudly. "Using my telepath, I can advise each and every one of you easily," Mandalia announced. "I'll be in charge of kicking, punching, and other violent services," Tiger told them. "Those with simple strength augmentation quirks come with me. Tiger's boot camp has already started." He gestured to where Izuku was doing exercises. "It shouldn't be too hard," one of Class C's students said. "He's sweating, but it doesn't seem like he is that much." They're probably trying to go easy on the quirkless kid," Monoma teased. After all, having a quirkless kid at the school would certainly attract attention to UA. Unfortunately for him, Tiger heard him, and so did Izuku. They both stopped moving and turned to face him, a grin on their faces that didn't match the look in their eyes. "Pixabob, it's time for him to have another round. I say 5 this time." Pixabob nodded her head and used her quirk, creating 5 large humanoid beasts, each standing about 7 to 8 feet tall. What is Class so desperate to prove themselves that they would do something so crazy? What can he possibly do against those with a simple metal stick and rubber bullets? "Hey, watch it," Setsuna told him. "He beat me and Hananuki with that simple metal stick. We'll start with one without any weapons," Tiger instructed. "Right." The smallest of the beasts ran forward, and before it could reach him, Izuku ran away from it. See, he's running away. He's nothing without his weapons." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Vlad told him. Despite running away, the beast managed to stay pretty close to Izuku. "You've only seen him in action during the sports festival, but you should know, there were actually limitations placed on him. He already had knowledge of martial arts before. Izuku ran to a tree, jumping at the trunk before jumping off and performing a backflip over the beast. As he passed overhead, he grabbed his opponent's head, and as he came down he slammed it into the ground, cracking it. He has been training for about a year, but he only trained with a staff and gun during the 2 weeks between the time the festival was announced and when it started. Only 2 weeks? Hananuki exclaimed. Are you serious? And during the time before that, hand-to-hand combat was not the focus of his training. But it was deemed he wouldn't be allowed to use his main fighting style in an effort to minimize the danger to his opponents. Alright, time to end it. Tiger shouted. You against all of them, kid. He had walked over to a tree and picked something up before throwing them at Izuku. At the same time, the remaining beasts began charging at him at full speed. Honestly, Vlad continued. We staffed out, we've really seen his full strength, and his potential is almost unnerving. Izuku reached out, grabbing the hilts of his swords and whipping them from their scabbard without bothering to catch them, just as the beasts made it to him. The first swung an arm at him, but Izuku sidestepped the attack, swinging his katana down and lopping off the arm before stabbing the beast's head with his wakizashi. Still undefeated, the beast began to move for another attack, but without removing the smolar of his blade, Izuku decapitated it with his other sword. Eyes widened among Class B as they saw his weapons and how expertly he used them. Another beast came from the side, leaping at him. He bent over backwards, the beast going over him. As it did, he jabbed his swords up, its limbs being chopped off as it passed. The other two came at him while he was in that vulnerable position, and after a split-second decision, he jabbed his swords into the ground, placing his hands down firmly and flipped backwards, using his hands to push him off the ground and avoiding being hit. The beast without arms was struggling to get up, and Izuku landed on its back and used it as a springboard, jumping back towards the other two. He landed on the closest one, wrapping his legs around its neck and spun around so they were facing the same direction before flipping down. As he stood back up, he grabbed his blades. Sixth blade. Erupting volcano. He swung both his weapons upwards violently, cutting into the back of the beast in front of him. At the height of the swing, he spun around completely, gathering force before swinging back down on the same beast. The one behind him swung its fist in a punch, but Izuku ducked down and avoided the blow, the attack going into the beast before him and destroying it. He spun around while spinning his swords, lopping off a leg and knocked down his opponent, and once down he swung down, decapitating it. He slowly stood up and walked to the armless one which was still trying to get up. He reversed his grip on the katana and stabbed down, piercing its head as he stared at Class B, and more specifically, Monoma. The only thing I know for sure. Vlad said. When he goes completely all out and at the apex of his abilities, watching him fight would be like watching a demon. But they're right about a few things. Midoriya, you don't seem to be working up much of a sweat, what's with that? Tiger barked. Izuku gathered up a scabbard and sheathed his swords before turning and addressing the question. So far, your bootcamp is similar to the normal training I already do, sir. Then we're kicking it up a notch. Show these people why they shouldn't look down on you. Yes, sir. I can't hear you. Sir, yes, sir. Class B was split, sent for different training. Those who were put in Tiger's bootcamp started with the same level of training Izuku had started at, and after a while they were already getting tired. Class B was split up and sent to do their different training regiments. Those doing Tiger's bootcamp started at the same level Izuku had started at. And they got an even closer look at how strong Izuku was, as whenever they didn't use their quirks to enhance their physical abilities, he outperformed them. Training went through the day until 4 when they finally stopped for the day. Now then, today was the only time we're going to cook for you. Pixabob announced. If you want to eat, then get off your butts and come make it yourself. Tonight will be curry. Yes. Ma'am. People mumbled. It looks like some of you are pretty worn out. Ragdoll laughed. But that's no excuse to do a sloppy job. You're right. Eat has started. Alright, before we get a long-winded lecture, let's get started. Izuku shouted. No offense, Ida, but I'm hungry. Now come on, those who don't work don't eat. In order to avoid starving, everyone made sure to work together in creating dinner. A short while later, everyone was wolfing down curry. As Izuku was heading to sit at one of the tables, he noticed Kota walking off into the woods alone without having eaten. He quickly ate some food himself before grabbing a plate and followed his footprints to find where he was. Eventually, he arrived at a small cliff overlooking the woods and he saw Kota sitting near the edge. Hey there, you must be hungry. Kota jumped, sharply looking at Izuku. How did you find this place? Oh, sorry, I just followed your footprints. I saw that you didn't eat, so I figured you'd be hungry. I don't need it. What part of I'm not going to mess around with you hero wannabes did you not understand? This is my secret base, you're not welcomed here. Oh, so this is your secret base, huh? Getting all hyped up about pushing the limits of your quirks is pathetic really. Do you guys really want to go that far just to show off your corny powers? Your parents. They were the water-type quirk users, the water horses, weren't they? Kota jumped to his feet and looked angrily at Izuku. Did Mandalay tell you? Oh, no. I just heard a bit and pieced things together. You know, I remember hearing about it. It was a terrible tragedy. Screw you. You all have a bunch of screw loose. Calling yourselves heroes and villains. Killing each other like idiots. Bragging about your quirks. That's why in the end you all end up like that. A bunch of idiots. It's not just heroes he hates. Izuku realized. Quirks. The whole superhuman society itself. What? Cat got your tongue? That's what I thought, so get out of here. Izuku didn't know what to say to him, and after a few moments he simply set the plate down and turned around. I'm sorry I wasn't able to tell you anything of substance. He walked off, leaving Kota alone. As he went to sleep that night, he still couldn't think of anything he should have told to Kota. The next day it was back to training. Those who had to do the remedial classes had it extra rough, tired from the remedial classes that went on way past the time everyone else was asleep. Come on guys, cheer up. Pixabob called out. Tonight we have something special planned. It's an inter-class test of courage. After training hard you get to play hard. Carrot and stick. After training all day, everyone had to once again make their own dinner. Hey Midoriya. Todoroki said as he walked up to him. You seemed like you had something on your mind all day. Oh sorries, I was just wondering about Kota. Kota? You know, the boy that's with the pussycats. He doesn't like heroes, he doesn't like the idea of superhuman society as a whole. And I don't have any idea about what to say to him. What would you say? It depends. Well yeah. For complete strangers like us to just dump our reasoning onto him, he'd find it pretentious. I think the most important thing to tell him would be what we have done and are now doing for humanity. And if he is one to be moved by words alone we would know his hatred only runs skin deep. I believe it's not only words that matter, but actions. Izuku remembered how All Might had offered his quirk to him after he tried to save Bakugo, and how Zatoichi also offered to train him. Yeah, that's true. There's little that a complete stranger can do for him. Hey you two. Iida shouted. I don't see you working. Are you not the one who said those who don't work don't eat Midoriya? After dinner, as Aizawa didn't think the training that day was fruitful enough, he had the remedial bunch come with him to start their lessons, instead of doing the test of courage. For the test of courage, Class B would go into the woods first to set up, and then Class A would go in pairs. But with 5 people from Class A gone, one would have been left out. And that person was Izuku. The test of courage started, and it was as he was waiting for when he would go up that the true hell of the trip began. How, even with all the precautions? Mineta cried. How? How are there villains here? Pixabob. Izuku shouted. Before the group of students and heroes, 2 villains stood, Pixabob laying unmoving under what looked like a large wrapped-up pole wielded by one of the 2 villains. That villain was a large person, with big lips and sunglasses despite it being night. The other was a lizard man with blades strapped on his body, including a large wrapped-up one on his back. Part of the woods was burning with blue flames, while another section had a large swirling dome of gas. Then Izuku realized something. These are obviously not the only ones. Where's Kota? Izuku heard Mandalay in his head, sending a telepathic message to everyone that villains were attacking the camp. Pleased to meet you students of UA. The lizard villain greeted. We are the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. League of Villains, how did they find us? Ejiro muttered. Should I go ahead and crush this one's pretty little head? The other villain asked. As if I'd let you. Tiger growled. Don't be so hasty big sister Mag, you too Tiger, calm down. Holding power over someone's life is everything. It wouldn't do to kill someone who could be worthy, or do you not believe in the teachings of Stain? You're a follower of Stain. Iida gasped. Yes I sure am, and I know about you 4 eyes. You were one of the ones there when Stain was defeated in Hosu. Let me introduce myself, I am Spinner. Spinner reached up and grabbed the large sword, the cloth unraveling, revealing it to be a large number of smaller varying blades held together. And I would be the one to carry out his will. Izuku began to reach behind him to where the carrier with Melissa inventions were, but stopped. He knew he wouldn't be allowed to fight the villains in front of him. Besides, he knew there was something more important that he had to do. I don't care what your reasons are. Tiger shouted. That woman lying there is searching and trying so hard to find love, to enjoy happiness as a woman in this world. How dare you harm her like that and stand there like it was nothing? Heroes have no need to find joy. A hero is someone who sacrifices in order to save people. Lizard began running forward while Tiger took a fighting stance. Everyone, get out of here and don't fight the villains. Mandalay shouted. Iida, lead them to safety. Izuku yelled as he ran off on his own. Not that my position really matters that much right now, but as class president, I order to get everyone out of here. Mandalay. I know where Kota is. I'm going to get him. And with that, Izuku disappeared into the trees, no one getting a chance to say anything to stop him. He ran as fast as he possibly could, and when he arrived, he saw Kota standing in front of a large cloaked man. He jumped forward and tackled Kota out of the way as the man swung his fist down, the two avoiding the blow. If they hadn't, they would be dead or at least badly injured, the attack having thrown up a dust cloud and cracking the ground. Now you were on the list. The man whispered. Izuku glanced at the man before glancing back at Kota. Crap, I didn't tell anybody where this was, so there won't be any backup coming this time. I'm all alone, I have to take this villain on alone while protecting Kota. I don't know if I can or not, but I wouldn't be here if I was afraid of challenging such odds. Izuku stood up and turned to Kota, speaking to him in as calm a voice as possible. Kota, it's going to be okay now. I'll create an opening so you'll be able to escape, but until then, I will protect you. You're going to save him? Heh, don't make me laugh. What can you possibly do? I know about you, you're quirkless. You seem to be pretty okay with those weapons of yours during the sports festival, but you won't be anywhere near a threat without them. Actually, even with them you wouldn't be able to deal any real damage to me. Yet you still act like some kind of hero. Always spouting on and on about justice whenever you show up. Your name's Midori, right? This is perfect, you're on our kill list. The man grabbed his cloak and tore it off. Underneath he had large muscles rippling underneath a tank top and jeans. I'm going to torment you real bad. So, show me some blood. Judging me from what you saw during the sports festival alone would be foolish. And I'm not as defenseless as you think I am right now. Izuku reached behind him and brought out two of the items Melissa made for him. He placed a hockey puck looking one to his chest and pressed a button in the center. He unraveled and changed its shape, becoming a simple black chest plate. Pressing the button on the red capsule in his hand, and it too changed shape. Even though I shouldn't be fighting villains without a hero license, I won't hesitate to do what's right. As a hero in training, I could never forgive myself for doing nothing. So do whatever you want, but I vow to not let you harm this child. So then, how about I give that scar on your face some company? He gripped the devices now turned into a katana by the hilt in a tight grip. He never had a chance to make use of the sword or the other two pieces of gear made for him, but he trusted Melissa's work. Using the same technology, she created something that looked like a bracelet that turned into a gauntlet capable of withstanding 3 of All Might's full-powered punches. I talked a big game, but this will be far from easy. Izuku thought to himself. I recognize this villain, he's the one who killed Kota's parents. His quirk gives him strength comparable to All Might. If I want to win, I have to try and take him down before he starts to actually take things seriously. Which means I might have to use that. Finale. My last technique that could easily kill a normal person. But with his quirk growing muscles on the outside of his body, his life should be spared. Even so, I'll try to refrain from using it. Are you ready, kid? Izuku spread his legs apart with his hip almost completely facing towards Muscular, raising his sword up to his shoulder, the tip of the blade pointing at his opponent. Heh, try to make this exciting. Izuku began using his first technique, but Muscular moved, and he moved fast. He cleared the distance between them and punched Izuku in the side, sending him flying into the walls of the cliff next to them. Ah, I shouldn't kill you yet. Might as well ask you. Where can I find the kid named Bakugo? Muscular raised a fist to punch Izuku again, but Izuku managed to jump to the side in time. During all that, he had managed to keep a grip on his sword which he now raised. You don't know? Well then, I guess it's time for some fun. Izuku was already hurt from that first attack, but both luckily and surprisingly, it didn't feel like any of his ribs were broken. Melissa wasn't kidding when she said this stuff could handle a few full-powered All Might punches. Izuku thought to himself. Melissa, I think that with just this, you've definitely repaid whatever debt you think you owed me. Izuku got ready for another attack, but Muscular was too quick, managing to kick him in the gut. But once again, the chest plate protected him from the worst of it. But Izuku didn't know how long exactly it would hold up, and he knew that it wouldn't do for Muscular to know how tough his armor was. He pretended to struggle getting up, wheezing. Ooh, blood, now that's what I like to see. But you know, after all that big talk, I was expecting more from you. This is disappointing, but what could I have hoped for really? I am fighting a quirkless kid. He turned to Kota. Now then, what about you? I think I'll enjoy hearing you scream and beg for mercy. First blade. Thunder strike. Muscular stopped and turned in time to see Izuku right there, thrusting his blade at his leg. At the moment it began to make contact, the two made contact, and Muscular felt a chill go down his spine. Despite his earlier mocking and confidence, as he looked into Izuku's eyes in that moment, he felt like he was facing a demon. Kota, run away. Izuku's katana pierced Muscular's leg, grinding against bone and causing him to cry out in pain. Swiftly Izuku pulled it free and was ready to move again, but so was his enemy. Muscular swung his arm in an attempt to backhand him, but the attack missed. 10th blade. Kaleidoscope. Izuku ran the length of his sword against Muscular's side as he ran under the arm and behind the villain before slashing at his back, cutting at the muscles growing over his skin and covering his body. Not pausing for a moment, he took deep focused breaths and put all his strengths into his arms and legs. Izuku stayed in constant motion, slashing as he moved around, barely dodging the attacks Muscular tried to use. Out of the 10 blades, Kaleidoscope was one of the most lethal. Izuku put all his strength into his limbs, while using footwork similar to flowing river rapids, however this technique was intended for a single target. Moving swiftly and expertly, he dodged attacks while moving around his opponent and slicing away. A move intended for him to appear anywhere around his opponent and attacking, while avoiding any attacks directed at him. After getting a few hits in, Muscular finally managed to get a read on Izuku's movements, grazing him and knocking him off balance, ending the attack. Well damn kid, that was certainly surprising. But don't think I'll give you another chance like that. Muscular closed up his wounds by growing muscles over them, stopping the bleeding. Muscular and Izuku ran at each other, both their attacks hitting at the same time, but Muscular's managed to send Izuku flying backwards. Izuku looked around as he stood back up and Muscular charged him, slamming him into the ground before stomping down on his back. As he did, Izuku could hear the armor cracking. His arms and legs screamed out in pain, and when he stood up again, he could feel and hear the bones creaking. What are you looking for, huh? Wait a minute, damn, that kid got away. I'll finish you and go after him. Muscular backhanded Izuku and he went flying backwards again. No, I don't think so. Izuku said as he stood up. Kota. If you can hear me then you're too close. Run away, believe in me, I got this, I'll be your hero and keep him from getting you. If you're really worried for me, don't come back so I can focus and instead, bring some backup like Izawa. Then Izuku lowered his voice so much that Muscular could barely hear him. But for now, I'll bring you down myself, besides, a little kid probably shouldn't see this. Heh, do you seriously still believe you still stand a chance? What are you going to try now? Yes, I do believe I can win, and as for what I'm about to do. Those techniques I used on you earlier, I created them myself, and in total there are 10 blades, but there is an 11th technique. And that will be your downfall. Muscular charged forward and swung his fist while laughing maniacally. Why the hell should I give a damn about your stupid talk of techniques? Izuku jumped back, but Muscular still connected with his left arm, and Izuku felt it break on impact. But still, Izuku managed to get on his feet and wielding the sword in one hand, he let his left arm dangle at his side as he began. Finale. Grand climax. Muscular's quirk was activated in his legs, but not by much, especially compared to his arms. He felt the now increasingly familiar sensation of being stabbed as pain shot through his leg. He felt his leg buckle slightly, Izuku nearly severing his tendons. And as quickly as it entered him, it was ripped out and into the air before Izuku slashed sideways, cutting along Muscular's chest. Muscular raised both arms up, clasping his fist together and bringing it down on Izuku. Izuku moved, the attack grazing his shoulder, but he didn't stop. Moving along the villain's side he slashed at him and got behind him before slashing down at his leg again. Muscular spun around and swung his fist at Izuku, hitting him in the gut and lifting him in the air. But Izuku refused to stop so easily. The moment he was hit he was already rolling off and spinning through the air while slashing, becoming a whirlwind of person and blade. Izuku landed in front of Muscular in a crouch, but sprang up instantly while slashing upwards, spinning before bringing it back down. Izuku could see that his opponent was in a lot of pain and that it was getting harder for him to control his quirk. But still he couldn't let up. Muscular kicked up, knocking Izuku back a few feet, but he managed to stay on his feet. Muscular charged in and threw a punch, but Izuku ducked under it and continued the final technique. Izuku began thrusting his sword repeatedly, stabbing Muscular multiple times. Muscular threw another punch, and Izuku sidestepped but was still grazed by the attack. But instead of getting knocked back he spun with blow, using it to gather force as he spun once and slashed into the arm that attacked, his sword cutting into Muscular's skin, the villain letting out the largest shout yet in pain. Ripping his sword free, running the length against Muscular's arm as he pulled it out for more damage, Izuku seemingly went into a frenzy, unleashing a series of slashes on the large villain. Muscular tried to backhand Izuku, but missed, and Izuku began moving around him, slashing repeatedly at him as he did. And then Izuku stopped for a moment, and seeing it as a chance, Muscular did a right hook aimed straight for Izuku's face. Izuku swung his sword while ducking, and at first it started to cut when meeting Muscular's arm, but then the blade of his katana broke. But he didn't stop and managed to jump up, jabbing what remained of his sword into the gap between shoulder and neck. And despite it being broken, Izuku reached behind him with his broken left arm, bringing out the last remaining gear and activated it. A split second later, he jabbed the end of a newly formed staff into Muscular's remaining eye. Izuku jumped off Muscular's chest and away, but as he did, Muscular backhanded him, sending him dangerously close to the ledge. Izuku gritted his teeth and stood back up. In the attack, he had barely managed to rip what remained of his sword out, but he had lost grip of his staff, the weapon falling over the ledge. He took a step forward, seeing that Muscular still standing and looking pissed. As he did, the chest plate finally broke and fell to the ground, but he didn't care. He knew this fight would be hard, almost nearly impossible for him to win alone. But still, he didn't have a choice either. He set out to be a hero and save people, he wasn't someone who would give up easily. He trained, and he would be strong because he had to be. The two looked at each other, both hurt, both bleeding. Muscular was finding it hard to focus on his quirk, pain clouding his mind, and the massive muscles surrounding him had shrank. Izuku found it hard just to move, every slightest movement, every breath sending pain throughout his whole body. He knew he was badly wounded, that he was only standing because of the adrenaline flooding his system. And he knew that once the adrenaline stopped, the pain would be so much that it would be impossible. It was practically suicide, but it didn't matter, his instinct to preserve to survive being overridden by his innate desire to be a hero, and he took a step forward. At this point, he wasn't even paying attention, his body was just moving on its own. Muscular found it easier to move, but each movement did send pain shooting throughout his body as well. He began slowly walking forward. "You bastard, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you really quirkless? Hell, are you even human? You were like some kind of damn wild animal, no, you were like some kind of demon. I haven't had a fight like that in a long time, and I liked it. It'd be a shame to kill right now, not when we could have even more fun." The Ida ran as fast as he could, trying to get to the location Koda had told him about before it was too late. While leading his class back like he was told, he stopped, unable and unwilling to leave his friend to go off alone anymore. He began running off in the same direction he saw Izuku go, and on the way he ran into Koda, crying as he ran through the woods yelling for someone to help. After hearing what happened and getting directions, he told Koda to run and get his awa before rocketing off. When he finally arrived, he could feel his blood run cold, terror and panic gripping at his heart. There was clear evidence of a battle. A broken chest plate and katana laying on the ground. He didn't know where they came from, but he knew Izuku had used them. There was blood on the ground, broken pieces of earth. And that was it, nothing else, no dead or unconscious bodies, not a single person was there except for him. Both Izuku and the villain were gone. Izuku's consciousness was extremely muddled. He heard bits of pieces and saw an image every now and then, but he couldn't make sense of it. His body cried out in pain, so much so that he just wanted to sink deeper into his mind, to sleep until the pain was finally gone. Wait, what's even happening? Izuku thought. Where am I? What was I even doing? The last thing I remember. What the hell are you doing, Muscular? That's right, Muscular, I was fighting. But what happened after that? Did I lose? I'm not dead. But if I lost to Muscular then he would have killed me. And that other voice. Is that Shigaraki? Shut up. Hey you. Like a demon. Quirk. My consciousness is fading again. Izuku got a glimpse of the forest. The dome of gas was gone, but he didn't have much time to think about that before he conked out again. Target. Yeah, he secured. Izuku began to hear things again. And with his waking consciousness, the pain started to get worse. How long was I out? Behave yourself, don't even try to use your quirks or you'll regret it. Wait Tamura, I ask that you think about this. Who is that? I've never heard their voice before. And it sounds like they're not even here, like the voice is coming from across a screen. You should know by now that it is unwise to let anger cloud your judgment so easily. You're right, we can use him. That'll be sure to break the hero's spirit. Izuku heard a sound he remembered from the USJ, the sound of that warp villain using his quirk, and then he drifted away again. He didn't know how long he was out, but when he came to again he did so completely. He opened his eyes and slowly lifted his head, looking around at his surroundings. He was in a dark room with what looked like tanks with humanoid shapes in them, sitting in a chair. I'm glad to see you're awake. It was the voice from before. Izuku turned his head despite his body screaming out in protest. He saw a man in a suit sitting in a chair with multiple monitors behind him, his face cast in shadow hiding it from view. And who are you? Where am I? That's not what is important, instead why don't we talk about you, or more accurately, what I can do for you. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, I'm sure you're in a lot of pain. Muscular sure is a brutish man, I do apologize. Let me fix you up. The man reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's head. Izuku felt a warmth spread through him. It was a nice feeling, and the pain began to disappear. Izuku moved his arm and felt no discomfort, and looking down at his left arm, it looked like it was no longer broken. There we go, we can hardly talk when you're in such a state. The man removed his hand and sat back in his chair, resting an elbow on the armrest and his chin on his hand. Izuku sat up straighter, looking at the man warily. I'll ask again, who are you, and where is this place? Well, if you must now, this is one of the storage facilities we use. And who is we? Now, I know you're smarter than that, Izuku Midoriya. You're with a league of villains, aren't you? Yes, I am. What do you want with me? Why am I here? I must say, I was also surprised when Muscular brought you here. It seems he finds you quite interesting, and I must admit, so do I. And what does that mean? Izuku glanced around. He didn't know where he was, and he had no way to know if there was someone else there. If he tried to run, he didn't know what would happen. There's no need to worry. We're the only two here. As for why I'm interested in you, I would think it's obvious. Someone so young and without a quirk, yet so powerful, and you're clearly observant and intelligent. Truly, it would be foolish to look down on you, your skills are a clear asset to whoever is on your side. Where exactly are you going with this? It's quite simple really. I want you to leave the heroes and work for us. If you do, I'm sure I could easily give you whatever it is you desire. Wealth, knowledge, power. Are you really serious? Do you think I'd join you so easily? No, from what I've seen and heard of you, you certainly have a strong sense of justice. You remind me of my younger brother, though like him, you seem ignorant of humankind's true nature and of knowing when you're outmatched. Though I must admit that I'm surprised, looking at you, I can't fathom why All Might didn't pass his power along to you. What did you just say? Wait a minute, you, don't tell me. Oh, have you heard of me? That's certainly a surprise. Tell me, does that mean you know the secret of the symbol of peace and his quirk? Yeah, I do, and I know about you, you're all for one. So you do know, well then, I'm sure you also know what it is I could do for you. All for one extended a hand to Izuku. Someone with your talents, looked over because of a reason as simple as being quirkless. Join the league, and I could give you power, a quirk. Izuku slapped the hand away and stood up. Screw you, All Might didn't ignore me, I refused to accept his power, and I refused to accept a quirk from you. And I'd never join villains like you, I'm already resolved to become a hero. All for One's hand lunged out and grabbed Izuku's face, lifting him off the ground as the villain leader stood up. Foolish boy, your skills could prove valuable, but do not think you're so special. There are other ways I could make use of you. I could force you to work for us, maybe brainwash or maybe finding something you value more than your unfounded dream of being a hero, and use that as a bargaining chip. And you don't have to be the way you are now to serve us well, we could always use your body as a base for creating a Nomu. Izuku clawed at All for One's hand, but the man refused to lessen his grip. I doubt you could really make use of my skills like that. From what I've seen, Nomus are pretty much over-glorified puppets. I would think you of all people would know the simple truth. What you know yourself is not the be-all, end-all. What you've seen so far is the one created to fight All Might and leftovers that I let tomorrow make use of. So tell me now, will you work for me willingly, or will I be forced to take measures to ensure your obedience? Nothing else was said between them as the entire building shook and a section of it was destroyed. All for One let Izuku go and began walking towards the new opening. Does having this easy of a job sit well with Eugenist? Izuku glanced over and saw a group of heroes and police officers. Do not confuse how difficult a job is with its importance, rookie. Best Genist answered. Right, squad. Come here and hold the position. There might be more of these Nomu around. Ragdoll. Say something. Tiger shouted. Is she your teammate? Gang Orca asked. Well, it's good to see that she's alive. But there's something off about her. What did they do to you? I'm sorry, Tiger. All for One said as he walked out of the darkness. I have long thought she had useful quirk. Since the opportunity fell into my lap, I decided to take it. Stop right there, don't move. Gang Orca shouted. Ever since I became like this, my stock has fallen quite a bit. Best Genist used his quirk, restricting All for One's movements by using his suit as bindings. Izuku started to get up. Just from what All Might had told him, he knew that All for One was powerful.